going to be with you.
All right. Little lapel mics. If my chin hits that, will it make a noise? Okay. Okay. All right. Could I talk a little bit? I'll read my thing that I'm gonna. Good afternoon and welcome to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Amy Iser of the Hope Center Rescue Mission. Over the next 24 hours, our goal is to open up an honest and raw dialogue with our community in crisis. Throughout this time, we'll be talking with local outreach leaders, participants in our recovery and shelter programs, and others who simply want to share their story. The more people who join and watch this event, the more awareness we can raise for our homeless community. If you haven't already, I'd like to ask you to take a moment to share this live stream with at least 3 people. Some of the questions we hope to explore together are: what can we do better? How can we share God's love more? But more than anything, Conversations on a Bench. Lots of rescue missions across the country are live with us as well from their rescue missions. There's over 70 rescue missions that are having conversations on the bench, just like we are. And our goal in the next 24 hours is to have open, raw conversations about homelessness and different things that have to do with addiction, mental health, and different things like that. Throughout this time, we've invited some local leaders to come in and join us in conversations. We'll have some of our guys in our program coming and talking with us, some of the shelter guests, and hopefully some people just to drive by and see what's going on and want to share in the conversations, share their stories. If you haven't already, I would like to ask you to do me a favor, and if you could share this video on your Facebook page with 3 other people. And let's try to get as many people joining in the conversation and watching. The more people we have watching, the more awareness we can raise to the problem that's going on. And some of the questions that we want to explore will be what we can do better, how we can share God's love more, but more than anything, we simply want to sit and listen and learn from others in our community. This is going to be a very candid event. We are not professionals. This is our first time. A lot of other rescue missions have done this before. This is my first time, so you know, just bear with us. There may be laws, but like I said, I'm going to be here sitting from right now 3 p.m. to tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. to just share about what we do here at the Hope Center and just have those conversations with people. We are not experts by any means, and so we want to just learn along with you more of how we can address homelessness and different things that are happening here in our community. So if you have questions, you can type them in the comment section. Like us, love us, you know, all those things that you do with Facebook events, and just join us in this event. So we're excited to be here. So we'll be having a group come in and talk to us here in a couple minutes, but until then, it's just me. So the Hope Center, you know, we are celebrating our 70th anniversary this year, and actually next weekend we're having a big celebration banquet. You can check out our Facebook page, HagerstownHopeCenter.com, and find out more about all the different events that come up. But we've been here in Hagerstown since 1955. Jim Resch and his wife Ellen were called by God to come start a rescue mission, and so we are so thankful that they obeyed God's calling to come start this work. And we are just blessed to be able to come alongside now and continue this ministry. And Lord willing, the rescue mission will be here another 70 years. So, you know, if you don't know about the Hope Center and would like to learn more about the Hope Center, again, you can go to our website for lots of information. Follow us and like us on Facebook. We post a lot of updates and things on Facebook. So we are a men's only shelter. We are open 365 days a year, and we have about 31 beds available for men to come who are homeless or need a place to stay. We are full up every night. So it is very rare that beds open, because as soon as they open, they're filled back up. We also have a Foundations Life Recovery program for men. So that is a minimum of a 13-month program that men can come and join. They live here, they eat here, they work here. So we'll learn more about that program through our Conversations on a Bench. And but we also do community meals, lunch and dinner 365 days a year. We offer up community meals. We do food bags and clothing vouchers. We have a children's ministry. We have a ladies' Bible study throughout the school year. We have thrift stores that help us. And you know, there's lots of different things that we do here at the Hope Center. So we'll explore some of those things as well over the next 24 hours. But we will have community partners coming and talking with us so that you know, we can bring more awareness to the resources that are available in our community. And so if you know of somebody in need, maybe you'll, you know, one of our community partners, you'll be able to get their information. But I did want to share, we do have available here, and I'm going to make sure it gets put on our website as well. We have street guides for people, and it lists all the different shelters that there are here in Hagerstown, day centers where if people are homeless, they can go and spend some time during the day, especially, you know, as it gets colder or in the hot summer months, where they can drop in and just day centers. There's other places where you can get meals on here, and then hotlines. So if you ever, you know, need any resources or want to know where you can go for resources, you can come into the Hope Center, or like I said, we're going to get this up on our website, and you'll be able to have that information there for you as well. So we have our, yes. Okay. 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 So we're just having a little bit of a technical difficulty. We'll be right back. That while we're having a minute.
So how long you gonna be out here till tomorrow?
Till tomorrow afternoon at 3. So
Nobody
24
else
hours.
is gonna
Oh no, there'll be other people coming in
wow,
too.
It's gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Here even throughout the night?
Throughout the night.
Cause remember I said when I saw you, I said I'm gonna come at 3 a.m.
I do have a
told
gentleman
me-
coming at 3 a.m. So, and he does security
Oh,
for different
wow.
places.
Okay.
So he's a good one to have at 3 a.m., right? Right? Yeah, so, you know, we've had a hot summer.
Yeah.
And we've had a hot fall, you know, and then we decided to do a conversation on a bench, and
Okay.
the weather turns.
You gotta sit
The
over
day
here with us.
of. That's okay.
But you're not trying to ask no questions, huh?
Yeah, I'm not trying to answer.
You're director of what's it program? No.
I can answer that. Community services.
Community services.
I can answer my
Okay,
position.
you can answer your
I
own
can answer
question.
that part.
Okay. Okay.
So I've been with CASA for 2 months. I started here in August.
Well, there you go. So brand new. Well, thank you for coming out.
Yeah,
I don't know if I was 2 months in it, I'd be willing to. No. We're glad you came out.
We're the first ones, aren't we? Oh,
You are. You're the
Yeah.
first. We just started at 3.
Okay.
So, yeah.
How many staff we have altogether?
Actually, put that on there.
How many staff we have altogether?
20.
Is it 5 in it? 25 or
25.
26? 26.
Awesome.
Everything's sorted out, so as soon as we get this set up to you.
Okay. Awesome. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Camille.
Camille. Okay. Renee and Camille. I'm terrible with remembering names,
Too. I remember faces.
right?
Yeah, we're with CASA 8. They always get us mixed up with the other CASA. We're like, oh, y'all at school? No, we're not at school. We're
Yeah.
domestic violence.
Right. The big difference, right?
Big difference.
I was at the chamber this morning for that event,
Did
and
you do
everybody,
it?
yeah, and everybody was like, "You're
Yeah,
from
yes.
CDC, right?" I'm
Oh.
like, "No, not here."
Oh, okay.
Because that's what they told us.
Yeah, we're candid. We're getting our technical stuff straightened out here, and we'll be start rolling again.
Your smart touch sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Right. Watch that monitor and let me know when I'm out of the shot.
If you're out of the shot.
Oh, no.
Good. How are you? I'm Steve.
Renee.
meet you, Steve.
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
Camille.
Awesome.
Wait, we're live.
Is this out of the shot?
Slightly in the corner. No, we're good. We're good. I'm wrong.
Okay.
That's the chair.
Do I need to move?
You're
No,
good.
no.
Friend of mine.
You guys are guests. You don't have to move.
All
Around here. All right.
right.
My feet ain't ass yard. Show my feet.
My hair's sticking up.
No, you good. Look, I ain't did mine. I'm did mine.
Just let me know when we're good to go.
Folks here.
All right. Are we good to go? Okay. Oh,
Go inside.
I gotta get used to
I've
it.
never been inside.
You ever
I've never been
Oh,
inside.
you need to come and we'll give you a tour.
Okay.
Absolutely.
When I first started out working out here, 'cause I know more. I know
All right.
about-
1, 2, 3. So we have our technical difficulties for now figured out, and we have name again. I'm sorry.
Camille.
Camille and Renee from CASA here with us. And Renee, in one sentence, describe CASA to us.
In one sentence?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take a couple more sentences.
Let me see. Very caring and open to helping survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. We try to make it easy as possible for them to get the services that they need. So even if they don't meet our criteria, for us to be able to help them. I know this is a lot more sentences than you asked for.
It's okay. No, we want to know.
But we still at least try to set them up with other community resources to make sure that they're getting the help that they need.
Okay.
So
Great. So, and what is your role, Renee, at CASA?
So I'm the director of community services at CASA. So I'm at the office. So everybody knows that we have the shelter. But I'm at the office where we do crisis counseling. We have our legal advocacy team. So we have a staff attorney that can help with protective orders and things over at the court. We have, what else do we have, Camille, over at the office? I'm trying to think.
Transitional.
We have transitional housing as well. A lot of people don't know that, which is really, really awesome that we have that to offer people that were, coming out of the shelter. And then
Crisis.
crisis counseling. Yeah. And yeah, so that's what we do at the office.
Great.
So it's not just the shelter; it's a little bit
Great.
of everything. Oh, we do
AIP.
also have a medical advocacy team
Nice.
at Meredith.
Okay.
So if there's certain things that survivors are going through and they need to be seen at the hospital, we have an advocate that can be there with them throughout that whole process.
Great, because I'm sure it's very scary, for women, going through different things. It's nice to have someone hold their hand along the way. So, Camille, what is your role at CASA?
I'm the shelter lead at CASA.
You're the shelter
Yes.
lead, okay?
I work under the director. I help with trying to maintain the daily flow of the shelter, with helping out with the clients' needs, helping out with the staff needs, and just making sure everybody's safe and getting what they are there for.
Okay. And how many beds do you have at the shelter?
We have 11 rooms, and each room have different beds.
Okay,
So we have altogether total beds is 26 in the whole shelter.
wonderful. And so you help women with different size families
Yes.
escaping, and single women as
Single.
well, I would imagine.
Yeah, we do single women, and we also do families. And if someone calls in that has a pet, we put them on. We don't have a kennel in the shelter, so we give them rooms in hotels.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
anyone
right.
that calls, with
Nice.
those type of concerns.
So then, the transitional housing, how many are you able to facilitate through that?
Transitional has five apartments.
Okay.
They have a 1-bedroom apartment, and they have a couple with 2 bedrooms, and I think it's the other 2 is with for 3.
Okay. And so, how long can someone, if they're going through the transitional housing, how long of a process is that, or does it vary on the individual?
It's case to case, but transitional is like up to 6 months.
Okay.
But
6-month leases.
depends on if they need more help or something else is going on, if their housing is coming up and it's not going to be within that 6 months, they can get extensions.
Okay.
But they have to have, follow the protocol, and they work with them.
Right. All right. So, Renee, what is a story that keeps you going or wanting you to stay involved with CASA?
I mean, there's so many different stories that you hear. Every case that you hear is different. A lot of people are going through similar things, but there's no case that's the exact same, right?
Yeah.
So, just being able to help people that need it the most in our community. We are the only domestic violence shelter in our area, so it's really amazing to be able to offer that to people who need it the most, and resources too. So I know I keep talking about the shelter, but it's not just that.
Right.
It's so much more than that. And just to be able to meet people where they're at and to be able to offer them assistance when they're going through something really tough is so rewarding. There's really not a whole lot more rewarding out there than that, I feel.
Yeah. So, they may not, ladies might not necessarily need to be in your shelter, but they still have those needs of services and
That's right.
protective orders or, the
Financial.
hospital, financial, things like that.
Exactly.
So that's good to know that, it's not just the shelter, but if a lady's safe somewhere, but she still needs that help,
Yep.
Exactly.
So that's awesome to know. So what is, what's one thing that we need the wider public to understand about people in crisis and, when they're at their most vulnerable?
We have to identify and find out what's going on to lead them and guide them into the right direction, into the safe direction, to keep them safe.
Yeah.
And I think listening, so you know what they're going through and what their needs are. Just making sure that you're there to help explain things, because when somebody's going through something really difficult, they're not always hearing everything that's going on around them, right? They're just focusing on, I'm going through this traumatic experience right now. So just listening and making sure that you're being there to offer as much help as you can empathetically.
Yeah.
And meeting them where they are is
Yeah,
just so important.
I think that's important too. I think a lot of times, the world around us, we're busy, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's lives, we're just busy, and information just comes at, you pick up your phone, you got information at the drop of a hat, and just, things are swirling around. So I think it is important. I don't think just in general in society we stop and listen to each other anymore. And so especially if you're going through trauma, just having someone to feel heard and that what your story is and what you have to say matters is important.
Sure.
So true.
And I would think, we're a religious organization, so we come at things, from that standpoint. But just hearing those stories and whether or not they're speaking truth, about their situation. They might be, because they're in trauma, not seeing things for what they are, but getting that out, it does, such good for people to be able to just express, this is what I'm feeling, this is what, and then you are able to speak to them to help guide them, and they maybe be better at listening, and accepting that help. Because I'm sure, I just can't imagine the women that you deal with, they
Children
have
too.
major trust issues.
The children too.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
They've been, abused and things, and by people that they should have been able to trust.
Yeah.
So you've got,
Absolutely.
such a great work that you're doing. So you said you're the only women's abuse shelter in the area. So what is the area you're able to serve?
I mean, Camille, you can help answer that. So we're based out of Washington County. There are other shelters in surrounding areas, but as far as in Washington County, there's Frederick,
Right.
West Virginia, and Chambersburg, but mostly Washington County. But it just depends on the situation.
Okay.
Really, Camille. do you
With
wanna-
Allegheny, like Cumberland, Maryland
Right.
area, they come to us.
They come to, okay.
They come
Yeah,
to us.
because I think they
Baltimore.
only, oh, wow.
Yeah, we get people from Baltimore.
Okay.
Just depends on their situation
Right.
and what's available where they're at.
Okay.
Yeah.
That determines what
So
we
you're
can do
not
to help.
limited to just Washington County.
No.
You do have the ability of,
So-
depending, like you said, on those circumstances
Right.
to help
Yes.
people from other counties and
so
stuff.
what we do is, if they have emergency, we'll talk to the advocate that's at that shelter, and they
that
talk to us.
area.
We do a shelter to shelter exchange, and then they transport them to us.
Okay.
And they still, so what they'll do, they'll use their services, but they'll be safer for us.
Right.
And then we just work together.
Nice, nice. Because I know Cumberland, I think they only have like one shelter for that whole area. So
Okay.
they're probably pretty limited. And there are those areas. It's more rural out. In
That's true.
Cumberland. So just those resources
Yeah.
are limited
Because
there.
we're going to Hancock also out that way.
So what is one way an ordinary person working here in Hagerstown, what's one thing that they can do to make an impact with, with CASA or with people that are struggling from abuse and things?
So we're always looking for volunteers, for one. There's a process that we do have to go through, but
Sure.
if they are feeling inclined to help, then they can fill out an application and volunteer. Donations, of course, Christmas is coming up, so we're always accepting donations for Christmas and things to help out with the shelter. So there's actually a drive going on right now. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Okay.
So we celebrate that all month of October. So right now, Meredith has 2 bins out there for us where they're collecting non-perishable food items and hygiene products for our shelter. So
So do you
anything
have
like that.
do you have case managers that work with each of the ladies? Are they assigned like a caseworker or someone to help them along?
We
And
don't
is that-
actually call them case managers;
Okay.
they're advocates.
Okay.
So when they come in, we have staff there, and we try to make sure everybody have their ladies, so they'll be overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So one might have 3, might have 4. So we split them up, and it depends on the scenario of the case. I might help out with 1 or 2.
Okay.
Depends on the need of that person.
Right.
But I'm always there for any of them if they need something.
Okay. And are the kids able to go to school?
Oh yes.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, for sure.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
because
And they can sign themselves out and go out, look for work,
Mm-hmm.
do whatever it is that they do throughout the day,
Right.
to try to keep themselves going and get back up on their feet. But yeah, they can try to stay as normal as possible, but keep them safe. Of course,
Yeah.
that's the main priority. But
yeah. So I'm sure there's different levels. Of someone coming right in versus someone who's maybe been there with you for a little bit.
Yeah.
So what is do you have an average range of time that women stay in the shelter?
Well, actually, the shelter is like a safe place.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a 30-day safe place. We talk to them about, their safety eggs, safety with them, safety plan with them, planning with them. And like some of them will come in and they'll have their housing voucher, and they just need to be somewhere safe until they
Until
can,
they
go
can
to their
get that.
own- Yeah. And
Okay.
so they'll be in and out sometimes in a couple of days.
Right.
Or it all depends. And if, we just working from there.
Right.
For the 30 days.
But then that's why, not that the shelter part isn't, a priority or important, but you do have all those other services that
Options.
continue
Yeah.
with the women even when they're not in your shelter.
Yes, and we have a social worker, point of contact for schools. So
Okay.
when they come in and we see they have school age kids, some of them say they homeschool their kids, and if they don't, we'll give them her number and she'll contact them. And she actually has them in school like the next day. She's really a good person to help us with the kids.
Awesome. So, so what is? Do you have a statistic of how many women in our area, go through some kind of domestic violence?
That's a good question.
We have a statistic. I didn't
Yeah.
bring it yet. It is one though. If
Okay.
you look under, you can go under CASA under domestic violence. It'll tell you every counties and cities
Okay.
and stuff.
Okay.
If anybody ever wants to look out and
Yeah.
see what's the
Yeah,
numbers.
just wondering, what those numbers
Yeah,
were.
'cause
So
we just
we'll
had
have
the numbers. We just did it
We
a
just
few weeks
did.
ago.
Great. So I really appreciate you coming down here and giving us some of your time. What's one thing that each of you want the public to know? What's one more thing that you think is important for us to know about domestic violence, CASA, the work that you do?
Never stay quiet. Always speak out if something happens. We're here 24 hours, 7 days a week. We never close.
Awesome.
If the need arises, we're here. we're here to offer our support however we can.
Yeah, and your information is on that street guide that blew away from me. If people need that number, that emergency contact number, it's on there.
The hotline number, yeah.
that they can
Hotline
have it.
number.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, ladies, for
Yeah.
coming and
Thank
joining
you
us
for having us.
for Conversation on Events.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
We
Thanks for
appreciate
having
it.
us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day.
Grocery bag delivers more than food. It brings hope right into homes. Each 20-pound bag, handed out by appointment, offers families meals and a little relief during tough seasons. On average, 5 families a day leave with this practical act of care. Over the past 5 years, need has skyrocketed by 213%. And just last year, we distributed 965 bags. Every bag reminds a family that they're not alone and that someone cares. Would you like to make an appointment? Visit our office or call us at 301-739-1165. Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org.
So, I have some statistics here for the state of Maryland that just kind of blows my mind. As we were putting these together, one of our office ladies was like, man, she just didn't realize just different things and statistic wise. So 39% of households cannot afford the basic cost of living in their county. 29% make too much to qualify for public assistance. So that is 162 families in the state of Maryland that don't make enough really to make ends meet. They're struggling with groceries, they're struggling paying rent, they're struggling paying their utilities, but they don't qualify for any type of government assistance to help subsidize that. So here at the Hope Center, we are able to, if you need grocery assistance, we will hand out food bags to families. Once every 30 days, you can come in and get a food bag. We do clothing vouchers, so we can help, instead of spending money on clothes and stuff, you can get a clothing voucher here every 60 days. And so that's some of the ways that we can help those families that, are struggling to make ends meet. It costs about $36,000 a year for a single adult to live in Maryland. But the poverty line, they have at $13,590. Like, that's a huge gap. So, it's not just about homelessness, maybe. It's, about the ability to live and just make ends meet. A lot of us, out there's a lot who are struggling with those things. So it's important for the community to know the resources that are available to them. And, here at the Hope Center, we're just happy that we can help in any way that we can. It's not monetarily, but we certainly can make sure that people don't go hungry. Families can come in and grab a meal at lunch or dinner and have a nice warm place to be to have that meal. So it's not all just the homelessness, but we want to be able to be a resource to our entire community with help and different things. Terry, why don't you come here for a minute? So this is my husband, Terry. He gets the privilege of working with his wife every day. And
It is a privilege.
So, Terry, why don't you tell us what your role here at the Hope Center is?
So I am the superintendent of facilities and programming. So ultimately, I oversee all our properties as well as the programming that happens here. In reference to the men's ministry side, yeah. So we try to facilitate the shelter program, facilitate the foundations program, and yeah, it's pretty much what I do.
It's pretty much what you do. But you don't just run the facilities. Yeah, I'll take that. Here, tell us about the other property that we have that people might not know about.
Yeah, so we got the programs here. We got the shelter program here. We got, but just outside of town here, we have about a 90-acre farm that we. It's split down the middle. Half of it is a youth camp, and half of it we actually farm. And we raise cattle and pigs and chickens and different things, to help offset some of the costs that we have here. There's also a transition house on that property where men, that when they graduate our program, if they're successful and they graduate our program, they can move out to there. It gives them an opportunity to get jobs, get vehicles, get different things so they can, create some kind of stability in their life. Ultimately what we do here with our program is show men that how to be godly men.
And that's the Life Foundation program.
The Foundation's Life Recovery Program, yeah. I mean, ultimately, we would love for every man to know that. But these guys that come into our Foundations program, they commit and they come in broken. They understand that they need something different in their life. And we try to walk them through what Scripture says. Everything we do here is biblical as far as the programming and shelter. So we try to walk them through what the Bible says a man of God would look like. And we want them to conquer their addictions, conquer where they are in life that is not really a great place. And we want to teach them what the Bible says it is to be a man of God and how to live our life. So men can move out there for a period of time, and that's different for each man. It might be a year, it might be 2 years, but it's an opportunity where they can get on their feet, but they still have accountability. We still work with them. We still meet with them. It's just high accountability. Oftentimes. People go through the programs, and without accountability in their life, they, it's easy to fall back into the traps.
Right.
So, it's a good process to continue accountability for guys.
Yeah. So I grew up here in Hagerstown, and my family, I'm connected to the Rushes that started the Hope Center. So I've known about the rescue mission pretty much my whole life. When did you first learn about the rescue mission?
Yeah, well, when you came to work here. So, I wasn't very familiar with any of it. I grew up in Greencastle, which wasn't too far away, but I really wasn't real familiar, other than, our church came in once a month and served a meal. Other than that, I really didn't know anything about it until you came to work here, and obviously God opened my eyes to the many resources and many things that goes on here.
Right. So, what before you started working here, you did do some volunteer work. When I started working here, what is one misconception that you had of the Hope Center or the people we serve? What was one misconception that you had?
Yeah. So, and I, I'm probably not the only person with that notion, but out of ignorance, I thought people that were homeless are, in a better term, they're bums, right? They don't want to work. They don't want to take care of themselves. They don't want to. They made this choice, and this is the choice they made, and they're okay with it. And then once I started volunteering here, I started finding out that that's not always the case.
Right.
And then the more and more I get to talk with people and work with people, and you sit and listen to people and listen to some of their stories, yeah, there are people that just choose this lifestyle, but it's not the majority. And I think that the stigma of homelessness right now in society is that they're people who choose this. They're drug addicts, they're alcoholics. They just don't want to hold a job. They don't want to work. They just want to live off of other people. And I'm just telling you, that's just not the case. Like I said, there are cases, but it's just not everybody. Just like in our shelter right now, we got. I don't
Now,
know.
don't give too much away.
Okay.
You're going to take away from maybe some things that other people are going to talk about. So don't give too much away.
All right. Well, we have guys that a lot of folks that come in here just don't fit them stigmas and ideas of when we drive down our streets and we see somebody on the street, what we typically or what society typically thinks of these folks or thinks why they're there. And like I said, once I come in and I hear the stories and and they're legit stories. They're not they're not just giving me a Bible school answer, right?
Right.
These are real stories, and verifiable stories, and they just don't align up with that thought process that everybody chooses this and everybody's a bum or everybody is just wanting to live off of somebody else, because most of these people that we serve do not want to be in this situation.
Right. So what's one thing that changed your mind about from they're all just bums or whatever to realizing that's not the whole story?
Yeah, just being observant, opening my mind and my heart to them and listening.
So having a conversation,
right?
Not necessarily on a bench, but
right, but
but having those daily conversations with people.
Yeah, because what we kind of tend to do, even as Christians, we get a preconceived notion in our mind of something that we think without really having all the information.
Right.
And then once I really started listening to people and getting the true stories and the real information, it humbled me quickly, to change my thought process on what homelessness is, right? And mental health and drug abuse, it's got to open my eyes.
Right. So when you're driving downtown and you see people hanging out on the streets and stuff, is that homelessness that people are seeing,
Yeah. So no, not all the time. So there's a large, which creates part of the stigma, right? There is here in our community at least, there's a large population of people that have homes. Right? They just hang out on the streets.
They hang out on the streets. And not necessarily doing the best of things.
Not necessarily doing the best things. Right?
Yeah. So just because people are on the street, hanging, loitering, whatever you want to call it, that's not necessarily the face of homelessness, right. or someone who, is just struggling at the moment.
Right. And like I said, typically, we just, most people, or we just categorize them all together without knowing what really the truth is.
You were saying about, it changing your mind because you were having conversations. So how can Hagerstown, how can our community, Washington County, how can we do a better job at listening and giving voices to the poor, to the homeless, to the ones that are just have made that wrong turn? How can we do a better job? What's that look like? Not everybody gets to work here at the Hope Center.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I said, it just boils down to listening to what it really is, and where the needs really exist. It's not everybody that comes in our doors wants money.
Right. Would you say it's sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but would you say it's like, we have social media, and we use social media. I think it's an important tool. It's a good tool, but it can also be a spreader of misinformation. Even news articles and stuff don't necessarily have the whole story. So is it stopping and not just believing everything that you read or see, and actually going to people, coming here, serving a meal, and sitting down and having a meal with someone, and just asking those questions and talk? Do you feel like the homeless community, and at least the ones that we work with every day, are they open to having conversations and sharing with people?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, a lot of these people come from have broken lives, right? There are a lot of trust issues, and ultimately, when you start to listen and develop relationships with people, you get a deeper understanding of what's going on, and again, when you build them relationships, it gives you a better opportunity to meet their needs, right? Because, like I said a few minutes ago, it's not all these folks want money. It's not about the money. It's not about, I just want a panhandle. No, these are people that want their lives back together. This is the people that want housing. Here in Hagerstown, housing is unaffordable. They just need. It's not about even providing that housing for them. It's helping them understand how they can do it on their own.
Right.
And a lot of times when once they hit the point that they're here, it's a deep ditch to dig themselves out of.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Joe. We did an interview with him, and I think we shared it on Facebook one time. And I think he said at the point where you're living outside, you've gone down into this. It's a lot deeper to get out of once you've hit that point. It's harder to get the traction to get back into what we consider, a profitable living situation, sustainable.
Yeah.
So
I go back to, and I think back to some of the stories, and as we develop relationships with these guys, and we talk to them, and I remember I was out in town, and there was a guy sitting outside of Five Guys. And getting all the dirty looks that people would give, because he's a guy sitting along a tree right outside the restaurant, And so I asked him. I said, "Hey," I said, "You want a meal?" And he says, "I would love a meal." And I said, "Why don't you come into the restaurant with me?" So I took him into the restaurant. They weren't very fond of it, but I did take him in, and I sat and I listened to him. And he gave me his story, and he was a painter. He painted all his life, and he had an accident at work. He fell off of a ladder and broke his neck. Through that, obviously, he wasn't able to work during that period, but he ended up losing everything that he had. He had a home, he had a car, he had a career, and he lost it all due to an injury that happened at work, right? That could be me. That could be you. That could be Carmelo. That could be the guys filming it. That could be any of us, right? He didn't choose that to happen to him, but he was sleeping under a bush and having to ask people to get him food just to survive. Well, he didn't choose that lifestyle. He was me.
Yeah.
Before that happened, and that's the hard part is I think we stereotype when we see, and we have that stigma of, because this guy's sitting outside of Five Guys along a tree, that he must be a drug addict, or he must be an alcoholic, or he must be lazy. That's just not always the case. This guy didn't meet any of that criteria.
Yeah. So what's one thing that you would like to see change in Hagerstown or the community in reference to homelessness? We'll give you the hard questions.
Well, without being political.
Yeah, let's not go there.
You give a man a fish today, he eats today. You teach a man to fish, and he eats for a lifetime.
But we have to be willing to take the time to teach.
Yes.
We have to invest time and our talents. Yes, it does take money, but there's your time and your talent to sit down and spend with an individual, showing them, not necessarily how to work. Some of the people have the ability. They have skills that they can go work, but we have to kind of reteach them some things of, along those lines of working, of bank accounts, of different things, and re-educating them on just life skills in general.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Like I said, we can hand them, but we got to be willing to. We got to be able to teach them how to truly have them skills manifested in, or whatever it is, whether it's money management, what it looks like to make a resume, right? We need to take the time, right, and truly invest in what's really needed,
right,
and not just band-aid situations, right?
Yeah,
not just temporary situation or solutions.
Yeah,
we gotta truly help folks develop the tools that's necessary. And I think that's what we try to do here, right? We try to show them through Scripture. Well, it's not that we try to, we do it.
Yeah,
we show them,
we do open Scripture, yes.
We show them through Scripture of how God instructs us to live, and biblical principles on life. And that's what we teach them.
Right, but that's so against what the world teaches, right? So they've been taught for years, and maybe a generational, type thing. Their parents were taught this, their grandparents were taught this, and so it's ingrained in them. Schools teach them this, government teaches them this, and it's not always, the resource that they need.
Right.
But we do know. Jesus Christ is the answer for all things. Doesn't mean life's easy. Doesn't mean you won't have those hard times and trials and struggles. But so just getting them to have that understanding. But it takes time.
It does.
It takes an investment in the person. And that's, I think, one thing we have to remember. This is a person. This is someone's son, someone's daughter, someone's spouse, someone's brother, someone's sister. And, choices that people make, that doesn't necessarily just affect them. It affects, the whole nucleus of a family and a community. And but you don't just write them off because someone made a bad choice or a wrong decision and got stuck in something.
Yeah, so what I try to do, and I didn't necessarily have this attitude when I got here, and I've been a believer most of my life, is that every person that we see that walks in our door, and that guy panhandling for money, and that prostitute on the street, are made in the image of God.
Yeah.
Right? And so God loves them.
Yeah.
And God calls us to love them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
there's not a prerequisite. You have to do this, this, and this for you to be worthy of my time or a conversation.
Yeah. And like I said, and I think especially as believers, right? We need to follow the call that God has given us, and we need to love our neighbors. Throughout Scriptures it tells us, even when we think they don't deserve to be loved, right?
Right.
And unfortunately, that's how a lot of times society looks at the homeless community, is that they don't deserve to be loved. But when you come at it from a standpoint of that this is a child of God, that God created and God loves them, that's what we're called to do as well.
Right, and they're a life and they have value. So, so did we have another gentleman that was going to come here in a second? Not right now? Okay. All right. We don't want to force anybody into conversations. We want to have, open, honest conversations. And I know if you want to come down and not have a conversation, but just stand behind the scenes and check out what's going on, we invite you to come down here to the Hope Center. I'm sure the crew would love, people to come by. Maybe here it is chilly. I don't even have the temperature of what it is outside right now, but it is a cool day. But I'm sure the crew behind the scenes that are working hard would love some coffee, maybe a snack, maybe a Crumpy's donut a little later. Yeah, and they're in my ear. Yes, please. Raph, who is on staff here, and we'll talk to him later, he definitely is in favor of the donuts. So he is from Jersey, and he has been introduced to Crumpy's Donuts, and he is a fan. So, yeah, go Crumpy's. But yeah, Terry here is... Okay, yeah, Terry here is a sweet tea fan, but I think we're going to take a small break here, and we'll be back in just a minute.
At the Hope Center, a simple grocery bag delivers more than food. It brings hope right into homes. Each 20-pound bag, handed out by appointment, offers families meals and a little relief during tough seasons. On average, 5 families a day leave with this practical act of care. Over the past 5 years, need has skyrocketed by 213%. And just last year, we distributed 965 bags. Every bag reminds a family that they're not alone and that someone cares. Would you like to make an appointment? Visit our office or call us at 301-739-1165. Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org.
Don't do camera. I don't want to.
Okay, so we're going to have Malin here in a minute. She's our front office assistant come out and talk with me a little bit about what she does here, what she sees here, and different things. We'll have some visitors from Goodwill coming up here shortly, and we'll be able to talk with them about services that they provide to the community, and so learn some more information. So, okay, great. We're going to run another commercial and be right back.
At the Hope Center, every meal is more than just food. It's a lifeline of hope and compassion. Before each plate is served, a message of God's love is shared, reminding guests that the real hope is found in Christ. We serve faithfully 365 days a year, never missing a single day, because hunger doesn't take a break. Each meal nourishes the body, strengthens the spirit, and offers a fresh start for tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, need has grown by 64%, and just last year, we served over 57,000 meals. Every single plate makes a difference. Want to come eat with us? Our doors lock at 12:30 for lunch and at 7 for dinner. Not hungry but interested in helping? You can donate food to our kitchen Or you can email our volunteer coordinator to find a time to come in and serve. Her email is volunteer@hagerstownhopecenter.com. For more information, visit our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org.
So this is Malin Cologne. She is our front office assistant, and that title is not really a good title for her because she does lots of things. You find working at a nonprofit, we all wear multiple hats, so we get titles, but we don't necessarily stick within the realm of those titles. So Malin, tell us a little bit about what you do here at the Hope Center.
So I work at the front desk. I answer phone calls. I have the opportunity to talk to people as they come in, point them in the right direction. I help with clothing vouchers, food bags. I help Amy with any tasks that she has. I also run our social media, so when you see posts going out, give me a like, give me a heart. But yeah, so just wherever I'm needed, that's what I fill in.
So we have multiple things that we do with the community, helps, supports, and things like that. So what is the range of people that you think that we serve as far as our food bags and our clothing vouchers? Is it just the homeless?
No.
At the
So
Hope
with
Center,
clothing
a
vouchers,
simple
you see a range of families of 6 kids coming in that just need help with clothes for the school year coming up. You see people who have had jobs that just need help in that area. You see a lot of people are homeless as well that come in. But a lot of it is just people that are struggling and just need help in an area so that they're able to pay their rent, be able to pay their bills, be able to pay their mortgages, different things like that. And so they're able to use those services. That way their money can go towards more important and needed things like groceries. With our groceries, the same thing. We see a lot of families come in, a lot of people who have homes. We do see a lot of homeless as well, but really a lot of the community that we see in those 2 outreaches come from low-income families that just need help in those areas.
Right. So how can our community, people that support us, people who maybe have gets a little loud out here. People who maybe have never supported us before, how can they help?
Yeah, so ways that you can help with the food bag, you can donate food to us, you can donate sturdy bags to us, you can come in and volunteer in the food pantry to help make the bags. As far as the clothing vouchers, so all of the clothing vouchers that we get, I don't know if I should look at the camera or you, but I keep bouncing back and forth.
You can bounce back and forth.
But a lot of the way that we do our clothing vouchers is people come in, they get $15, and then they go and spend that money over in our thrift store. So when you donate clothes to our thrift store, you're actually supporting us to be able to keep our clothing vouchers up. So they can go in, they can shop their style, they can shop their size, they can find out what they like, what they don't like. Rather than us just picking out something for them, it gives them that ability to still have dignity and worth and feel comfortable in what they're wearing and confident, because in so many other areas they're not feeling very confident. So to be able to give that back to them, we really enjoy doing that. And so by donating your clothes to the thrift store, you're actually helping us support our clothing voucher system.
Great. So I asked Terry this, when did you first learn about the Hope Center?
So actually, Amy is my aunt, so I learned about it through her. She first was the manager in the sorting room, and when I was in college and I was home just for Christmas break, she asked if I could come in and help. So I did a couple volunteer hours in the sorting room, and then I took a semester off of college, and she asked if I would then jump in. I think at that point you were the administrator. You asked if I would jump in and be part-time at the store. So I jumped in there and then went to full-time and then came over to the admin office. So I first heard about it through you.
Well, that's good. So what misconception did you have about the Hope Center or what we do here, the people we serve?
So I've
If any, maybe you didn't.
I mean, I did. I think we all do. I think we all make misconceptions about things that we never truly learn about. And so we have all these assumptions made up that we've turned into facts and then base off things off that, even though we've never asked about it. I think we've all had that. So I think for me, I grew up in Hagerstown, but I grew up over by Searfoss area, so outside of town, about 10 miles. I never really came into downtown Hagerstown. So I knew about downtown Hagerstown about what people talked about it. So it's full of drugs, full of bad people, full of homelessness. You don't want to go down there. It's trash. It's gross. So I had a lot of misconceptions about Hagerstown, but then I came here and I was able to realize that that's not the true story, which was really awesome to be able to learn about how God is working here in an area that I avoided my whole life. And now I get to work and I get to love on people that he created, and they're all beautiful people, and it's amazing to hear their stories.
And you live within the city limits now too, not
I do,
outside the city limits.
Yeah, now I live 5 minutes from the job.
Now you're right amongst all of us here. So where have you seen God impacting this community?
So many ways. I feel like it's really cool. So I work here with my husband, and I think just seeing how he's grown our marriage to be able to love people more. We have a heart for people, and we want to do missions outside of America at some point, but right now he's called us to missions in America, and I'm just really thankful that we have that opportunity to work together and just see how he's growing our hearts personally, but then how he's growing the people around us is so amazing. Like, we see people's lives transformed. We have men come into our program and they come in, they're not saved, they don't care about God, and then next thing you know, like, they're going to God for everything and their whole lives are transformed. I think for me, working over at the desk, I have a lot of interactions with the women in the community, and I think just being able to talk with them and see, just today, a lady came in, and I've known her for the past 2 years, and watching her come in, and she's in rehab now, and just seeing how her life has been transformed. I don't think that she's saved, but I still think that's God's grace in her life to be able to go from living on the street and struggling with drug abuse to now she's in a program. Now she is healthy. She came in to tell me that she got her ID, and she hasn't had an ID for the 2 years that I've known her. So just like small little ways that God is moving, I think it's really amazing to watch.
Yeah, because, like a lot of our programs are geared towards men, the shelter, the actual foundations program, but we really do offer services and help to everyone in the community, men, women, and children, and have multiple helps that are available, to them. So, it's great. Mm-hmm. Hey, I see someone, and I'm going to ask her if she wants to come say hi. She said, "Oh, don't do that," but I'm gonna because we're just casual here, and
come join.
So we're just gonna, Dude, she's taking our picture.
She is.
But come on over here real quick. You can sit between Malin and I. We'll fit. So this is Mary Kay. Mary Kay works in our sorting room. So this is your opportunity to give a little plug about maybe people wanting to come volunteer, because we need lots of help in our sorting room, right?
Yes, we do need lots of help.
Yeah, so
we have so many treasures to price.
So many treasures to price. It is, when I first started working here, I started in the sorting room, and it is so neat and cool to see the things that are donated. Yes. What's one, out of the many, pick one of the uniquest things that you remember being donated?
Well, some things we don't even know what they are.
Right.
So
True.
There's a unique subject. One person was missing her diamond earrings. She said she put them in the toe of her boot. Well, we never did find those, so that was strange.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like I remember a story of dentures being donated.
Yes.
So we've had dentures.
We did not sell those.
No.
You did?
I think we even had a pair. someone who lost their limb or something, like their leg was donated. Yes, prosthetic. That's the word. I feel like that's come in.
2 weeks ago, we got snake skin.
Got snake skin.
Yes, we did not sell that either.
No.
Why would we? I had a turtle shell. That was no turtle, just
the shell.
I did price that.
Yeah. Well, you never know.
You can get it here.
But yeah, so we do need lots of help in the sorting room to get those items out to our stores.
Absolutely.
And it's a fun place to work. I think it's enjoyable. You get to see the treasures first, and just it's very low key, very laid back, yeah, just enjoyable, and you get to work with some of our men in the program.
Yeah.
So, and we'll talk, again more about that later about the work part of our program. But you get to build relationships that sometimes, us in the office, we don't have that daily, interaction for a couple hours with these men. So you get that opportunity, and so just real quick, I'll let you go because I know your hubby's waiting on you at home. But tell us just one story about working with the men, something that's touched you.
There was someone named Alex who was very grouchy to start out with, and even my grandchildren, he went to heaven already. So I said, "Oh, Alex McIntyre died." They said, "Oh, he was so kind." And I was like, "How did they? So quickly?"
Yeah.
They looked past, the gruffness, and they could see how kind he was.
Yeah.
I call him a pricing machine because he kept those housewares priced.
He kept them priced.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Very hard worker.
Reach out to the office about volunteering in the sorting room, and Mary Kay would love to have you come help her. And she needs to find another pricing machine to pick up where Alex left off. Yes. So thank you for
You're welcome.
for coming over and just saying hey. We appreciate it.
Have a good night.
I will.
Stay
Thank
warm.
you. I will.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you later, Mary Kay. Yeah, so, and we'll talk tomorrow, too, with Michelle. She's our volunteer coordinator, about other ways that you can get involved here. But the sorting room is a fun, cool place that you can do that and be involved. And, she was saying about her grandkids, seeing past Alex's grumpiness and all, and hopefully we'll get maybe a little drop in from some of my grandkids too, but they truly do, if we could look at people the way children look at people, they're just people. And they don't have those judgment, that judgmental.
That childlike faith is what they have.
Characters build up in them yet, they're not prejudiced against different things. And all, and haven't learned that behavior yet. So watching them interact
I love it.
with people is amazing to see it through, a kid's eyes. That's where I think, I've been asking that question, what is the question? Like, how can we make a difference here in Hagerstown? Or what's one thing in Hagerstown we'd like to see change? And maybe it is just for all of us to put on our kids' hats, again, and just see people as people and not have those.
It's cool to see the guys too, because when the guys interact with the kids, it's cool to watch because their tough demeanor kind of softens a whole lot more, and just seeing them interact with the kids, they love the kids. They love being able to talk with them. Rick loves buying Scarlett's candy.
Yeah, she's the candy fiend. She says, yes. So that's a really nice story Mary Kay had. Unfortunately, Alex did just pass here recently, but Alex grew, in this program. He was kind of just a gloomy Gus, like a little Eeyore, kind of almost, right?
Yeah, he liked days.
He liked cloudy days.
If you wanted to see him smile, find him on a cloudy day.
Yeah, but just to watch those transformations happen truly is amazing. So we, invite the community to be able to be a part of that, and come here and volunteer donate, and different things, because we can't do it on our own. We need assistance from the community to do what we do.
Absolutely.
And to be able to be that resource for homelessness in our community with our shelter. We would love to expand. We would love to have a women's ministry, but that takes finances, that takes bodies, that takes volunteers, that takes, all these different things. And so, it's our prayer that God would just move in people to how they can help. Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you, May.
I have some questions for you.
Oh, you have questions for me. Great.
She didn't want me to, but I'm going to ask her.
This is a surprise. I told her I was running the conversation. I was the question asker. But we'll let you go ahead and ask me a couple questions, and then I have another guest here.
What is your coffee order?
My coffee order. So I like coffee with creamer. So I like
hot coffee.
Hot coffee. Oh well. Today and tonight and tomorrow, I would take hot coffee. Sweet cream is my favorite creamer. If you go to Starbucks, I do white chocolate mocha. If you go to Dunkin' Donuts, I like their hot chai tea. So yeah.
What's your favorite snack?
My favorite snack. I don't know if I'm a chip eater. I do like chips. Sour cream and cheddar are probably my favorite chips. I don't know. I like snacks. I don't like gummy. Terry's the gummy person.
You're more
so
salty.
I'm more salty. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. You guys hear it. That's her favorite snack and coffee orders. So.
All right.
Come on by.
Thank you, May. All right, so we have a special guest coming here to talk with us. We love these impromptu drop-ins. This is great.
Anywhere?
Yeah, that's fine.
So we have Jessica here with us. Yay! Hi, Jessica.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I was just popped in and got placed here.
Yay! So Jessica popped in because her husband is helping us with our live stream here, because technology is not my
not mine either.
Go-to forte. So we are happy that him and Steve stepped up to help us out with that.
Absolutely.
But Jessica, tell us where you work and what your role is there.
Well, I'm with the Hagerstown Area Pregnancy Clinic, just 2 streets over. So the executive director there, and we are a medical pregnancy clinic here in Hagerstown, offering free pregnancy testing, ultrasound, client service referrals, post-abortion care, and we're located right next to the abortion clinic.
All right. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because you weren't always right there next to that abortion clinic.
No.
So how long have you been there?
We came over in 2019, so we're going on 6 years.
Okay.
We've been over there, so.
Awesome. And when did you become a medical clinic?
We became a medical clinic in 2005, and so
All right.
we've been around since 1984. We started as a pregnancy resource center, and then we became medical in 2005 and moved over there in 2019. So.
Awesome. So I know... Hi, Steve. I know that since becoming medical, what change have you seen in numbers, as far as saved pregnancies and things like that?
Yeah, well, we're about 2,474 lives that have been impacted by the HAPC, women
Awesome.
who turned from abortion and chose life. So this year, we keep track. This year, we're on track for about 70 girls who came in abortion-minded and changed from abortion to choose life. So we do offer. We're out on the sidewalks on Tuesdays and Thursdays because that's when abortion day is. So being able to be out there, you won't see us holding signs or shouting at girls. We're out there just as a peaceful, prayerful presence, just to say, hey, if you haven't had your pregnancy verified, come in, meet with one of our nurses, get the ultrasound, because it's really important to make sure you have a viable pregnancy before you make any decisions.
Right.
So those are the questions we want to answer. We're donor funded, so it's all at no cost.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so is it your main ministry, of course, is to pregnant girls and things. Do you have aftercare that you give if they choose life and come through, or do you walk with them through their pregnancies? What's that look like?
We do, because we believe nobody should walk alone. So we've partnered with different organizations. Embrace Grace is one of them, where they go through an 11-week Bible study, and at the end of that 11 weeks, they get a big baby shower. We do a lot of follow-ups. We come alongside of them, giving them gifts, gift certificates. We really want to make sure that they're getting plugged into OB care. Because, being medical, we want to make sure they're getting all the medical care that they need.
Yeah.
And we also walk alongside girls who've had abortions,
Yeah.
know, that if they need that post-abortive counseling, because a lot of women, abortion hurts them. I mean, we believe it hurts every woman. And so we want them to know that there's care for them afterwards if they need to go through some post-abortive healing. It's a biblically based study, and really just understand that, you might think you're fine after an abortion, but you can really be free.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's amazing, and some unfortunately don't choose that life,
Right.
but that woman's life is still important to
Yes.
us,
Yes.
and we're not writing her off because of a
Exactly.
decision that she's made. So I think that's great that you still are there for those women,
Yes.
Even though they might have chose different than what we would have chose.
Because most of the time they want to come back to a place that cared for them, and so we want them to know no matter what they've chosen,
Yeah.
God doesn't count them out in His economy, and neither do we.
Yeah,
So.
awesome. So what's maybe one thing that we don't know about HAPC that you think is important that we do know?
Well, just that we're here in the community. I think there are a lot of people that don't know that we're here. The fact that we've been around since 1984. We are an actual medical clinic. Sometimes pregnancy resource centers get labeled as fake clinics. We're actually not one of those. We are a medical clinic that operates under a doctor's license. We have an incredible staff. We just really want to love. We know that if you get the mom, you get the baby. So we want to love on that mom and love on those babies, and that we're not out there holding signs and protesting and shaming anyone, but we're out there really to let that mom know that she has other options.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's difficult for you when
It
you
is.
have people with maybe good intentions, right?
Yes.
And wanting to try to save a life. But they go about it in a different way than what you would, and that gets intermingled.
Yes.
And so there probably is that misconception that you guys are just out there causing trouble, and
we're
you
not.
want peace. We
do.
You don't want arguments or fights or anything,
Right.
and you're not forcing anybody
Right.
to do anything.
Right. That's a big thing. And so I think that just takes having conversations.
Yeah.
Just to say, hey, that's not who we are. We do want to help. We want women to know that abortion isn't the only option.
Right.
And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So.
And I know Malin has sent some ladies over. We
Yes.
get ladies that come in, like she said, that come in, and again, we're a men's shelter, but we do care about all in our community, and so if we can point them to the directions of different resources, we want to help do that. And HAPC is one, and sometimes we get donations of like baby food or diapers in that, and we'll give out if we know of people, but you may be a better resource for that, or you can tell us what a better resource to do those types of things is.
Absolutely. And I think that's the thing. We really want to partner with wraparound services, especially ones that are focused on the gospel, because I think that's what's missing, is these women and men are feeling like there's no hope. And really that hope can be found in Jesus.
Absolutely.
And so that's what we weave into all of our conversations is the gospel, that there's something better and bigger that they can cling to than the things that they're trying over and over and over again, because unfortunately we do see a lot of repeat clients, and so trying to that song "Looking for Love in All the Wrong Places," and so we want them to be pointed to the main source of that love, and that's hope in Jesus.
Yes, because we
thank
can
you.
be a stubborn group of people, right? Us humans.
Maybe,
So.
maybe. Don't ask my husband.
Right. Well, I really appreciate you
well,
stopping by and
thank you.
impromptu. We like that. and just telling us a little bit more about HAPC and who you really are and
Thank
what
you.
you're doing, and it's great work.
Well,
and,
thank you for the work that you do too.
Yes. Well, we're glad to be here.
Absolutely.
And like you said people don't know about you and the resources. You've been here since '84.
Mm-hmm.
We've been here since '55, and people still don't know who we are.
Right.
So having
you're
these
doing a great work,
conversations
so-
is good.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I hope this
All right.
goes well.
All right. Thanks, Jessica.
Our recovery program is where brokenness meets new life. Men are worn down by addiction and hardship, but through Christ-centered teaching, accountability, and community, they begin to discover freedom, purpose, and a fresh start. This is not a quick fix. It's a 13-month plus journey that builds stability, strengthens faith, and sparks lasting change. Over the years, 50 men have graduated, each one a living testament to God's transforming power. The recovery program is where chains fall away and hope takes hold. Interested in joining the program? It is completely free, no insurance needed. Just fill out our application and send it to one of our advisors. All the information can be found at our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. Want to get involved? Call our office today to find out how. 301-739-1165. At the Hope Center, our shelter is more than a roof. It's a place where safety meets new beginnings. Every bed offers rest, renewal, and a reminder that someone cares. Open 365 days a year, we provide cozy bedding, essential hygiene items, and nourishing meals, giving our guests the space to focus on rebuilding their lives. Over the past 5 years, the need has soared nearly 79%, and just last year, we filled over 18,000 beds. Here, hope takes root, lives are transformed, and every day brings a fresh start. Are you in need of shelter? Visit our shelter today at 4 p.m. to see if we have any available beds. Not in need, but want to help? We have positions available if you would like to volunteer or work in our shelter. We also are always in need of hygiene products, towels, and sheets. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org.
At Horizon Goodwill, what your role is?
So my name is Britt. I'm the Recovery Housing Navigator for Horizon Goodwill. So I do all of the housing navigation for our recovery houses here, and also I do pretty much all of the adults in the community for housing navigation.
All right. And Matthew?
So I'm the Director of Human Services for the Central Region for Horizon Goodwill.
Okay.
So that includes starting here in Washington County, stretching over into the Panhandle of West Virginia. I forgot the name of the
that's
state,
all right.
So.
That's all right. Yeah. So what comes under, because I was trying to look up a little bit, do some of my own education on you, Matthew, but so what all comes under that job title?
Sure.
Like, what's that look like?
Well, so we have, we've kind of gone with a hub model, right?
Okay.
At HCI2 is kind of our flagship, our center there on 200 North Prospect Street, just down the street from you guys.
Yeah.
We kind of try to make it a one-stop shop. So there's some programs that are not under me that are part of the workforce development team.
Mm-hmm.
So they do paid work training, vocational case management. They work a lot with the Department of Rehabilitative Services. They work with a lot of people taking referrals for that employment component.
Okay.
But under me is the Health Hub. That is a partnership with Meredith. So
Right.
they have a primary care physician there that sees people. They will charge health insurance if you have it, but it's not prohibitive kind
Okay.
of feature. And then all of our housing services, including our recovery housing services. So we have 2 recovery houses in Hagerstown, a men's Wolf's Place, or a men's recovery house. And
Okay.
then Faye's Place is our female recovery house. we do have a number of youth shelters in Hagerstown as well. So housing defines youth as from 16 to 24.
All right.
So that's our age group that we work with for low barrier housing there.
And that would be more of like a shelter.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So your recovery program isn't necessarily shelter. That's coming out of like an addiction program.
Yes.
So it's a 30-day, usually what we try to aim for, we try to meet people where they're at. Every case is different.
Sure.
I'm sure you know everybody's journey is different. But typically what we see is once someone comes out of an inpatient facility or is no longer in critical detox is what we're looking for.
Right.
So, they can detox to the crisis unit, they're at Meritus and can call us after that, or if they're in a 30-day inpatient, and we do the transitional housing model. So it is kind of meant to be a safe spot for people to reintegrate back into the community in a sober living environment. So they do have a counselor on staff. They have 2 case managers. They have Britt to help with housing outside of the recovery house. So it's a little bit more relaxed and structured, though.
Right.
Kind of that in between where I think a lot of services. We do have a good bevy of services now, but I think for a long time that was lacking. The in between rehab and back to a straight up life. So.
Yeah, because you can go to rehab and detox, like you said, but doesn't necessarily mean you've beat your addiction.
Sure.
Right.
And you're ready to go out and have your own apartment.
Right. So because our statistics have shown, it's like 5 years after, you've gone through that that you have. In 5 years, it's an 80% chance that you won't relapse, into addictions and things like that. So that recovery programs are very important.
Yes,
and having those transitional, homes. I didn't realize. See, look, I'm learning. I like this, and that's what this is really all about. Is learning resources that are available to our community and things. So tell us a little bit about the transitional housing that you have.
So, like Matthew said, we have a men's house and a women's house. So what we do is we try to cover them from beginning to end, right? So we're doing an interview, we're making sure they're a good fit for our house, we're allowing them to stay there, and then I come in when they're ready to go and we figure out where is going to be best for them. Is another transitional house going to be better? Are they ready to have their own apartment? Do they need a roommate situation?
Nice.
That kind of thing.
Nice. So, and then do you also offer like that housing assistance to just someone on the street?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. We will set up an interview process. It's always a process, but I think one of the big the purpose statements that Horizon Goodwill has is meeting people where they're at and helping them get to where they want to be.
Okay.
So that expression in the recovery houses has been very much to kind of take into consideration we try to stay away from one set model, because then that will create a barrier for people coming in. So we do work a lot with a lot of the local kind of treatment centers and IOPs and everything like that. So there's a good referral network, but we're always looking to build more.
Well, I know Goodwill has helped several of our guys after they've graduated the program. Some of our guys in the shelter, they've come over and had case managers at Goodwill and things that have helped them find that housing and get that, next step. So, the community partnership is important because, I don't think one person could do everything for everybody. So it's good to have those partnerships. So tell me a little bit more about your vocational, like the job training part that you do with the community.
Yeah, so that is, I'm going to be speaking for other people outside. But it is a very important part. I think it's part of the heritage of Goodwill in general, but also kind of what we're actively doing. So it kind of in the same style of where someone off the street might look for housing assistance. They come in, they do the application. Within 5 days, we call them for an intake. And that's the same whether you're looking for housing or for workforce development. And then the workforce development team will have a intake with them to go over their history. They'll work on an individualized development plan with them that kind of lays out their goals, but also kind of peels back maybe some of the barriers that they're going to have.
Right.
They're going to go through the specifics, like, do you have a valid ID? Do we need to work on that before you can get a path to a place to work? So they're all very expert in that kind of trying to get to all the root causes that maybe sometimes people don't necessarily know is
Right.
going to create a barrier until they get there.
They
and then
get there and they're like,
discouraged.
"Oh,
Yes.
yeah."
So they kind of stay ahead of that. They do resume building. They do classes with people. Like I said, they're a vendor for the Department of Rehabilitation Services, so they will work with people with disabilities or maybe barriers to having a job and try to get placement and kind of work on accommodations for them, seeing what does work for them. It's a really creative team. They do have a paid work training program as well, so it's a 90-day paid work training program that is at some of our locations. So that's an internal program for us at Horizon Goodwill. So the idea is if they have an open sales position at the South End store, that we could potentially path a paid work training participant there, and for 90 days, then we can say, you have built these soft skills of job having skills. You now have a reference. You've seen what it's all like. And our case managers kind of stay with them through that whole process.
Right.
It's very useful for a lot of people. I think, especially with a lot of our reentry folks, sometimes there's, it's just reacclimating to kind of everyday activities and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you also have that the playground. Am I calling it the right thing?
The heavy metal
playground.
So
it's not music.
No, yeah. Although it is a really, really cool thing. They have it up at our corporate center, which is off of Pennsylvania Avenue up towards the airport. It looks so cool because it's a bunch of people out there who they teach them how to work these construction equipment. I don't even know what they're called.
So maybe you need to go out there, right? Say, I need to go through the training program so I just understand.
So they do work. It's an outside agency that does that program, but we partner with them for the space. So it is a really wonderful program that, again, is kind of aimed at helping people find employment and get those skills to be able to launch into a well-paying job.
Right. So tell us a little bit more about the Health Hub.
Sure.
Like hours and different things.
Yeah. So Lori is our nurse practitioner who's usually there. She's there from 8 a.m. to about 3:30 p.m. is whenever she leaves. I think 3:34. If somebody comes in late, she's going to stay with them late. It functions as primarily a primary care office. We kind of saw whenever it first opened up, we saw a lot of new patients, a lot of patients that were coming kind of with that in-between urgent care, primary care. Maybe they can't get into an appointment. Maybe health insurance is a barrier. So our staff do sit down with them, do the intake form. It's very brief in consideration for intake forms.
Right.
And then again, this is a partnership through Meritus. So it's Lori is a Meritus nurse practitioner. But what we've seen in the past year or so is that people are often now returning to this as using it as a primary care office where they build a relationship with her. And there are some limitations versus like a true doctor's office or urgent care. And she's going to refer them up if they need to. We work closely with Walnut Street, and they're a good primary care office for us. And they've really done a lot with their street outreach recently. As a little secret in town that they've gotten so good at it. I'm very proud of them. It's great to work with. Lori's dedicated. She's, she cares about people so much. She'll see anybody for anything, and kind of refer them out from there. She's very responsible. So I really am encouraged that we have good staff members and good working relationships.
And that's important too for the community to have that. So it kind of alleviates everybody going to urgent care or to the emergency room when it's not necessarily an urgent care emergency room.
Right.
Whatever, condition that they're dealing with.
Right.
So having that here is very important, and I know we refer, a lot of our guys over to utilize that service.
Huge
and
asset, for sure.
Yeah.
I think that they one of my biggest things in general is that we just need a larger menu of options for persons. So that's what we're trying to provide, another option. We're not saying that it's going to fit everybody every time, but if it's something that doesn't have as many barriers, is able to come in and people are able to access that care, that's what we're after.
Because we do have Walnut Street down here. We have QCI, that does things. So, but again, we need multiple community partners helping because it's a big population. I know, I think our pit count was like 217, 270 something on one given
Right.
point in time.
Yes.
So pit count, just so that you all know, you might hear that a lot, and that it's called a point in time count. And in January every year, all the community that works with the homeless community, the partners, we try to capture as many homeless and identify as many homeless individuals as we can. It helps the state with, giving out some grant money to different partners and things like that, and resources to that. So just because we counted 217 or 270 or whatever it is, I feel like there's more than that. That's just the number of people on that given day that we were able to count. So
that, there's been a lot of commentary over over how effective those counts are. But I think that we have a close local homeless coalition.
Mm-hmm.
One of the features that a lot of us use is the homeless information management system,
right?
Or homeless management information system. I always get that mixed up, HMIS. But we can add people to our coordinated entry list.
Yeah.
So that coordinated entry list, I think at our last homeless coalition meeting, had 824 names on it.
Yeah.
I think so, and those are all the people who are identified at various stages of homelessness, who are in need of some sort of permanent
service.
housing.
Yeah.
So sometimes I think back and I sit back and I'm like, we can't house 800 people. So that's where I talk about the bigger menu of options.
Right.
Just making sure that we strengthen and expand services.
Yeah.
And just making sure that we're trying to touch on everybody as low barrier as possible.
Yeah. So, and I know, Reach will be opening up here soon. And Jess is actually going to come talk to me here later. And, but yeah, there's not enough resources, right?
Yeah.
I think we can all agree to that.
Yeah.
And trying to identify what resources are needed and prioritize that.
Yeah.
So housing is definitely, a major resource. And like I was saying, there's a lot of people we serve, and I'm sure you do as well, that aren't necessarily homeless.
Right.
They just, they're on the verge though.
Yes.
Like they're paycheck to paycheck, and it might not be bad management.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things that go into all of our lives. And like Terry said, we could be one injury away from from not being able to pay our bills. So we have to, do what we can as a community to help support each other. Community is important. Give me a story of restoration that you've seen in your career.
So I've only been with Horizon Goodwill for a little bit less than back in April. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know how many months that is.
Yeah, right.
But I've really kind of really been intrigued by our youth services. Just like what you're talking about. Sometimes whenever you get technical, the definition of homelessness comes up a lot whenever you're talking about in HUD terms. And that is a little bit widened for youth. So we're able to do a little bit more for youth at times with our youth shelters and kind of consider like couch surfing as homelessness and that sort of thing. But we did house a youth that has been with us for a long, long time. We worked with the Housing Authority to get it done. They have an apartment and subsidy, had a job. There's a lot of assertive case management that we've done working with this person. But I kind of had a little bit of an avenue where I could kind of refer them. And they kind of came up on their own end. They got a better job, higher paying. I was like, wow, congratulations. So it kind of reinforced my belief that as you walk with people towards success, they're going to come at it with their own success as well. And I did get a little bit emotional the other day because they said, I'm not homeless anymore. I've been staying in the shelter for a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exciting. And sometimes that's just what people need, right? That helping hand to make this step.
Yes.
And then they're like,
here's
I made that step. Like, all right. Now, I can do it. Yeah. So how about for you, Britt?
So I've had like a lot of really great successes. I've been working with some of the guys here who have some barriers that have prevented them from getting housing for 25 years.
Right.
And with working together and kind of figuring out what options are going to work for them and where we can send them to get these barriers down, these guys are going to be housed. Like this gentleman who I'm thinking of in particular is going to be housed soon. So I think that that's just really great, and you build like really meaningful relationships with them.
Yeah.
So that's a success to me too.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's how we come at it, right? We think that any way that we're going to be able to help someone is by first building that relationship and having that personal investment, in them as a human being and as a person, and seeing value in their life, and letting them know, yes, we are here for you. Yeah. We all struggle. We all have things in our past that we're not proud of, right? Yeah. And it doesn't have to hold us back,
right?
And there are a lot of barriers to different people, and I said earlier, we had a gentleman stay here one time. He says, once you are homeless, like it makes just this even bigger barrier to getting back on your feet. And so like he struggled and tried not to become homeless, but then once that happened, he's like, like now I'm really done for. You need an address to put on an application. You need an address to, all these different things. And so he said, just the fact of losing housing is a huge issue. So I know. Does Goodwill do the address, like the mailing thing, or that's just Reach and PC?
Reach. So we try not to repeat things that other people are doing too. So Reach does it right down the street. So we do have like lockers for some people sometimes that we can utilize for some of our participants that are working with us. But there is a mail program at Reach that's very successful and helps a lot of people. So let them do it. We'll work in path and coordination. Yep. We're not trying to ever kind of reinvent the wheel or anything like that. But I always think about there's I come from the mental health world kind of originally, and there's this philosophy is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? So it's like a food pyramid, and there at the bottom, at the very base of it, is your sense of security, and your housing is where a lot of people put that. So you can't work on yourself going forward until you kind of address your sense of security, where you're going to go. So it's like the housing first approach, kind of meeting people to try and get them into a place of security, where then they can work on a lot of their emotional needs, a lot of their educational needs, and everything else, and build towards self-actualization. It's a very that has really kind of been a background thought in my mind constantly.
Well, I'm sure that background in mental health is such a huge benefit. We want to bring awareness to that as well. Drug addiction, mental health is a major problem, right?
Right.
And sometimes one is because of the other.
Sure.
But people just need that help, and how to, maybe they've never been taught how to deal with stressors in their lives. And so, I think I just wish mental health wasn't such a challenge to get, help. I've dealt with some mental health issues myself, and, the cost of it, and just the hoops you have to jump through to get into a doctor's office and things.
A 6-month long wait.
So it's counterintuitive to like it's so important to our society, to all of us. I mean, we all probably struggle with anxiety or depression at some level, right? Some of us more than others. But to get that help that you need, and for it to not be such a huge stigma either. Just because you have a mental health diagnosis, it's okay. It's okay. There's probably more people than you realize who are living everyday lives with that same diagnosis as you. And, you shouldn't be ashamed of that. And it's just something that you have to work through. So, but I'm sure that background helps you in dealing with the community that you deal with.
I think there's a lot of kind of soft skills that no one really kind of talks or knows about, that I think a lot of good workers in our position kind of learn, or very quickly learn.
Yeah.
About de-escalating people, about it's our job to calm more crisis than we create.
Yes.
So it's kind of trying to meet people where they're at, and sometimes you gotta take your ego out of it. It's not me fixing you. It's not us helping you necessarily. It's we're just standing there while you're getting there too. You're making the choice to get better. So true, if somebody's not getting it from me, we work as a team.
Right.
Like, Britt, can you talk to them and see if you have better kind of effect with them? And we have to understand that if you're out here all night, and you don't have anything, you're already kind of at a crisis a little bit. So I would say it's not necessarily a prerequisite. We have that free breakfast program during the week, and I always say to people, it's not a prerequisite that somebody be grateful to be fed right now.
Yeah.
We're going to meet them. We're going to provide this consistent service and engage with them, and try to hopefully go from there. If all anybody comes is that they come in and get breakfast, then they got breakfast.
Right.
Great job.
That's wonderful,
that's all
right?
Do.
Yeah. They have a full belly for
Exactly.
for the morning. Yeah, absolutely. And our guys do that as well. Somebody might work better with Carmelo than with Terry, so they connect or don't have a connect, just different personalities, right?
Yes.
All that way. And again, even with our meal service, lunch and stuff, somebody might be just very angry and upset okay, they're going to have the attitude they're going to have, but we don't have to play into it.
Sure.
But we're going to give them the things that they need, so we all have bad days.
Yeah.
For sure.
We all have bad days. So some of us don't get, put down upon or because of this. But so what's one thing that you would want people to better understand about the homeless community or just the community in which we serve?
I am someone who's chronically online a little bit. So, seeing a lot of comments on social media really dishearten me sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the reverse. Sometimes I see people really kind of trying to fight the good fight and help people. But I really I don't always believe sometimes that it's necessarily as much of a choice, or somebody's choosing to be homeless, or somebody's choosing to be addicted to drugs or something. There are times where people aren't quite ready to enter into recovery, or to be housed, or to stick with the things that they need to. Sure, absolutely. But I think that it's not looking at somebody and just assuming that they created this is their mess. In today's economy, it's like you said, it's one injury away. Kind of. It's a predicament for everybody. So I wish that people kind of assumed compassion instead of assuming blame.
Right.
To persons that they might encounter. And yes, it may make them uncomfortable. They may not smell great. They may not look great. They may not speak great to them. But I think that assuming compassion will take you much longer. Or much farther. And I wish that everybody kind of practiced that a little bit better, because I think that people would be less stressed out whenever they come in for services, feel less attacked. So.
Yeah, we all have a story.
Yeah, sure.
Right? And there's different things that we've grown up with or were around in our community or whatever that make us who we are today. And you don't get necessarily pick the family that you grow up in, right? And or where you go to school, or what neighborhood you're in or community you're in. But those things can play into the individual that you become.
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, not necessarily by your choice, but just it is what it is. But everybody is a life and has value. And how would we want people to talk to us or think of us at our worst?
That's what I was thinking too. There's still a person. And everybody has something, but if you treat them like a human being, it's going to be a better day for them, or whatever, So.
And I think that listening, so this conversation, this is how we grow, and this is how we can find help for people,
Sure.
you know, and be a help to people
Yeah.
is by sitting down and having open conversations.
Yeah.
And we may not see everything
Yeah.
100% eye to eye,
Yeah.
you know, and that's, you know, it's okay.
Sure.
Right.
But we can be civil always to each other and, you know, and treat each other with
Yeah.
that human dignity and respect.
Yeah, I think we can be very collaborative.
Yes.
You know, I'm all about effectiveness.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna work with everybody to get the goal achieved.
Yeah.
So, whatever that takes, with whoever it takes, and I think that we do play well for the most part in our area, and I think that you know, we're having a lot of conversations right now about homelessness, about you know, in our local community, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to exactly what you're doing here, introducing yourself and what you do, and kind of getting more buy-in from our community about that, and more understanding. You know, people have a lot of thoughts and ideas, a lot of concerns, a lot of worries, and I'm not disregarding those. You know, we want to be safe, we want to be happy, we want to be healthy, but we want to take everybody to that level as much as we can. So, you know, and I think that there's a good opportunity to grow services, and you know, and ask for more and get more, and you know, kind of have a lot more effectiveness. Exactly. Treating this.
Well, I so appreciate you both coming and talk with me. I have one more question before I let you go.
Yes.
Any update on the grocery store?
Soon.
Okay.
So they did post. They're hiring for a grocery store manager.
Okay.
So if that tells
So
you
they're
anything,
hiring, then we're getting
that's
there.
Public. That's on the website.
All right.
So if anybody's interested,
Okay.
qualified. But that's not. That's not.
I know that's not under your
but we'll benefit.
Whole
from
other
it. It'll be
thing,
great.
but yes.
So I'm very, very excited, and it does look more and more complete every day. So,
Good.
They're working hard in there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Very loudly.
Loudly.
They're doing great. They're doing great.
So if somebody needs to find out more about job training or some of your services, what's the best way?
So it's, Horizon Goodwill. No, is it Goodwill, HorizonGoodwill.org?
HorizonGoodwill.org.
Yes. So we do have our for anyone interested in services, one thing that they can do if they have internet access at any time, under our careers page is our program participant, and that's how we path people into our service. So we house that there since it's already good to go, and it'll go through the program options that you can apply for. So, and we'll give you a call within 5 days and get you set up for an intake.
Awesome.
So,
Awesome. Well, thank you so much again for coming down.
Thank
you.
And sitting with me on the bench for a little bit.
Of course.
All
Thanks for
right.
having us. Very exciting time.
Roof. It's a place where safety meets new beginnings. Every bed offers rest, renewal, and a reminder that someone cares. Open 365 days a year, we provide cozy bedding, essential hygiene items, and nourishing meals, giving our guests the space to focus on rebuilding their lives. Over the past 5 years, the need has soared nearly 79%, and just last year, we filled over 18,000 beds. Here, hope takes root, lives are transformed, and every day brings a fresh start. Are you in need of shelter? Visit our shelter today at 4 p.m. to see if we have any available beds. Not in need, but want to help? We have positions available if you would like to volunteer or work in our shelter. We also are always in need of hygiene products, towels, and sheets. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple $15 clothing voucher does more than provide clothes. It offers a fresh start and a hand of care. Guests use their vouchers to shop our thrift store, picking items that meet their needs and help them feel confident as they face life's challenges. Over the past 3 years, the number of people we've helped has grown by 148%. Last year alone, over 3,500 individuals received assistance. Each voucher is a practical way to show compassion, reminding every person that they are seen, valued, and supported. One small voucher can make a difference and spark hope for the journey ahead. Visit our office and bring an ID or something with your name on it to get a voucher today. Want to help keep this program running? Continue to donate your clothes to our thrift store. We would not be able to give if you didn't give first. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple grocery bag delivers more than food. It brings hope right into homes. Each 20-pound bag, handed out by appointment, offers families meals and a little relief during tough seasons. On average, 5 families a day leave with this practical act of care. Over the past 5 years, need has skyrocketed by 213%. And just last year, we distributed 965 bags. Every bag reminds a family that they're not alone and that someone cares. Would you like to make an appointment? Visit our office or call us at 301-739-1165. Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, every meal is more than just food. It's a lifeline of hope and compassion. Before each plate is served, a message of God's love is shared, reminding guests that the real hope is found in Christ. We serve faithfully 365 days a year, never missing a single day, because hunger doesn't take a break. Each meal nourishes the body, strengthens the spirit, and offers a fresh start for tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, need has grown by 64%, and just last year, we served over 57,000 meals. Every single plate makes a difference. Want to come eat with us? Our doors lock at 12:30 for lunch and at 7 for dinner. Not hungry but interested in helping? You can donate food to our kitchen, or you can email our volunteer coordinator to find a time to come in and serve. Her email is volunteer@hagerstownhopecenter.com. For more information, visit our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, our recovery program is where brokenness meets new life. Men are worn down by addiction and hardship, But through Christ-centered teaching, accountability, and community, they begin to discover freedom, purpose, and a fresh start. This is not a quick fix. It's a 13-month plus journey that builds stability, strengthens faith, and sparks lasting change. Over the years, 50 men have graduated, each one a living testament to God's transforming power. The recovery program is where chains fall away and hope takes hold. Interested in joining the program? It is completely free, no insurance needed. Just fill out our application and send it to one of our advisors. All the information can be found at our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. Want to get involved? Call our office today to find out how. 301-739-1165. At the Hope Center, our shelter is more than a roof. It's a place where safety meets new beginnings. Every bed offers rest, renewal, and a reminder that someone cares. Open 365 days a year, we provide cozy bedding, essential hygiene items, and nourishing meals, giving our guests the space to focus on rebuilding their lives. Over the past 5 years, the need has soared nearly 79%, and just last year, we filled over 18,000 beds. Here, hope takes root, lives are transformed, and every day brings a fresh start. Are you in need of shelter? Visit our shelter today at 4 p.m. to see if we have any available beds. Not in need, but want to help? We have positions available if you would like to volunteer or work in our shelter. We also are always in need of hygiene products, towels, and sheets. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple $15 clothing voucher does more than provide clothes. It offers a fresh start and a hand of care. Guests use their vouchers to shop our thrift store, picking items that meet their needs and help them feel confident as they face life's challenges. Over the past 3 years, the number of people we've helped has grown by 148%. Last year alone, over 3,500 individuals received assistance. Each voucher is a practical way to show compassion, reminding every person that they are seen, valued, and supported. One small voucher can make a difference and spark hope for the journey ahead. Visit our office and bring an ID or something with your name on it to get a voucher today. Want to help keep this program running? Continue to donate your clothes to our thrift store. We would not be able to give if you didn't give first. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple grocery bag delivers more than food. It brings hope right into homes. Each 20-pound bag, handed out by appointment, offers families meals and a little relief during tough seasons. On average, 5 families a day leave with this practical act of care. Over the past 5 years, need has skyrocketed by 213%. And just last year, we distributed 965 bags. Every bag reminds a family that they're not alone and that someone cares. Would you like to make an appointment? Visit our office or call us at 301-739-1165. Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, Every meal is more than just food. It's a lifeline of hope and compassion. Before each plate is served, a message of God's love is shared, reminding guests that the real hope is found in Christ. We serve faithfully 365 days a year, never missing a single day, because hunger doesn't take a break. Each meal nourishes the body, strengthens the spirit, and offers a fresh start for tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, need has grown by 64%, and just last year, we served over 57,000 meals. Every single plate makes a difference. Want to come eat with us? Our doors lock at 12:30 for lunch and at 7 for dinner. Not hungry but interested in helping? You can donate food to our kitchen, or you can email our volunteer coordinator to find a time to come in and serve. Her email is volunteer@hagerstownhopecenter.com. For more information, visit our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, our recovery program is where brokenness meets new life. Men are worn down by addiction and hardship, but through Christ-centered teaching, accountability, and community, they begin to discover freedom, purpose, and a fresh start. This is not a quick fix. It's a 13-month-plus journey that builds stability, strengthens faith, and sparks lasting change. Over the years, 50 men have graduated, each one a living testament to God's transforming power. The recovery program is where chains fall away and hope takes hold. Interested in joining the program? It is completely free, no insurance needed. Just fill out our application and send it to one of our advisors. All the information can be found at our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. Want to get involved? Call our office today to find out how. 301-739-1165. At the Hope Center, our shelter is more than a roof. It's a place where safety meets new beginnings. Every bed offers rest, renewal, and a reminder that someone cares. Open 365 days a year, we provide cozy bedding, essential hygiene items, and nourishing meals, giving our guests the space to focus on rebuilding their lives. Over the past 5 years, the need has soared nearly 79%, and just last year, we filled over 18,000 beds. Here, hope takes root, lives are transformed, and every day brings a fresh start. Are you in need of shelter? Visit our shelter today at 4 p.m. to see if we have any available beds. Not in need but want to help? We have positions available if you would like to volunteer or work in our shelter. We also are always in need of hygiene products, towels, and sheets. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple $15 clothing voucher does more than provide clothes. It offers a fresh start and a hand of care. Guests use their vouchers to shop our thrift store, picking items that meet their needs and help them feel confident as they face life's challenges. Over the past 3 years, the number of people we've helped has grown by 148%. Last year alone, over 3,500 individuals received assistance. Each voucher is a practical way to show compassion, reminding every person that they are seen, valued, and supported. One small voucher can make a difference and spark hope for the journey ahead. Visit our office and bring an ID or something with your name on it to get a voucher today. Want to help keep this program running? Continue to donate your clothes to our thrift store. We would not be able to give if you didn't give first. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple grocery bag delivers more than food. It brings hope right into homes. Each 20-pound bag, handed out by appointment, offers families meals and a little relief during tough seasons. On average, 5 families a day leave with this practical act of care. Over the past 5 years, need has skyrocketed by 213%. And just last year, we distributed 965 bags. Every bag reminds a family that they're not alone and that someone cares. Would you like to make an appointment? Visit our office or call us at 301-739-1165. Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, every meal is more than just food. It's a lifeline of hope and compassion. Before each plate is served, a message of God's love is shared, reminding guests that the real hope is found in Christ. We serve faithfully 365 days a year, never missing a single day, because hunger doesn't take a break. Each meal nourishes the body, strengthens the spirit, and offers a fresh start for tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, need has grown by 64%, and just last year, we served over 57,000 meals. Every single plate makes a difference. Want to come eat with us? Our doors lock at 12:30 for lunch and at 7 for dinner. Not hungry but interested in helping? You can donate food to our kitchen, or you can email our volunteer coordinator to find a time to come in and serve. Her email is volunteer@hagerstownhopecenter.com. For more information, visit our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, our recovery program is where brokenness meets new life. Men are worn down by addiction and hardship, but through Christ-centered teaching, accountability, and community, they begin to discover freedom, purpose, and a fresh start. This is not a quick fix. It's a 13-month-plus journey that builds stability, strengthens faith, and sparks lasting change. Over the years, 50 men have graduated, each one a living testament to God's transforming power. The recovery program is where chains fall away and hope takes hold.
Okay, so I have David and Neil here with me, and from what I understand, you guys are staying with us here in the shelter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you can take turns answering the same questions, or I can alternate between you. But my first question would be, tell me your story. Tell me about yourself.
I was born in Waterloo, Iowa, and I went to high school there, Catholic high school. I worked a lot of odd jobs out of high school, and then I repositioned to Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay.
And I was in Des Moines, Iowa for about 6 months working at a restaurant, and I got a job with a power line company. Mm-hmm. And so they sent me to West Virginia and Kentucky and Indiana. So I was sick of the road, so I came here for a girl, and she kicked me out, and so now I'm here at Hope.
Okay. So do you are you still working for the power company? You're no longer working for the power company?
Nope. I have 2 jobs right now.
Okay.
So I'm working steady.
Wow.
Yep.
2 jobs.
Yep.
2 part-time jobs, 2 full-time jobs?
2 part-time.
2 part-time jobs?
Yeah,
Okay.
2 full-time jobs get hard to swing.
That would be. It would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, David, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, well, I'm originally from Prince George's County.
Okay.
And I have a clothing line in the mall in Greenbelt, Maryland. And I'm also known as a musician in Greenbelt, Maryland. And I do odd jobs. I do construction as well, like him. And that's what brought us together. And he will be working with me doing construction
Soon.
in Hagerstown.
Okay.
We're doing construction. We're remodeling the house next to my church, Trinity Church. Lutheran Church, which we donate food here to the Hope Mission every Sunday. We've been doing it before I became homeless. We were donating food here, and now I'm homeless, and we still donate food, and I'm still going to Trinity Church.
Wonderful.
Yes, I see
Wonderful. So, what led you to become homeless and without a place to stay?
Well, the prices went up on the rent, and we had a certain amount of time to pay the rent, and actually a lot of people made complaints about Valley Properties, but I like Valley Properties. I know people that are staff members there, but we couldn't afford the payments for Valley Properties, and it caused me, my wife, and my son to separate for a little while until we hopefully figure out the situation.
So where's your wife and son now?
She's with friends and good friends and family members.
Good.
So they're secured, and he's still going to school, and I'm still bringing food to them and taking care of my family. And right now, I met a good friend here. I met a lot of good friends at the Hope Mission.
Good.
And I have a lot of good recommendations for Hope Mission. I thank you guys for everything you've done for me.
Good. So, what's your greatest obstacle do you see finding another place to stay or full-time work?
Yeah, I can answer that.
Okay.
My biggest obstacle right now, like I said, I'm from Iowa. So my biggest obstacle right now is an ID, social security card, birth certificate, so I can get a job.
Okay.
Another job.
Right.
Because the jobs I have are okay, but they're both part-time. I'd rather have a full-time job.
Sure.
So it's kind of hard. Those are my biggest obstacles.
Yeah.
ID, a Maryland ID, because they wouldn't let me do anything without a Maryland ID. I'm from Iowa.
Right.
So I can't do much without Maryland.
Right, and then so you need all these things to get that
Absolutely.
ID and with the real ID and thing like that.
Social
So,
security, birth
yeah.
certificate, all that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So have you talked to Raf here at the Hope Center, one of our staff members, about
Reach?
So you're working with Reach?
Yep, I talked to Reach. I was there this morning,
Good.
but they help too many people, so I have to wait till Tuesday now.
Okay.
But if you know anybody that can help me faster, then I'm all game.
All right. Can you look back and both of you, I think a loss of a job is kind of a big thing. You were kicked out of the place that you were staying because of a broken relationship.
Yep.
But is there another small decision maybe that led to the situation that you're in, or can you pinpoint something else?
Well, I could say,
Yeah, go ahead.
I could say a big issue with relationships is finance. So finance and having a career, which I suggest for all the youth and younger people, if we could all get a trade or career, it would help us, because what's happening is we can't afford the rent now. The prices are so high. A regular job, even two people having a regular job, it's not going to make it.
Right.
So having a career or a trade would help us. And I know Hagerstown has a career center, in which I don't know if even people know about it. There's a career center in Hagerstown that can help you. So if we had trades or jobs that could help us as youth to be able to support a family or support a relationship, I think it would help us.
Can I ask you, because you said you just couldn't make the rent payment.
Yeah.
Can I ask you what the rent payment was that you were paying?
With Valley Properties, it started off at $850 a month.
For 1 2-bedroom?
1 bedroom and a kitchen, bathroom, 1 bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah, and a living room.
Okay.
Yeah, so they have a good. Valley Properties is good. It's just the late fees are very expensive. So if you get caught up with the late fees and it keeps adding up,
just compounding on
yeah,
top. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to catch up.
Yeah. Is there? one specific way that our community can better help you or show, love to the homeless, or, how can the community do better?
Honestly, more space.
Well, okay.
So before you go, what do you mean by more
Sorry.
space?
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
It's just there's a lot of homeless people here. Like I said, I've only been here a month and a half,
Mm-hmm.
and I've seen a lot of homeless people out here, and it's just hard to house them all.
Right. Yeah.
So
more shelter, more places for them to go.
that'd be nice.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
You know.
It's a lot of abandoned buildings that can be refurbished too.
There's a lot of places that they can sleep, which is another issue, is the housing, the abandoned houses, and like he said, like there's a lot of places they can sleep in. Crime, obviously, is a lot to do with the homeless. So
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think if we all come together, if people just all come together, whether you're from the west end of Hagerstown, you're from the east, or I'm new here, so I don't really know. You got west end, east end, north. That's the only parts that's south end, but it doesn't have to be a separation. We need to have an all Hagerstown, which is good for the Halloween. They do the parade, which everybody comes together. And more togetherness in Hagerstown. I think this is a good community for everybody.
absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. What does so along with that, just having an understanding of what's it like the first time you became homeless? Talk us kind of through what was going through your mind, and maybe some of the fear and anxiety that comes, that you deal with on a daily basis. Like, what are some of the things that go through your mind?
You want to answer, or you want me to answer?
I'd like you to answer that.
Okay. For one, I know it's gonna be cold up here. It's gonna get really cold in Hagerstown, so that's kind of pushed me away from this area, because I'd rather be somewhere where it's not so cold, because I don't want to be outside in the cold.
Yeah.
So I'd rather be somewhere warm, somewhere comfortable, around people that love me. And also, we can't avoid the drug issue, the needles in the ground. I know people know about the needles on the ground. You try to avoid it. It's good people out here. It's just, if we can try to clean up the needles off the streets, and I know they have special gloves for picking up needles so kids don't step on them,
Right.
and nobody gets hurt. I mean, you can't stop the drug addiction, but at least if you see a needle on the ground and you have the special gloves to pick them up, get them off the ground for the kids.
Yeah.
Is what I say.
Also, a lot of the about safety. It's like you said, the needles on the ground. There's a lot of drug addiction here.
Yeah.
We personally don't do that, so we see a lot of things that we don't like.
Sure.
So, it's just with the safety. There's people walking around. Have you ever seen The Walking Dead?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's a lot of people walking around like The Walking Dead, so you just got to avoid them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's kind of hard every day when you're trying to get a job or go to the library when there's people around acting like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But Hagerstown is a great place as far as you got the Maryland Food Bank down the street. You got all these churches that donate food, shelters. You got housing that you could get on a list. This is a beautiful community.
Yeah.
Where I came from a violent area. And when I came to Hagerstown, I told myself I'm going to stay away from all that violence. And I love this area. I see a lot of potential in this area. This area could grow and be very big. And I just that's all I got to say is I love Hagerstown. And I just want the kids to grow up and see better. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resources here. The Hope Center is great. The Hope Center is awesome. It saved my life. But there's also food pantries. There's also churches.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that can help you out here, but you want to be willing to be helped, because God helps those who help themselves.
Yeah.
So you want to help yourself if you don't want to help yourself, then there's nothing you can do. So
yeah,
we-
free will, right? We can't force you. We can lead
Exactly.
you to,
Exactly.
like they say, lead you to the water, but we can't force you to drink it, right?
Yeah.
So
You can lead a horse to water, but you
yeah.
can't make it drink.
Yeah.
We want to help ourselves.
Yeah.
So we're trying real hard.
All right, awesome. I really appreciate you being willing to come and share your story, because I know sometimes that you can be very vulnerable, opening up about things, and I really appreciate you sharing with us. I'm glad the Hope Center's here for this time in
Me
your
too.
life
And
that
this
you
is
need
a
it.
safe haven. I feel safe at the Hope, and this is a very nice place. The staff are great. There's a lot of resources at the Hope Mission.
Yeah.
A lot of food. We eat in abundance. We pray. It's a lot of good stuff. Clothes, jackets. They got so much stuff here, and I'm just thankful. I'm thankful.
Me too. We're thankful for both of you, and so I encourage while you're here, talk to the staff and tell us how we can help you get on that next step to getting your making sure that you're able to get the ID and things that you need to get the full-time work and and to maybe help find that housing and things. So we wanna be a resource to you.
Like you
and
say,
help
you say that housing is the main issue. Because we all want to get an apartment or
We don't
get on.
We don't. This is a great resource, but we don't want to stay here.
No, we don't want you to either. So I'm glad to have you. But we
No,
we
this
want
is
you
a
to
stepping
be-
stone.
Yes.
It's called a stepping stone.
Yes, that's
what it
right.
is.
That's right. And you're doing well at wanting to, do those next step things and not stay, just with the status
I think so.
quo
I
or
think
whatever.
we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Awesome. Awesome.
Thank
Well, it's
you.
Very nice to meet you both.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Great interview. Great.
Oh.
It was awesome. That was
Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
No
Neil.
problem.
All right. God bless you.
God bless.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I have Carla here with me, and Carla is with St. John's Family Shelter. So, Carla, I didn't know anything about St. John's Family Shelter until I became part of the Homeless Coalition. So tell us just a little bit of history about the shelter, how long it's been here, how long you've been involved, and your role there.
Sure. It actually started in 1985 as an outreach program for St. John's Episcopal Church. They decided to raise money, and they raised a lot, but 50,000 of it was dedicated to starting a homeless shelter in the community. Even back in 1985, they realized that there was a huge need for places for families to go when they were hitting hard times trying to get back on their feet. At that time, we bought the shelter over on Randolph Avenue, and it had 3 apartments. And they welcomed their first family on April 15th, 1987.
Awesome.
And then in 1997, they bought the other side. It was a duplex.
Oh, okay.
They bought the other side, which had 3 apartments. So since that time, there's been 5 apartments for families and 1 apartment for the live-in caretaker.
Okay.
He lives there. Well, there's been several of them, but they live there. That's their compensation for being there.
Okay.
And then we also have a very, very part-time case manager that comes in once a week and works with the residents and helps them to get the resources that they need, and she guides them on places to go. I mean, we don't do that so much ourselves. We just guide them.
Okay.
So,
okay.
And our typical stay is 60 to 90 days. It can be much longer if they're doing what they're supposed to and they're making progress and they just need, they're up there close to being into a place, but they just need a little bit longer. We've actually had people that have been there 6 months or more.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to find affordable housing, which,
yes,
as you
yes.
know, it's
unfortunately,
it's very tough. So,
Yeah.
If it's a family that's doing everything that they're supposed to, we've had people in there working on their master's degrees, and we'll let them just stay until, as long as they follow the rules, which are so simple.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's so good that we have this resource available in our community for families. And Malin was helping me look at some statistics and stuff. And, there's a lot of families that are on that verge, and sometimes you just need that extra time or that just help to get to that next, step in life. And so
a lot of times it's just something as simple as someone's car breaks down. So many, especially in Washington County, I know I'm a big statistic person, that because I always quote statistics. But I mean, in Washington County, majority of people are ALICE, asset limited, income constraint employed, and they're living paycheck to paycheck. So when their car breaks down, well, we all know it's nothing to have a $2,000 bill for something simple breaking down on your car.
Right.
When that happens, they can't pay their rent. And they need the car to be able to go to work. So they make choices, and they choose not to pay their rent, and so they get behind, and then eventually they get evicted.
Yeah.
Those are the families that is what we're geared to help them get back on their feet, to give them a place to stay rent-free for a few months while they're building some money back up, while they're trying to get back on their feet.
Right. So how has working at St. John's changed your view on homelessness or families that just need that help?
How's it changed? I've been pretty involved with the community even before I got I'm the board president since January of 2019.
Okay.
I was on the board for a couple years before that. We're basically volunteer run.
Oh.
So,
wow.
We don't have we have, our case manager, as I said, is very, very part-time, and she gets a very, very, very small monthly stipend. Other than that, we don't have any paid staff.
Any paid staff. Yeah.
So how has it changed me? It breaks my heart. It really, truly does. I mean, to see these adorable little children, and they're there they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Their parents are the ones that can't follow the rules, whatever the case might be, and it's the poor little children that are suffering for it.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's done more than anything to me. It's just made me realize, innocent little bystanders.
Yeah. So how do you get your funding? Like, is St. John's still involved in the shelter?
No, we're a total separate entity.
Okay.
I mean, the church, the congregation, we have some ongoing donors that love what we do, and they give yearly donations and things like that. But no, we're totally separate from the church. Local foundations, local grants. I write a lot of grants, which I'm sure you know all about that.
Yeah.
And just, that we made the choice several years ago. I think it was in about 2019, not to take any federal funding because we didn't want to have to. I think you guys did too.
Yeah.
We didn't want to have
Those
to.
strings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't want to have to do what they wanted us to do, which would be allow anybody to come in, have a 30-day limit on people staying at our shelter. And everything we do is for the safety of our families. So we're not comfortable letting people in that have really bad backgrounds.
Yeah. When you have children,
sexual offenders, all that type of things. You can't do that when you have kids.
Yeah, it changes the game when you involve, children into the mix.
Absolutely.
So like us, it's different because we're a men's only shelter. So, we can have that ability to help others that you need to be careful. You need to watch, drug use and different things in your shelter with other families and kids and things like that.
Right.
We want to protect them.
That's when we went to just taking, your private foundations. We're very blessed.
Yes.
We're very blessed that a lot of people really love what we do, and especially now we are the only family shelter. We've always been the only family shelter that allows the entire family to stay under one roof.
Yes.
You have the Salvation Army when they're open that allow women and children.
Mm-hmm.
There's no place that allows men and children.
Yeah.
We allow everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
and keeping that family together is so important.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We don't. I know it breaks our heart. Terry's had to deal with some families when. The wife and child have to go to Salvation Army and the dad stays here and, the kid's crying.
Yeah.
And it just, it's just human beings that breaks our heart, but especially when you're a parent and grandparent and, just to see that. So when you're able to keep that family together.
And it makes it so hard. We encourage, we want everyone to try and get it. If they don't have a job when they come in, we want them to get a job so that they can go into an apartment when they leave. We don't want anyone when they leave our facility to have to go back to living in their car,
right,
to living in a tent, whatever. So, we totally encourage them to get jobs if they're not currently working. But, if it's a single family or a single parent, there's nobody to watch the kids.
Right. Right. So do you think that's a need in Hagerstown? I've been thinking about this for a little bit here. What is needed still to help this community, out and family, places for families to go, definitely, to keep them together, dad and kids to go. But yeah, I was thinking daycare.
That is one of the biggest obstacles. That and obviously transportation, because the way car prices and insurance and even registration and everything is getting very expensive, to own a car.
Yeah.
So fewer and fewer people are being able to do that. But daycare is one of the biggest obstacles. They don't have any place to leave their children if they don't have family in town, or. You can't just leave your kid with anybody, obviously.
Yeah.
So if they don't have family in town, they can't get a job.
Right.
They can't get a job. They can't get approved for an apartment.
Yeah.
They can't pay rent.
I've not done a lot of research. I know, I have daughter-in-laws and grandkids and stuff. And I do know my one daughter, it would have cost, I think, $300 and some a week. A daycare,
Yep.
You have to work a really good paying job if you're going to take out $300 a week to cover that, or you're just working to provide daycare.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
so that doesn't make sense. But, and I don't know how many daycare centers around Hagerstown, if there's voucher programs and things.
There used to be, and from what I understand now, that has decreased considerably, the amount of vouchers that are available to the families. So that is a huge need in,
Yeah.
in the community.
Yeah, I know, in our coalition meetings, Dr. Sewell was talking about the tsunami coming after the pandemic money. We were flooded with some help and needed help at that time, from the government. Flooded some money into the community. But once that's all gone, you're going to see the tsunami of an effect from that money drying up, because we lived on it for 2 years, and that's probably part of that. These just don't have the money to help with that type stuff. So having a nonprofit daycare center might be, if somebody out there wants to start another nonprofit or add on to theirs, we're always. I'm always thinking, okay, what more could we do for the community? What more could we do for the community? I don't know that a daycare center for the Hope Center would be a good idea, since we're focused on men right now. But but
somebody,
that's,
somebody else. I mean, or expand the. I mean, Head Start is wonderful, but they have capacity. You know, they can only take so many. Which we do. Some of our residents are able to get help through there. But in the evenings, most of your daycare closes 5, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, there's so many of the jobs here in Hagerstown are shift work. So once again, if it's just a single parent, then who watches the kids during the night? So.
We take it for granted. I mean, at least I had my parents, my husband's parents, my siblings, his siblings. We're a very close knit. Core, and so I never really had to worry about daycare myself. I always had that family, but not everybody has that luxury of having that extended family to help them out, especially, new people coming into the area and stuff. And, Hagerstown's really growing. There's a lot of new people, new faces. And, without that support system, what are they
takes
to
a village,
do?
I mean, they always say that. So no, I mean, it's tough. It's tough for, and I mean, we do everything we can. I mean, we can't watch the kids, obviously, but I mean, we do everything we can to try and guide them to places that could help them. But I mean, the vouchers, if the vouchers were to come back, that would be a huge help.
Yeah,
huge.
Yeah.
But a lot of things have been cut, and there's a lot more cutting more than likely coming. With benefits and things like that. So
what's one thing that you want people to know about St. John's that they might not know?
I'm harping on the same thing, but that we keep the family together.
That's so important.
Yeah,
I think that's a great thing.
I mean, whenever anybody asks what makes St. John's special, that's what I always say. We keep the family intact. It provides stability for the children during probably the most traumatic time of their life.
Yeah. Well, and I was talking with Matthew from Goodwill. It probably protects their mental health too.
Yes.
You don't want kids growing up in trauma and these things and having to worry about where's my dad, where's my mom, because we had to separate for a little while. Keeping that's one thing they can count on.
Right.
That's one thing that stays the same for them, and I think that gives them that peace. That things will be okay. My family's together. So I think that is really important.
I mean, I hear stories all the time about kids trying to do their homework in the car, with the light on because they're living in their car.
Yeah. I can't even imagine.
I can't either. They have no place to shower. So I mean, I guess a lot of this. Washington County Public Schools is awesome as far as some of the accommodations that they make for the homeless families. I think they allow them to shower in the gyms and things like that. But still, I mean,
things we take for granted.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And is just like a shower. I mean, we had a family that came through our doors, and the dad stayed here, and the mom and the child had to go to Salvation Army just for a short stay. But the son was very disappointed and upset when his dad couldn't go with him. But he came back the next day. They would meet up here and stay here during the day. He came back and he ran up to my husband and he's like, "Mr. Terry, I got to get a shower and I got to sleep in a bed with a pillow and a blanket." Like they had been camping out under a bush, and it's just heartbreaking you know, they find themselves in a situation because of, you know, abuse and different things like that. They were running from abuse and stuff. And, you know, it's not just that status quo of what we think homelessness is either, you know, and like you said, just one bill away.
Yeah.
One bill
Yeah.
away from, you know, not being able to pay rent. And like the gentleman before you that I was talking with, you know, late fees are astronomical, and it compound and then you're just sunk. You just don't have
And if you
anything.
owe housing, I mean, if they were getting housing vouchers in the past and they have that's in arrears, they can't get back into that program
Until that's paid.
Until that's all paid off, and that can be a lot of money.
Yeah.
You
Wow.
know, several $1,000s. And so, can you imagine trying to save up for first month security deposit and then however many thousands you owe in back?
Yeah.
So.
So our best goal is to keep people housed.
Yes.
But I'm glad you're there for those families. I'm sure it's not enough shelter. I know you have a waiting list.
We always have a waiting list.
Don't we all here
Yeah.
recently, unfortunately. But like you said, some families move through quickly. So sign up on your waiting list. Make sure that you get your name on that list. Whether you figure something out before you're called or not, but having your name on that list is important.
Since January of this year, we've had 25 families come across our threshold, and 13 of them have gone into apartments when they've left,
Wonderful.
and 5 of them are still there. I'm really happy with
Yeah.
those odds,
Yeah.
considering how expensive things are, and just, you know, a lot of landlords won't give second chances. That's one thing we need in this community too, is landlords that will give second chances. It'll say, yeah, you had an eviction, it was 5 years ago, you're back on your feet now, but we still don't want to rent to you.
Yeah.
You know, so if we could just get more people that would do the second chances.
Yeah, isn't that something? That's like one of the only things that, you know, bad credit, it goes away, you know, after a while.
Evictions, they
evictions,
don't.
yeah.
They just hang there.
Oh,
So.
that's horrible. Well, thank you so much,
Oh, my
Carla, for
pleasure.
coming down and sitting on the bench with me and keeping me company
Absolutely.
for a little bit and sharing more about St. John's Shelter. So if people need to get in contact, what's the best way to get into contact with you?
240-513-6388. That goes to our main line. Our case manager checks that maybe not every day, but they'll get a call back within 48 hours.
Okay, awesome.
So.
And your information's on that street guide that I was talking about earlier too.
Mhm.
So
Absolutely.
So great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you
so
so much. It's
was
good
to
seeing
see
you. Stay warm out there tonight.
You too. I hope you got plenty to bundle up.
I
with.
have more.
Okay,
I have
good.
more and more layers. So.
Good.
So we're good. Okay, so I have Tracy and Braxton here with me, and you two stay here with us in the shelter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and why don't you each take a turn and tell me a little bit about yourself? Tell me your story.
Well, I was born and raised in Hagerstown, about a block from here, so I'm pretty well familiar with the area. I never hung around the area that much. I was always going, working all my life since I was 15, and I retired from Stern and Foster Silly Mattress after 21 years. And I had a place up on Buck Valley Road for 21 years, and I ended up, my health kind of got bad, and I ended up in the hospital for 5 weeks. And when I got out, that was when COVID hit and everything, so things kind of got rough.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got out of the hospital, I couldn't pay my bills with my Social Security, so I didn't have nowhere to go. So I come down here and rented a house up about 2 blocks up on Church Street here from here, and I couldn't make my ends meet. So that's what brought me here, and thank God that it was here, because I'd be out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're here for you too,
Yes.
in this time. So your health,
Well, my health's
how's
not
it
the
doing?
greatest.
Not the greatest?
Not the greatest, but I got a lot of willpower.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the shelter and what all they do, not just for me, but for whoever may need it.
Yeah.
You know, I see them coming, I see them going. You know, and if you're not in the shelter, if you need a shower, need a bath, you welcome everybody, feed everybody. I mean, it's a wonderful place.
Well, thank you, Tracy. I appreciate your sharing your story with us.
You're welcome.
So, how about you, Braxton?
Well, I was on the streets in Montgomery County, and I met a young lady that took me in, and we've been together for like 8 years now. And so we lived in a hotel for like 3.5 years until she could get a voucher, and she ended up coming here to Hagerstown. So I went to the shelter in Montgomery County, but I didn't like it there since my woman was here. I come up here, and I so called here, then I found out y'all was here. So I came here to the Hope Center, and since I've been here, they've been helping me. I appreciate the help and everything they've been doing for me here. So I come here to get myself housing, get myself right spiritually, mentally, and get housing to try to be productive and move on. So I appreciate everything that the staff, you and the staff is doing for me here, and everybody else. And I think it's a wonderful thing.
So, what's you guys' biggest fear or obstacle that you're afraid that will keep you from making that next step or getting out of the shelter?
Well, since I've actually been here, I've been working on my housing. I've been getting help from people and working resources, that stuff to get my housing. So right now, I feel very comfortable right now here because I've got the help, and I'm getting the help I need here and everything to move on, to try to be productive.
Wonderful. How about you?
I'm working on, I've got counselors, people working with me, and I'm not one of them kind that get out every day. And really, I don't like going out with the way the society is these days. I mean, it's dangerous out here.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to save my money up so I can get back on my feet. And with the help of you guys and the other resources, hopefully soon I'll be back on my feet. And I'd like to give back what you all give me.
Yeah, you do. You volunteer and step up if we need help with things. I know, Tracy.
Yes.
I've seen you, and Braxton, I've seen you help.
And I also I want to thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to work donations. The reason why I haven't been there because I've been working on my house and stuff, but I so appreciate y'all doing that.
Yeah.
It's very nice of y'all.
Well, we appreciate it. And I want to make sure it's clear, that we don't expect you guys, for you to get something, we don't expect something from you.
Correct.
Like, we're going to help you out regardless. But I appreciate that you see, the work that's here and things that need done, and that, you have the time right now and the ability, so you step up and want to help and give back as you can.
I'm willing to do anything.
That's my way of giving back.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do anything as long as I can.
Right.
I try to earn my keep. I sit in here and watch, at times when somebody wants to volunteer to do something.
That's only a few of us who do, but we do anyway.
Anytime that I'm able, it doesn't matter what it is. Been like all my life. I learned from my dad, if you ever want to learn anything in life, keep your eyes and ears open and your mouth shut. And I learned so much that there's not too much that I don't know and I can't do.
Yeah.
And I wish I was able to do more because I love it. I love to work.
Yeah. You both, I see you when I come into work every day and when I leave, and you're always so pleasant and just have a kind spirit about you, and that helps. That whether you know it or not, I'm sure others are watching you and how you react to things, and that does help. It helps keep things peaceable around, and so I appreciate your outlook and your demeanor. When you could be mad at the world because of situations, you like you said, you feel good right now at the place that you're at.
I want to stay in good spirits at all times.
Yes. So, how can the community as a whole maybe show the homeless community more respect, more understanding, more compassion? How can we as a whole community, when we're talking about Hagerstown?
Well, the community really wants to come together to help these people with their problems. They have the mental health programs and stuff there. The people need to want to help themselves and want to accept the help to get the resources so they can get the proper help that they need.
Yeah.
You have to want it.
And everybody's got to come together.
Right.
If we do it as a unit, it can be done.
Okay. Yeah. And it's important, yes, the community has to want to help hold people up, but then those who need the help have to want that help. And take the opportunities when it's offered.
Exactly.
Come together as a team.
Yeah.
And help each other.
Yeah. So, what's one thing that you would like to tell people about the Hope Center?
It's a wonderful place. They'll do anything for you. If I see them coming with baggy clothes, they come in with their shirts tore, their pants tore, no shoes, no socks, and you come here, all you have to do is walk in the office and they give you a voucher. Walk across the street, you get what you need.
Yeah.
They will take care of you, and it's a wonderful thing because there's not too many resources out here like this.
Right.
And we need this.
Yeah.
Here it's coming winter. You got the jacket on?
Yeah.
I'm hot-blooded, so.
Yeah. I usually am too, but yeah.
But it's getting cold. I appreciate everything y'all done for me. And like I said, if I could ever get it back, I will.
Yeah.
That's basically my like the man because since I've been here, I don't have no problem with the staff. The maintenance staff get along, and they're happy if you need the help. You need help to direct the resources and stuff. They're here to help you. You just gotta want to go in there and get it.
Yeah.
They're right here for you, and the staff has been wonderful to me. I can't complain about nothing.
Good.
They will do anything.
Wonderful. Did you guys eat the chili today?
It was lovely.
It was lovely. I heard it was a little spicy. You like spice?
It wasn't spicy enough for me.
Oh, okay.
If I wanted to add pepper into mine, because I love pepper, and it was great.
Yeah.
He was overdose of pepper.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the chili today. It was a good day to have chili. Well, thank you for coming and talking with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And
looking out for me.
yeah, you guys have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I want to make sure you make it to dinner. I don't want to keep you from dinner.
Oh, we're okay. I'm just a little guy. So, I used to not eat a lot, but since I've been here, I'm like putting weight on.
Yeah.
For some reason, I guess,
Good cooking, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right, so I have Angela here with me.
Hello.
Hi, Angela. I'm glad you came to talk with me today.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me your story.
Well, I moved up here in July of this year to be closer to my son, who's in a mental facility up here. And I've been homeless ever since, which is no fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you staying in a shelter anywhere?
No, I'm actually staying in a tent with my boyfriend.
Okay. And do you have a job?
No.
No?
I get Social Security.
Okay, get Social Security. So you're staying in a tent. Tell me about that. Tell me a little bit about, are you scared staying in the tent?
Not really. Sometimes I do get scared, but other times I don't.
Yeah, yeah. So you have to, Mr. Frank, if you take that around there to give to Carmelo. Do you come here to the Hope Center for meals and things?
Yes.
Is that what you do here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I come for lunch and dinner.
Lunch and dinner. And have you gone to see May for like a food bag and clothing vouchers at all?
Yes.
You visited May?
Yeah.
Nice. So what do you want people, if you're talking to the Facebook world, all the people listening in, what do you want them to know about homelessness?
Well, it's not really fun, but there is some goodness to it, but there's bad parts of it too.
Yeah, yeah. So,
I would just like to get a place of my own.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially with the winter time coming up.
Yeah, yeah. So you say you live in a tent with your boyfriend?
And my kitty cat.
And your kitty cat. Oh, okay. Well, there you got something to snuggle with, right? The little kitty cat.
Yeah.
So does your boyfriend have a job? Is he?
He's on disability.
He's on disability right now too. Okay. And have you been working with any other of our community partners like REACH or CAC, Potomac Community Service?
I'm with QCI right now.
Okay.
And my boyfriend's with the Potomac place.
Okay.
So we're trying to see how each thing works.
Right. Trying to get you on housing list or get you the information.
Well, we
that
got
you
our
need.
name on the housing list. We're like 29th on each of the housing lists.
Okay.
So hopefully sooner
All
or
right.
later, but gotta keep our fingers crossed.
All right. Well, we'll be praying for you that works out, and that while you're in the tent, that you're safe and warm.
Yeah.
Tonight it's going to be cold tonight.
Yeah.
Like 34 degrees. So you have blankets and things that'll keep you warm.
Yeah, I got lots of blankets.
Okay. Good. Well, I'm glad that you have that. So I thank you for coming on here and sharing a little bit of your story.
I was just thinking,
Uh-huh.
they should put like I seen little sheds over by Home Depot today. They need to put like a block of those around for the home.
Okay.
That would be a good thing to have.
That's a good thing to have. Well,
Yeah.
Well,
Then we could have our own little place.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see who's watching. Maybe the mayor or the chief of police is watching, and they can make that happen for you.
That would be awesome.
All right, Angela. Thank you,
All right.
hon. You have a good evening.
You too.
All right. So I have, real quick, I have another gentleman that we're going to talk to from the community, but I'd like to introduce you to some special little people real quick. Do you special little people want to come over here real quick? Come sit with me on the bench. So these are my grandkids. These are 5 of them. I have 9 grandkids, and this is 5 of them. And this is Miles and Waylon and Ruby and Avery and Scarlett. So you guys come in here often. What do you like about when you come in here? What do you like to do?
Helping people and helping them get food.
You like to help them get food? You like to serve them food? You
Yeah,
too?
I like helping clean.
Yeah. And you guys, so we have a children's ministry that we do here, Camp Wild or Wild Side Kids. And you've been to you were just at an activity that we just had. Does anybody want to tell about what that activity was?
We went to the farm
Speak up a little bit. Speak a little louder. Went to the farm.
We had a little fest, and there's a little creek, and we had some food, and we went on a hay ride.
Nice. Do you like when you go to the kids' activities? Do you have fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
I think
so
it's so good.
It's so much fun.
So much fun.
So much fun.
Yeah, and you guys all were at camp this year, didn't you go to camp?
Yes.
Yeah, and did you have fun at camp?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. Well, I thank you all for coming out and saying hi to me. And I think you brought me some coffee.
And the
and
heater.
dinner. And the heater. Love you guys. All right. Thanks for visiting me. That's my microphone. So those are my grandkids. They're little special kids for me. But I'd like to introduce our next guest here. I'm getting my card. Okay. No, this is not it. Oh, okay. All right. Hi. And your name is?
Victor.
Victor. And you're with Standard Healthcare.
Standard Healthcare.
So tell us a little bit about what you do with Standard Healthcare, Victor.
Yeah, actually I am the outreach and marketing coordinator for Standard Healthcare Plus. Standard Healthcare Plus is actually a mental health clinic.
Okay.
And we have close about 8 different programs that we actually work on. Our head office is actually based in Clinton, Maryland.
Okay.
We are actually 3 months now into Hagerstown. And we thought it was that it's important that we come down to Hagerstown and make our presence felt and see how we can be supportive in mental health related issues here in Hagerstown too as well. So me, like the outreach coordinator, I work in the field, try to build relationships between shelters, agencies that can assist in any of these programs, Social Security Office, police, maybe even those that are coming out from jails, prisons that need community rehabilitations. We have therapists that can help them in those areas. We have our MPs too that are actually trained to make sure that they help their medication management, ensure that they can be reintegrated in the society successfully. So I'm there in the field to ensure that I follow up what exactly the caseworkers are doing in the field, see the challenges they are facing, and report back to the office, create opportunities. For example, Hope Center, we came to realize that it is a very influential place where they do a lot of services to the needy, people that are really desperate. And when we come, we see that, then we go back to our company and we say, okay, this is where we can come in. Maybe during the lunch period to bring some of the MPs to come in and talk to these clients to let them understand what medication management is all about, why it's important for them to follow up with their medication, no matter whichever, hospital or clinic they are working with. We just try to educate them to know the importance of actually following up your medication, meeting up your appointments, and we could assist them in getting to agencies that do housing, that have other shelters that maybe one agency can provide. So those are some of the things that we're trying to do.
Yeah, because you brought up the medicine and stuff, and that's so important with especially mental health. That there's some medicines that you have to take at the same time every day, and missing doses can be very have bad repercussions of missing things.
I must share with you that some of the challenges I've seen as far as medication is concerned, and that's the gap we bridge between the doctors that are actually in the office and those of us that are in the field. And especially with telehealth, there are certain challenges that clients may be having. You might be looking at the client on the face, but the client is shivering maybe with the legs on the ground and you're not seeing, and you are there thinking that the client is okay. So caseworkers or people in the field, monthly and bi-weekly, we share our own reports on how we see the clients, how they are reacting after taking the medication, or even when they are actually in the process of telehealth. Are they shivering while you're seeing their heads looking very okay? So we try to blend that, and in that way, the medical officers can actually have a blend of what they see and actually how the clients are doing in the field.
Yeah.
Another thing I've equally discovered is that just as we talk about medication, sometimes these desperate clients, you give them medications, they tend to share with other people that have not been assessed or diagnosed.
Right.
So sometimes those educations, we take them back to the office, during their therapy or appointments periods, they have to educate them on the necessity of using your medications as prescribed.
Yes.
Again, you get into the field, you discover some get the medications, they take them, either they forget taking the medications or they take them more than the dosage that has been required. We, or those in the field as case workers, we now try to assist them to understand how do you actually plan your medication, when do you take your medication? Do we set alarms? What are the convenient times the best to take the medication? Is it forgetfulness or what? So we share that too with the office, and during the sessions, during appointments, those things come into play. And then we help them. Maybe during the morning, they give you a call, have you taken your medication? In the afternoon, if that's the case, in the evening, we do the follow-up. So that is part of what we are doing as far as field work is concerned. So
yeah, that's so important. What's one thing that you would like people to know and understand about mental health?
I mean, one thing that I want everybody to understand is that at one moment in time, everybody goes through mental health. And we should understand that mental health is not about somebody that is picking papers on the street or, it happens in families. Mm-hmm. It happens with children in school. It happens with people at work. So mental health is about the difficulties you face in daily life, and the mental health experts coming to see how they can help you through that situation. So it's not limited to people that are homeless.
Correct.
There are people in offices that suffer from mental health problems. There are people that are in homes. There are children that are in homes having challenges, maybe with family, So mental health is a general problem, not limited to sex, age, and it's something that it involves everybody. So we are kind of, that's why most often we do sensitization in churches, in schools, and we try to go closer to the administration to let them know that we are available, so that we do more education into mental health, because sometimes some people neglect it, because when we're in the field, sometimes you're giving a flyer trying to explain to somebody, I'm not taking drugs.
Right.
They believe that mental health is just for people that are taking drugs.
Yeah.
I said, no, that's not the case.
Yeah.
And when you're talking with them, when they get the understanding, they start telling you, oh, this is what I'm going through. I've not been able to sleep. I have issues of maybe housing. I can't eat, And when that starts coming out, you start discovering that even those that are taking drugs are sometimes even better off than those that are not even taking drugs.
Right.
So people are going through a lot, and I think that mental health awareness is something that collectively we should be able to work as a family, community. And it has really been a blessing for me being around Hope Center, seeing how they are helping the helpless, helping those who are willing to help. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they are not only solving the problems of people that are having issues, but they're even solving problems of those that want to help solve the problem. So they give us the avenue to access the people. Sometimes they advise us on what they see.
Yeah.
In cause of what they're doing.
And that's so important, is having you guys come in. We're not the experts on mental health, and we're not at the point where we could become a clinical facility, but we can reach out to Standard Healthcare and to you guys and offer you, to come in and work and talk with, our shelter guests and things like that, and bring that resource to them so that they don't have to, struggle with finding a time for an appointment or stuff. But we make it easier for them, and partnering with you to do that.
Yeah, it's really an honor, because what we are trying to do equally is trying to see how we can do transportation available. So sometimes we just need to know that there's a client that wants to have an appointment but doesn't have transportation. We make sure that we help in the transportation. Sometimes after medications have been prescribed, we ensure that we go pick up the medication with the client.
Right.
Because sometimes they don't even have access, maybe finance, to go for the medication. And once we give those supportive services within 1 or 2 months, you start see those that are following it. You see them coming out. They start being so welcoming, and it's really something worth encouraging.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys and coming here and being willing to work with us and respecting us, and what we're doing, and like I said, it does take the community and different people can do different things, but if we work together, it's for the betterment of each individual.
I really appreciate that, because sometimes it's about using your strength where you're strong at, and then ensuring that some other person that has a maybe stronger part in another area will work on that. And that's the more reason we partner with other mental health clinics.
Yeah.
Because sometimes we may have a caseload that is more than us, but who then can help?
Right.
So it's not about, this is a healthy competition. It's about knowing who is doing mental health in Hagerstown. We partner together, we see, okay, if we don't have a therapist available, who can we have that can assist this patient? If we don't have a primary care, because we don't operate primary care services, do we have some other person that can help in that area? So the partnership part of it is very important, and that is why teamwork is always the part that wins.
Yes, absolutely. So just so we're clear, so your main office is in Clinton, Maryland.
Yeah.
And so you do like mobile services is pretty much what you help with.
In part of our programs, we do outpatient mental health therapy. We do HCAD screening, psychiatric consultation, psychiatric rehabilitation program. There's mobile treatment services as well. We do case management, advanced wound care, and community housing resources.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, our case workers are actually there for PRP services. Psychiatric rehabilitation services. So that's what we're in the field for. And in Hagerstown, that is the principal area where we're actually focused on at this moment. But those are other services that we have. We do group work, group sessions too as well. Sometimes you have people that need where they can go to for 2-3 hours, where they can be drilled on basic life skills and stuff like that. That is equally what we'll be introducing in Hagerstown. The loneliness part of it, they need to move maybe for 3 hours. They have sessions with us. We have experts that will drill them on basic life skills, how to integrate on life skills, how to build a resume, how to apply for jobs, how to follow up for jobs. And we partner with other people, just as Hope Center is doing. We've been part coming sometimes during a lunch period. We give some talks. And to be honest, I've benefited more than some of the homeless people that come here, because I attend most often that I come. When I go sit during those sessions, there is a lot that I learn from it.
Yeah.
So sometimes make out time, come to Hope Center during those lunch periods, during the 20 minutes, there is a lot to learn from it.
Yeah.
And when you partner like that, you see people from different backgrounds sharing their stories, and you can go back more enriched than even the people you are coming to enrich.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Victor, I appreciate you coming and spending a little bit of time with me here on the bench and sharing with what Standard Healthcare is doing in the community and the resources that you have for us. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you so much. We are very open at any moment that we can come in to help, even in Hope or wherever. We are always ready to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
right, so I have another special guest here with me, and some of you should know who he is, but you might not recognize him because he's uncovered from a lot of hair for many years. I think when he shaved a couple of his children were like, who in the world is this in my house? Because Dylan used to have a beard. But this is my son, Dylan, and I'm making him sit here with me on the bench because I can, because he's my son.
Sorry.
And so, Dylan, you used to work here at the Hope Center.
Yep.
And different things. So maybe you can also share, like I asked your dad, when did you first hear about the Hope Center?
I guess probably when you started working here, was really when I remember when you started working at the thrift store. So when was that?
So, but you've been, you grew up in Hagerstown.
Yeah, I've known about it
yeah.
for probably forever, I guess.
But you were in military, so you were like, your adult life, you've been we're out of the area.
Yeah.
But you came and worked here, and so what is one misconception that you had about before you started working with homeless community and different things? What's one misconception you think that you had?
I think the biggest misconception I had, and I think a lot of people have, is that it's a choice. Unfortunately, that was the misconception. The idea that I had in my head is, these people just make choices and they got to live with their consequences. But it's definitely not always like that, and most of the time that's not the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Most of the time there's extreme circumstances and situations, and there's a person behind the story.
So when you were here working, and like our shelter guest, and you would see, and our shelter is basically a 30-day in, 30-day out. Now we go have some parameters beyond that, and we'll talk about that at another time. But do you feel like, what percentage of the guests do you feel like we're really trying to work and figure a way out of their situation?
The vast majority, probably 90%, if I were to just take a guess, a rough estimate. Most people don't want to be in the situation that they're in. It's not an easy one. It's not a fun one. I surely wouldn't choose it.
Yeah.
And so most people do work to get out of it. They do what they can. They do what they have to. And sometimes it takes a long time. But I would say definitely most of them.
So what's something that the community can do to help people that find themselves in these situations?
Talk to them. Us as Christians, we pray for them. It's not always just the physical stuff that we can help with. A conversation goes a long way. Encouragement goes a long way. Sometimes that's all they need is an ear to listen. Somebody to encourage them, and get rid of our preconceptions, or these preconceived ideas that we have about the homeless community, because most of the time it's not right, and those assumptions don't help anybody.
Right. So sometimes, I've heard, because there are times where we let people stay here during the day, they don't necessarily just wake up from the shelter and get kicked out. Some people leave, we're not a police state where we, force anybody to do anything. So when people say, oh, well, they're just laying around, they're not out, like, what would you say to that?
Come in and see. Come in and talk to the guys. Some of them are, they worked all night and they're in here to sleep or at least get some kind of rest when, those of us who work overnights that have houses have somewhere to go. We don't know people until we talk to them.
Yeah.
And to make assumptions like that is just very hurtful.
Yeah. So, you're shivering.
I'm cold.
He's cold. Tell me, is there a story of a person or something that really touched you when you were here, your time here?
Yeah, Jared. Jared was just a little bit older than I am. I think he was like 34, 35. We met shortly after I started here. He was just a guest. Got to know him, got to talk with him. He ended up joining the program and really got to see him turn his life around.
So can you tell us a little bit about his story?
Yeah, so didn't have much family around. Actually didn't have any family around. His mom passed away when he was younger. He had an aunt that lived out in Texas. Didn't really have much contact with her. Had some friends and stuff in the area. Got into some trouble. Did some things that he shouldn't have done. Got himself into trouble, and then all those relationships broke, as they often do. And after getting out of jail, he was on his own. He was lost. And, as people often do, they turn to things that they shouldn't. But he was here, he was working, he had a job, working in a kitchen. He loved to cook.
Yeah, he was very good, yeah.
That was his passion. He loved to cook. Always had ideas to help out in the kitchen and loved helping in the kitchen and things like that. Yeah, he joined the program. Was doing very good. I mean, had his ups and downs like everybody, but really, you could really see God working in his life. He would get upset when he would mess up. He would, he was always asking questions, trying to dive deeper into God's word and learn about who God is and what God wants for him. And so he's definitely the one I would say I built our closest relationship with. Unfortunately, 2.5 years ago now, he passed away unexpectedly. But I firmly believe that he knew Jesus as his Savior and that he's waiting in heaven. And he's in a much better place now.
Yeah, right? And we'll see him one day. And, if nothing else, if we were able to share the love of Christ with him, even though we miss Jared, and in our eyes he was gone too soon, if nothing else, but he found Jesus here, then we did the ultimate best for him, right? So
yeah, we can't ask for more than that.
Yeah,
and I think he would agree with that. I think Jared would have definitely agreed that that's the most important thing that he got from here.
Yeah, and that's too one of the toughest things about our job is we build relationships with people and dive deep into those relationships, especially you guys that on the ministry side, you're truly digging deep with these men and really investing your lives with these men and sometimes because of choices in their lives, not current choices but past choices, it does take a toll on health, and they lose their lives because of past choices, and the consequences that extend from that. And I would say that's one of the hardest things about this job is that, you do invest a lot into people, and sometimes we lose those people out of those, delayed consequences of choices. Sometimes we lose people who are in active use or drug abuse, and they overdose and stuff. And then I'm sure if we took a poll, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are touched by drug addiction, overdoses and things like that. And it doesn't just affect the person using.
No.
And that's one thing that I would like for them to, people to understand. Your choices don't always just affect you.
Yeah, and there's lasting effects obviously from that and those around you, and we like to think it's easy as just stopping, just stop doing it, but it's not that easy. You can have all the desire you want, but if you're trying to do it on your own, you're gonna fail. and you need a support system. And those people who are supporting you are going to be affected both good and negatively by your choices. But that's why, as Christians, we need to make sure that we're giving them the ultimate hope of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Not just, the hope of a better life in the future, because that's not always guaranteed. We see it. We see people who have been struggling for years. People who have gotten clean and still are homeless and dealing with all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
But we know that hope we have in Jesus Christ in eternity, this earth is temporary.
Right.
And we can give them that hope.
Right. And that's, something too, I think people think once I become a Christian, life's going to be easy peasy, and all my struggles will fade and go away. But that's the exact opposite of what God's word tells us, right?
Yeah.
He tells us, the world hated me, they're going to hate you. So people are going to hate us.
Yeah.
People are not going to like us. There's trials and tribulations in this world. It's a fallen world. He didn't create it this way. Sin entered the world by one man, and so we all struggle and have to deal with those consequences of a fallen world in which we live. But he made a way.
Yeah.
But he didn't leave us in that fallen world without hope and without. And so, yes, we want to help people with resources, with food, clothing, things like that. We try to meet the physical, and so that we can meet the spiritual need. And if they have Jesus Christ, like you said, even if they lose their life in this world, we know that they've gone on to a better world.
Yeah.
And a more perfect world. And we'll see him again.
Yeah.
So we have that hope. It's not a wish. It's not I hope so. It's assured hope. It's a truth that we can all believe in.
Well, and it's so important, just like with Jared. I mean, he was 34, 35, somewhere in there when he passed away. And it was out of nowhere. It was sudden. We never know.
Yeah.
He worked that day. He worked on the desk in here. His shift went over. He went to bed and didn't get up. And that's why it's so important that, here, that's why we focus so much on sharing the gospel. Because you could be 35, you could be 95, you could be 5.
Right.
The consequences of our sin or this fallen world, are the same regardless, and we need to make sure that we're ready. And if we truly care about others,
we'll tell them about Jesus,
so that they can be ready also.
Yeah, we're not trying to be judgmental or shove stuff down anybody's throat. That's the last thing. Number one, if I force you to believe, it's not true salvation, right? So it's not doing you any good. Doesn't do me any good.
Nope.
So we do want to share. We believe that we have the truth, and if we care about someone, we're going to give them the truth and tell them the truth and do it in a loving way. So grace and truth. We just some of you, if you attend Evangel Baptist, you heard that message the other month. Grace and truth go together, and we have to be willing to share truth with grace and kindness and love. So that's important for us to do. But so, is there anything else you want to share that you think is important about the Hope Center, about what we do here? Is it how easy is it to partner with us or to come volunteer?
Yeah, there's so many misconceptions. Before Mom took over and before I even got involved here and really knew what it was about, I heard lots of negative things about the Hope Center. And when you get involved in stuff, you find out that those things aren't all true. And hopefully none of them are true, if they're bad things. But come find out how you can help. You would be surprised. There's always opportunities to volunteer, whether it's in the kitchen or the sorting room, the store. They do projects. We just had a group in here painting the other month. Work out at the farm. I know there's always a need for help out there. So whether, you're like, I don't preach, I don't teach, I don't, whatever. I build. Okay. There's an opportunity there for that. There's always opportunity for whatever gift you have to get involved. So the only thing limiting you from helping here is asking.
Yeah.
So come ask.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you,
I'm
son.
Shivering. I'm sorry.
You
for
are
that.
shivering. He's freezing.
That's why places like this are important. People need warm beds to lay in, because I do not envy anybody that has to sleep on the streets.
Yeah. And tonight's going to be the first cold one here. So.
It's cold.
Goodness.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. You lost some weight though.
We'll see. Yeah, I cut the beard off.
He cut the beard off. He took.
I don't have the insulation anymore.
Insulation off. So, but yeah, I'm glad, even though you don't work here anymore, that you still like to be involved and care about the men in the program, and you come in every once in a while and talk with them and different things, and you're here for different events and stuff, and so I miss you. But yeah, I'm glad that you're still involved and do things.
I'm glad I can still come around.
Yeah.
Glad you guys still let me.
Oh yeah, of course. Always want you. Love you, Dilly.
Love you.
All right.
Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, every meal is more than just food. It's a lifeline of hope and compassion. Before each plate is served, a message of God's love is shared, reminding guests that the real hope is found in Christ. We serve faithfully 365 days a year, never missing a single day, because hunger doesn't take a break. Each meal nourishes the body, strengthens the spirit, and offers a fresh start for tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, need has grown by 64%. And just last year, we served over 57,000 meals. Every single plate makes a difference. Want to come eat with us? Our doors lock at 12:30 for lunch and at 7 for dinner. Not hungry but interested in helping? You can donate food to our kitchen, or you can email our volunteer coordinator to find a time to come in and serve. Her email is volunteer@hagerstownhopecenter.com. For more information, visit our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, our recovery program is where brokenness meets new life. Men are worn down by addiction and hardship, but through Christ-centered teaching, accountability, and community, they begin to discover freedom, purpose, and a fresh start. This is not a quick fix. It's a 13-month plus journey that builds stability, strengthens faith, and sparks lasting change. Over the years, 50 men have graduated, each one a living testament to God's transforming power. The recovery program is where chains fall away and hope takes hold. Interested in joining the program? It is completely free, no insurance needed. Just fill out our application and send it to one of our advisors. All the information can be found at our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. Want to get involved? Call our office today to find out how. 301-739-1165. At the Hope Center, our shelter is more than a roof. It's a place where safety meets new beginnings. Every bed offers rest, renewal, and a reminder that someone cares. Open 365 days a year, we provide cozy bedding, essential hygiene items, and nourishing meals, giving our guests the space to focus on rebuilding their lives. Over the past 5 years, the need has soared nearly 79%, and just last year, we filled over 18,000 beds. Here, hope takes root, lives are transformed, and every day brings a fresh start. Are you in need of shelter? Visit our shelter today at 4 p.m. to see if we have any available beds. Not in need, but want to help? We have positions available if you would like to volunteer or work in our shelter. We also are always in need of hygiene products, towels, and sheets. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple $15 clothing voucher does more than provide clothes. It offers a fresh start and a hand of care. Guests use their vouchers to shop our thrift store, picking items that meet their needs and help them feel confident as they face life's challenges. Over the past 3 years, the number of people we've helped has grown by 148%. Last year alone, over 3,500 individuals received assistance. Each voucher is a practical way to show compassion, reminding every person that they are seen, valued, and supported. One small voucher can make a difference and spark hope for the journey ahead. Visit our office and bring an ID or something with your name on it to get a voucher today. Want to help keep this program running? Continue to donate your clothes to our thrift store. We would not be able to give if you didn't give first. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, a simple grocery bag delivers more than food. It brings hope right into homes. Each 20-pound bag, handed out by appointment, offers families meals and a little relief during tough seasons. On average, 5 families a day leave with this practical act of care. Over the past 5 years, need has skyrocketed by 213%. And just last year, we distributed 965 bags. Every bag reminds a family that they're not alone and that someone cares. Would you like to make an appointment? Visit our office or call us at 301-739-1165. Interested in supporting our grocery assistance program? Donate sturdy bags, canned or boxed goods, or volunteer in our food pantry. More information can be found at our website, hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the Hope Center, every meal is more than just food. It's a lifeline of hope and compassion. Before each plate is served, a message of God's love is shared, reminding guests that the real hope is found in Christ. We serve faithfully 365 days a year, never missing a single day, because hunger doesn't take a break. Each meal nourishes the body, strengthens the spirit, and offers a fresh start for tomorrow. Over the past 5 years, need has grown by 64%, and just last year, we served over 57,000 meals. Every single plate makes a difference. Want to come eat with us? Our doors lock at 12:30 for lunch and at 7 for dinner. Not hungry but interested in helping? You can donate food to our kitchen, or you can email our volunteer coordinator to find a time to come in and serve. Her email is volunteer@hagerstownhopecenter.com. For more information, visit our website at hopecenterhagerstown.org. At the
Here.
That's what I did for mine.
We're good? All right. So The grandkids wanted to be interviewed, so Malin's going to interview the kids.
All right, I'm going to ask each of you guys a question, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Don't
My
be
first question is,
crazy.
Waylon, what's your favorite memory of Gigi?
When she was holding me as a baby.
You remember when she held you as a baby?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right. What about you, Rue?
Same thing, Bobby.
Same thing. Avery, what's your favorite memory with Gigi?
The same thing as them. What?
What's your favorite thing, Sky?
You better say the same thing.
You guys are so silly. None of you remember that. Okay, wait.
Okay.
All right, Waylon, what's your favorite memory at the Hope Center? Your favorite memory at the Hope Center with Gigi?
Being in her office, helping her.
I can't hear you.
Being in her office, helping her.
Helping in the office? What about you, Ruby?
I cleaned her. Same thing.
You gotta say something different.
Yeah. Same.
You gotta say something different.
You didn't clean Gigi's office. I did organize.
Okay, Avery, what's your favorite memory at the Hope Center with Gigi? You can think about it. Was it one of the wild side things you did? Which one?
Toys.
The toys? You like the toys with Gigi at Wildside? Do you guys go to the thrift store a lot?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
No, not that much.
What's your favorite part about the thrift store?
The toy aisle.
The toy aisle?
The toy I love the toy aisle. And
What's
I
it-
just want to like grab all the toys
All
and
the toys?
walk away.
What's your favorite toy that you got in the toy aisle? Scarlett?
The oven. And now we have it.
You got an oven there, a play oven?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
a toaster.
And a toaster?
And I got a skateboard.
You got a skateboard in
a
there?
LOL one.
Yeah. What about you, Way?
Wait. Two dinosaurs.
You got two dinosaurs in there? Ruby?
I got a Steffi.
You got a Steffi?
It's sticky.
Yeah. All right. Did you know that all the money that you bought those toys with went back into the shelter and you helped Gigi? Did you know that?
No.
You didn't? You guys helped Gigi by getting those toys. So do you know what you
didn't help Gigi. You helped the men in the program.
That's true.
And the men in the shelter.
Like Mr. Rick and Mr. Robert and Mr. Justin.
No, his name is Mr. Shellyhead.
Mr. Sillyhead. You're right. All right, last question. What's your favorite memory about the Hope Center? What's one thing that you wish people knew about it? What do you wish people knew about the Hope Center? Like when you tell your friends at school about the Hope Center, what do you tell them?
I never told anybody.
You haven't told them?
I told my teacher.
What did you say?
I said that my mom works at the Hope Center.
Yeah, and did she ask what the Hope Center was?
Well,
No.
I had to get on Google Maps and I showed Mr. Weber what the
You showed Mr. Weber the Hope Center?
That's his teacher.
Yeah.
My
Avery,
teacher
have you ever
teaches me.
told anybody about the Hope Center? Who?
It's my buddy.
Your buddy?
Your buddy.
Yeah. What did you tell him about the Hope Center?
Was a girl or boy?
Scarlett, have you told people about the Hope Center?
Keep your shirt down.
Did you tell anybody? No. Well, now you guys gotta go and you gotta tell people about the Hope Center, right?
I only told one person. I can just
Listen,
scream, "Hope
Gigi's
Center."
gonna ask you all if you told them and what you told them.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, you guys go back over.
Yeah,
I think
sit over
Miles
there.
wants to come over.
Hey, Miles. All right. Because he does have a story.
He does.
About-
Miles has come here a good amount.
Yes. Come here, buddy.
Here, come sit. Are you ready? I heard that you had a story that you wanted to share about the Hope Center.
So,
You wanna share it?
about last year, didn't you talk to your teachers about the Hope Center and what happened here?
Can you tell me about it? I don't know. No.
You gonna tell us?
Do you want Gigi to tell the story?
So you you really like to help people, right?
I remember.
Okay.
I brought some people to help me do dinner there. And the really thing I like is to help people and to do stuff for them and to save people's lives for them to not get hurt and die.
Yeah, you like helping people so much. You talked about it a lot at school with your teacher, right? And she came in. Your teacher came in, Miss Grove, yeah. And
Miss Emily, Miss Ava, and I don't know.
and one of their friends, I think. They all came in to help serve lunch one day with you.
Wait, no, dinner.
Dinner. Okay.
Yeah. What's
Yeah.
your favorite part about serving? Do you like to serve the desserts, the drinks?
I love to do the drinks.
The drinks.
And the desserts.
Yeah, that's
Both
super
of them. And I do the soda a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I don't know what they say, and sometimes I do.
Yeah, but people help you, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And then you help them.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
And the favorite thing I like is what my pappy got me from the Hope Center.
What did he
was
get you?
a crystal, and it was so cool. I loved it.
It was a real crystal?
It was like a geode, like a rock with
Yeah.
the crystals inside.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Because he likes science, don't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
And you got it at the thrift store? Pappy got it at the thrift store? So cool. What do you want to tell people that are listening right now? Do you want to tell them to come help and serve?
Yeah,
And what?
come if you want to help people. You can come here and like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
That was the perfect way to end it. Good job, Miles.
Thank you, buddy. All right.
Oh my, that
So
was so
isn't that cool that how the kids just want to serve, they want to be a part, they want to, they see their parents or whoever in their lives, and we can be good role models to the kids in our lives. We have a lot of churches that come and serve, and bring the young kids in to see that and teach them, because again, like we were talking, they're not afraid of different. They've not learned that bias yet. So, teaching them young to give back to community and to serve others, and that's what Jesus came to do, is to serve, and the kids understand that, the compassion part, and just seeing them have that willingness it's just amazing, and.
Absolutely. I think, too, in the same way that we want to teach the people that are here, we want to teach the next generation, because they're going to be the ones that are going to be sitting here in 20 years that
Right.
are going to be filling in. So to be able to teach them and show them, hey, this is what life's all about. It's about loving people like Jesus loved them. And to be able to teach them at such a young age and watch that flourish in their life is really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's so important, the generational aspect of it.
And they all love help serving in the kitchen. They're all great at it.
They are. They are. But there's different areas, again, people can get involved in, and
We probably wouldn't
aspects.
have them in the toy section. Help them volunteer in the toy section. They might take all the toys. But
Yeah, they would just grab them all up and go. But no, there's age appropriate things, and obviously, we're not just going to let kids run amok, in different areas. They're under adult supervision and things like that.
Well, we
when
had
churches come in.
Your church camp came in,
Yes.
and they were able to do a lot of different volunteer opportunities. They wrote notes to homeless people. They did hygiene bags for homeless people. They were able to sort through some things for the sorting room, which was really cool. So there's so many opportunities for them.
Yeah, well, and even St. Paul's, they're really good at the snack bags that we hand out in the mornings, and the kids ministry at that church does that.
There's
but they're
notes in
teaching
all of
them,
them.
yeah, they're teaching those kids to help and to serve. So, you don't always have to come here. There's other areas if you're not comfortable doing that. St. Paul's, like I said, they do that outside of here, and are able to give back that way. So, we're getting ready to do coat drive. So we'll talk a little bit about that while we have a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And so different schools in the community, different churches in the community, we'll have a box, in our lobby to donate coats, So those are things, if you would like to be a part of the coat drive and your church or your business would like to collect coats for us, just call the office and talk with Malin, and she'll give you all the information. And we even get put flyers together and can email you a flyer for you to print out.
Yeah, flyers. We'll be willing to bring a box if you don't have a way to collect the coats. We'd be willing to drop off a box. Right now, I think we have 5 organizations that are signed up that are doing coats, and what the coats are used for is, it's freezing out. Both of us are nice and bundled up. We hand every single coat out that's given through the coat drive to people in need. So they come over to the office, ask for a coat voucher, we give it to them, and then they can shop in the thrift store again. But we have the coats set aside from the coat drive to make sure that they are specifically given away, which is a really cool opportunity.
Yeah, we can, people can do food drives. We have on our website a kit put together, for you to do a food drive. Our pantry item of the month this month, of course, is canned fruit. We find that we're running out a lot of like spaghetti sauces or pasta sauces.
Peanut butter is another need.
Peanut butter, we run out a lot of canned fruit. So you can do food drives for us. We also have different items for the shelter that we need. Bleach is a big one, especially here, winter coming up, cold and flu season. We've already had a bout of a cold go through.
Yeah, and when one person gets it, everybody gets it. So that's a big need.
Yeah, so those type of things are easier ways for you to help in different things. Thanksgiving's coming up. We do a Thanksgiving community meal here. Again, we do community meals every day of the year, 365 days, lunch and dinner. In the evening, we have a lot of times, more than not, churches or groups come in and help to do those meals. But we serve lunch out of our kitchen. We serve breakfast to the shelter guests and the men in the program out of our kitchen. And so, the food drives help that. They help the food bags that we give out. What was the increase in food like over the past?
It was
it 5 year that we just did? That was the 200%?
That's for the clothing. So within the past 5 years, we had a 213% increase in people needing clothes. And then for our food drive, I think it was 148%. But it was a big increase in need of food. I know last year we handed out 965 bags. So
wow,
that's a lot of bags.
That is a lot of bags.
Yeah, and
that is
people,
a lot of bags.
We try and be very cautious that people need food when they call in to us, and so we try to make sure to keep it 24 hours in advance. But we have 6 appointments. Usually we hand out around 4 to 5 bags because not everybody comes in for their appointment. But with those 6 appointments, they fill up super quick, and we have a lot more than just 6 people that are in need. But we try and make sure to point them towards other food banks. That way they're still able to get food, get them, have them call back so that we can get them on the schedule. So yeah, there's a bigger need than what we can support in a way. But we're thankful for all the other resources in Hagerstown as well, because it takes an army to be able to help our community for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So we also, like you, I think had mentioned in for shelter needs too, sheets and pillowcases and towels is a big need that we have as well. We try to use what is donated. Our sorting room keeps an eye out for certain items, but sometimes you just don't get things donated that you need. So giving gifts of sheets and towels is good. Of course, monetary donations. We don't take any government funding. Just like Carla was saying, we don't want to get into the strings that are attached with federal funds or state funds. So, we truly rely on the gifts and donations from individuals, from churches, from businesses, to keep things, electric's expensive. It keeps going up. Insurances are expensive. There's a lot of things that go into the running of a nonprofit, and we do our best to keep administrative costs down and things like that. But maintenance is an issue. We do have a lot of buildings and infrastructure.
And all of our buildings too are older buildings, so a lot of upkeep for that.
Yeah, so, but, we want as much money to go into the programs and stuff as possible. We would like to expand those programs, but it takes money to do so. I do know, on our website, you can donate by credit card easy that way. You can set it up to be a revolving monthly donation. But we, checks,
become a compassion
whatever.
partner.
A
That's
compassion
what we call
partner.
our monthly donors or compassion partners, because they truly are showing compassion to everyone that we come in contact with. We wouldn't be able to do it without their donations. So
Right.
they truly are being the hands and feet of Jesus. Even though you might not be physically walking and serving alongside the people, like things like coat drives and food drives and donating your things that you no longer are able to use but could be used to someone else, like that's also being the hands and feet of Jesus, and being able to reach those people is such a wonderful blessing. And I wish every donor would come down and just see what a blessing they truly are, because it really is a blessing.
And
what they
speaking
do.
of, we're always willing to give tours for people who want. We just ask that you call ahead so that we can get that scheduled and make sure that we have the staff here that day to do that. So we would love to show you the facility and what goes on here and different things. So just call the office and we can get that scheduled. And
I know just
and
a little
take-
bit ago you had the opportunity to take the mayor around
Yeah.
and do a tour with him, which
Yeah.
is a great opportunity to be able to. Thankful that our mayor was willing to come and hear us and talk with us about different aspects of what we do, but then you being able to get the opportunity to walk him around and show him what we do as well.
Right. Well, and then the following week, the whole city council, I think,
Yeah.
was here. So, we want to, work in partnership with, again, the mayor, the city council, and have them hear us out and hear them out, and, have a good collaboration and an understanding of, where each of us is coming from. The police department, I just can't say good enough about, Chief Kiefer and the police. They're here when we need them. We don't want to call, and be like,
We're
just
very-
calling
yes,
nonchalantly
very
over little
slow to
things.
call.
Yes. So, but just knowing, that they can be here and respond to emergencies if needed. It is 2025 is a different world than when the Hope Center first started, and not that there wasn't issues. I know
when it
Jim
first
Resch was
started.
faced with some some
he
things,
had a
and
beautiful heart and wanted to reach the community, and at that time the community was older men struggling with alcohol, and now the same community that he had such a heart for, now we're reaching, but it looks different. It's just more younger people, more drug addiction, and different things in that aspect. It's still the same community that he had the heart for and was praying about all those years ago. Just has definitely changed a lot.
yeah. But the Bible says, "The poor you will have with you always." So there's always going to be those struggling for whatever reason, whether it's just like we've heard a lot here tonight. The 4 guests that were here, it doesn't sound to me like they had problems with drugs or alcohol.
None of them.
None of them.
Yeah.
They all just, things happened in their lives and have found themselves now without a home. And, so we want to continue to be able to help help all people, even those that are struggling with drug addiction or alcohol addiction, or there's lots of addictions. We all
No sin is too small for God's grace.
Right.
And we want to implement that here as well. Like, just because you struggle with something doesn't mean that you're too far gone or anything like that. Like, we love you and we want you. And as much as I feel like it's so important to never look at somebody as they're higher than you, but it's also so important to make sure you never look at somebody that's lower than you as well. I think a lot of the times people come and they feel this barrier as though, like, oh, we're up on this mountain trying to reach down and help them, but really we want to come down off that mountain and come in with them, because we're all equal. And in the same sense, we don't want to have the heart posture of being on a mountain reaching down to help people. We want to make sure they realize, like, we're all equal. All of us have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and all of us are loved by God and created in His image, and to recognize that both of those are important.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to come talk to me? Yeah. Here, we'll switch out here real quick. Come on over. Yeah.
Oh man, you gonna ask me hard questions?
This is son number 2. This is Garrett. And I don't know what's share with me. What are your thoughts of the Hope Center and what happens here, and any personal stories or anything you want to share? I know sometimes you're driving down the road and people are panhandling.
Yeah.
And you get fussed at because you don't stop and help.
that is him. I don't know. It's hard sometimes because we all see different sides. And I think whenever God is reaching out to us to help someone, we should help them. Whether that's buying a meal for them, which I've seen my father buy meals for people before. We've been in Clear Spring, and a dude walked in, and I've seen my father buy him a meal. So we can't stop ourselves from helping when we feel like we need to help.
Yeah.
And I don't know. We all want to help. We all need to do what God put us here for.
Yeah.
And it's to help.
Absolutely.
And so I was reading the Bible earlier, and it really hit me when it was talking about love. And the only true commandment, I think, is love. That we gotta love God
with all our hearts
and love our neighbors.
Yeah.
Love everybody. That's the only true commandment.
Well, doesn't that scripture go on to say, upon these 2 commandments, the whole law is written? To love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and then to love your neighbor as yourself. And, everything is built upon that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then there's other scriptures that talks about, things that we do. If we do these things but don't have love, it's just like a noisy cymbal or clashing, thing. So love is a motivation behind a lot of things. Huh? Do what? Sometimes people feel like it's hard for them to get loved. Yeah.
But we should love everybody, right?
Yep.
We should try to make everybody feel loved. We should try to get everybody to know Jesus.
Yeah, and everybody, there's 8 billion people in the whole entire earth that love Jesus and not have bad things happen to them. And to make Jesus get into their heart.
That is our great commission.
That's right. That's right. Good job, buddy. All right. So son number 2, unfortunately, son number 3 is
it
in Florida,
Florida?
and son number 4 is in Colorado. So we'll have to skip them, get them next time.
I love you.
I love you. All right, Deanna, while you're here, might as well get you. Maybe. Okay. Hi. So this is Deanna. This is Dylan's wife. Yes. Okay. Cool. Thank you. So we have 6 minutes, and then we have our first national feed coming in. So that's exciting. I'm excited to see that. So we'll talk about your job later, but talk about just serving and volunteering and being, here at different times. You've been here for Thanksgiving meals. You've been here for, we used to do grocery giveaways. You've been here for that. So tell us a little bit just about the serving aspect, the volunteer aspect.
Sure. So, I mean, we're a nonprofit, so we can't function without volunteers. I mean, they're so pertinent to every facet of this ministry. I had known about the Hope Center for a long time, but the first time I really encountered any part of the Hope Center was when I came to volunteer here. So, so the Thanksgiving meal is our biggest volunteer day. It's really cool to see everybody come together as a community to help other members of the community on a holiday, especially. And sorry. In the grocery giveaways, it's humbling to see just how many people needed help, and just to see that none of us are very far from that same position. And it's the first time that my kids got to volunteer and really help out.
Lots of times.
You have volunteered lots of times.
Well, we have.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of volunteering here? Serving. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts too, is getting to serve the community. It, I think, for me, really shows that we're not above anybody, because when you're serving someone, that's literally putting yourself in a posture of, a lowly posture.
Humbling yourself.
Yeah, and I just think that by serving people, we are really being the hands and feet of Jesus.
Yeah. So we didn't mention too, another big way to volunteer is our Rock the Run. We do Rock the Run 5K every year, and that's another way to serve. But the kids, that's also a way they can get involved and feel a part, because there's a kids fun run. Yeah, and just by them participating in that little way helps, again, to raise the funds that we need for operation of the ministry and things. So, yeah. All right. You guys are being silly. But, we're going to get ready to break away here so throughout the night and tomorrow, we're going to have the opportunity to hear on a national level from other rescue missions, from different people in the country, and get a more of a broader take on the homelessness crisis in our country, and different things like that. So we're excited to be able to break away to hear from others. We're going to end tomorrow at 3 with a prayer. We're all going to come together at the same time and going to have corporate prayer to end out this event all across the country. And I just with Citygate Network being, on the national level and being the part where all these rescue missions can come together and have a resource and just can communicate with each other on what's working in their, area and at their mission and how we can better ourselves and different things like that. It's just good to have them as a resource, as someone that you can go to. They understand what you're doing. So we're excited to partnering with Citygate as well in this Conversations on a Bench. So we're getting ready to do that national broadcast, and we'll be back here shortly.
Make sure you like it.
clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, "Go in peace, keep warm and well fed," but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? The Lord gave us the two greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets: what would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do, or, what should the government do? What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love, and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out, that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. When I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes, and I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in Scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that. Really? I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work.
Yeah.
But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part. Be involved and do our part. So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate, desperate people who live on our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. But to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have three things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years. But we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle, where we live. Because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these in our country, than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction, and he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life, and the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day, and there's only one question on the final: what did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question. Right. And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So, anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom, and I appreciate what you and Citygate are doing to pull this off and get the word out and invite people to join what you're all doing.
All right, good. Blessings. Thanks again, Rich. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called Being Left on the Cutting Room Floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. Now, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary on homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with, Dr. Marvitt, our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job. And I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbut say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, we're relatively, as maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission, what would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that. But the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard. And that's one way, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small, $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Barbet, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks. And we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement. These are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench. I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench for themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed, and
okay.
I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you. I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work. Because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Oh, we can sing.
So,
Mr. Carmelo on one of my videos.
Yeah, well, we're live here now, Kevin.
Oh, snap.
So, so I have Kevin joining me on the bench now, and Kevin is a graduate of our Foundations Life program.
Correct.
And so he's come armed with some questions, but I also have some questions. So, yeah, so we'll tag team it here a little bit, and just have a conversation on a bench.
Hey, I'm fine with it. Remind me of Comedians in Cars. What's his name? The comedian that actually did that? Seinfeld. You ever watch that? Comedians Having Coffee?
I haven't watched that. Nope.
Good question.
I don't like comedian. No.
At all. No.
I don't like to laugh.
We don't take Connie to laugh.
So, you want me to go first?
Yeah, please.
All right. So, how has the Hope Center most impacted your story?
How did it most impact my story? I don't even know how to answer that. Because it's the beginning of my new story. The Hope Center is the beginning. I'm gonna say, all right. I guess I'll say it was here in a time of need for me.
Mm-hmm.
That when my family brought me up here from Baltimore, that it was here. You know, so when they dropped me off, it was like one of the first places I ever been that didn't ask me for nothing. And it allowed me to be somewhat comfortable. But when I first got here, I wasn't in my right mind anyway. So it was comfortable enough for me to sit still. But I also didn't have no fight in me to go back either.
Right.
So it's been most impactful to me for the lessons I learned while I was here, which were many, many lessons.
Awesome. So you also helped us out with our 70th anniversary banquet video. Yeah. And so you were telling a little bit more of your story and how you came, and a humorous part of it. You said that your sister dropped you off and you heard the wheels squeal.
That was my mother.
Your mom going out of the parking lot. Like she jumped you and she's gone.
No.
She's like, please help me with my son.
Sorry, Mom. But that's what it probably felt like.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
How I was, if I changed my mind in the moment I would have seen where I was being dropped off at, I would have went back.
Yeah.
After you know how we crowd the 911, help me. Then when the person helped you, somehow you find a way for that help not to help you.
Yeah.
So I would have probably ended up back in the car, fussing and arguing all the way back down the highway to go back to my pain. So I respect them leaving right away. I do. I'm thankful they did do that. But that also remind me of like my mother finally told me no, in the time that I felt like I needed help. And she said no, but I didn't know how impactful that no was until I knew she meant it.
Yeah.
So that changed from there to here.
And as a mom, that was hard for her. You know, you love your children and you raise them and you want good for them and better than maybe how you had it and things, and when you see them going down a path of destruction and different things, it's hard to not want to fix it. And to try to be there to fix all the times, but to realize you got to let go, let God almost, and to say no in a loving way. That's the most caring thing she could have done for you.
Me being a parent down, I don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't get it because I'm a little hard-nosed when it comes to, I don't want to say bullcrap, but I guess I just said it. But when it comes to certain stuff and behaviors, I don't deal with it well because of how I was.
Right.
And I don't put that on anybody else, but the way I have to deal with it makes the difference for me.
Yeah.
Because if I'm not strong for myself, it's nothing I can do for you.
Yeah.
So it's like a stance. I get it now, but like what my mother went through with me is totally different than what I'm going through for my kids too. So I pay attention to it now, and I wish I prayed that I would have been more of a help to my moms. I speak on that a lot because I know what I've done. I hold myself accountable for the type of son I was. And it was doing nothing but stripping my mother of being a mother. I didn't know it was that hard until I got older. So actually, I came down here. A lot of stuff I paid attention to when I got down here.
Yeah.
During my graduation, she told a stranger, she ain't come tell me. She said I got my son back. But when I think about it, when did you ever really have your son?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So this type of things that I paid attention to as I allowed the fog to leave my brain stop running wild and allow God to renew my mind. It's a lot of stuff that I started thinking
Yeah.
about and thinking through.
And that's important too. You know, a lot of times with homelessness, drug addiction, different things, we talk about the mental health issue that goes with it. But you know, it's God that renews our minds.
If you
You know,
allow it.
and if you allow it, we have to. You know, there's scripture full of scripture about our minds and our thoughts, and you know, take every thought captive. You know. We need to think what is true, what is pure, what is just. Think on these things. You know, there's lots of scripture that talks about our mindset, and you know, I think that's one of the first places that Satan attacks us or deceives us.
Because he can whisper.
Yep.
He most definitely can
Yep.
whisper. Instantly. I know.
And he's sneaky. You know, he's not out there screaming and flashing those neon lights. You know, saying "Come here." You know, no, it's those subtle, sneaky little whispers.
I think it's like easier to be deceived when you're not standing for something. I think it's easier to be deceived when you can't see, you know, because like you say, scripture, Bible, people can say what they want to say about it. They can say it's dead words, it's this, it's that, it's that, but it helped me to change my behaviors. That's where it started from too. So it was like if I connected dots, once I called out for help, and it wasn't a 911 prayer. Jesus knew it. He knew it. The presence that showed up, I felt it. I didn't see spectacular lights. I didn't see the earth crack. I didn't see the rail get cut from down up. I didn't see nothing spectacular, but the presence was that heavy to me that I understood something was taking place. Once I recognized that, that was the beginning of me coming to the end of myself. And that's exactly what took place. I came to the end of myself. So to get here, no fight.
Right.
So watching Pastor Shank do morning devotions right here in the lobby every morning faithfully, and knowing the type of us that was in there, you know, some of us is there for whatever reason, this reason, that reason, whatever, but it's like a pool of chaos and confusion that you have to sit here and talk to. That ministered to me. And I'm like, wow, that takes a lot of strength to do that. But he did it every day.
Yeah.
And then coming here and listen to our sing, yeah, it touched me in a way that only God can allow it to touch me, because I'm stubborn. I was hard-headed. I did things my way. It was really my way or the highway. You know, my mind still trying to come down off the heroin, because heroin was my drug of choice. I still was fighting the magnetic pull of Baltimore pulling me back to Baltimore, which was myself. Now I understand that now. Baltimore wasn't pulling me back. My subconscious was telling me to go back and finish out my pain. So it was a lot of things that was taking place with me here that if I wouldn't have been here, I don't know, I could have been somewhere else and probably did the same thing, but that's not where God put me at. He put me here.
Right.
And thank God that I heard, one of the things I finally heard was renew your mind. And all these flashback moments just came through my head, and the strongest one I remember is how I used to laugh at the kids that was doing what they needed to do. Like listen to their parents, do their homework, change their clothes before they came outside. Those were the kids I used to laugh at. Like they'd be in the window talking to me. I'd be like, you can't come outside. But they were the ones on the right path to me. You know what I mean? I don't know how nobody else look at it, but to me they were. And the path I was on was taking me to a place of missing out on so much. I didn't know it though, I was a child. But I was a child trying to be grown too fast. So when I started hearing things like renew your mind, double-mindedness, I couldn't be double-minded anymore. I'm just, you know, taking in what I'm hearing. I'm just listening for the first time in my life. I'm actually paying attention and listening. And that helped me. That actually helped me to decide to want to join the program. It helped me kind of say, yeah, I think I need to do this. Because I still was fighting that subconscious pull back to Baltimore. So that was a struggle and a half. That was in just the first month.
Yeah.
And I ain't gonna talk about the fact that I had to walk around here with a blue bag that I still got to this day, strapped on my back, and it felt like a target. It's like a bomb was gonna fall out the sky, and that joint was gonna hit me in my back. Blim! And that was gonna be the end for me. But to walk around Hagerstown, technically homeless, because I couldn't say I'm going back home because there was no home for me to go back to.
Right.
So a lot of things played out my mind. Walking around picking up cigarette butts and putting it in a plastic bag. Oh, that's oh my goodness. That stuff used to be nasty. What was weird about that? I wanted to start smoking 7 years before I got down here. So
That's one way to do it.
I know, because I know things have changed since I came through the doors.
Yeah.
But that part helped me to complete and challenge myself in areas of my mind that I think wasn't possible. And that's what showed me the power of Christ. You know what I mean? Because there was a church down here. Whenever I had to tell the cigarette story, there was a church down here called Family Foundations in Magnolia Square. That's where the first place they ever laid hands on. There's so many people, and some of the men from here which told me to go that night because I had a situation to face. Either I was going to continue to smoke cigarettes or I wasn't going to come into the program. Because Pastor Lynn was adamant about no nicotine in your system when you come in the program. So I was facing I'd be like, why? Like that ain't what I come here for. Why I gotta stop smoking? I would challenge that, fight, but I ain't had that in me. This time I didn't have that in me. So my first suggestion that I actually took outside of my stubbornness was somebody saying, "Why don't you go down here and go to church with us?" I went. I wasn't expecting what I received. I think they scared the smoking off me. I really do because all them people putting hands on me, that's something no. And the things they were saying out there, mouth the prayer, the talking in tongue, it confused me so bad. By the time I left that church, smoking was the last thing on my mind. So I actually quit within that week. And I actually joined the program that following week. And I was scared because the mind still roams like, yeah, well, I'm gonna sneak it to go smoke. I'm in here now. Now I can do what I want to do. And my mind would think like that. But no, them people scared me.
Yeah. They scared you straight.
Did they?
Yeah.
Knocked the smoke right out.
Oh, man. If it was only, all the time that easy with us.
It ain't.
It's not. Yeah. But I'm glad that worked for you. I'm glad God used that church and those people to make a positive change in your life.
Oh, they scared me. I don't know what that was.
Oh. So can you pinpoint a specific time when you can see your life turning towards the addiction?
Yeah,
like when it all started?
Come up, like when I first started?
Yeah, when you first started with drugs, and what was that
16.
like? You were 16.
I was 16. My next door neighbor, rest in peace, Big Troy, he was my guardian angel then, but I didn't understand it until later. It was one of our fellow friends, and they were sitting outside doing what it is they do, and me being younger than them, I wanted to do the same thing he was doing, but he said, "No, take your little tail in the house," and I respect my man, so I went in the house, mind my business. But a few moments later, a knock came on the door, and that knock brought up what I was told not to do back to me, and since there was nobody around, it was easy for me to say yeah.
Gotcha.
And once I said yes, that was all she wrote for 25 years. That was all she wrote. I don't blame anybody, but if I would have stayed in a child's place, I was 16 when I first got high, when I first thought I was high. Because I didn't even know what I took. I didn't know how it's supposed to affect me. I didn't know anything. I ran out in the basketball court and I was all hyped up. And something said, "What you doing? That's a downer. It's not an upper." So that's how green I was. And as soon as that happened, my head just dropped. Bloop, the downer part came on to me. So after that, it was just a blur because it was nothing but that for the next 25 years.
Wow.
And
so easy, so easy, right?
Easy to start.
Easy to
Easy
start.
to continue a little bit, but then it's hard to maintain.
So a youth pastor growing up used to say, sin will keep you longer than you want to stay, take you further than you want to go. And, and that right there, you're thinking, oh, maybe one time or twice, but 25 years. It kept you.
It's crazy is no instructions came with it.
You're right.
None. No probable situations happening along the line. None of that happened. It was just here. And it was like in that moment, not understanding what type of choices I supposed to be making. Because once again, I was clouded by, if I go back just a little bit, I was clouded by wanting to be grown so I can do what I want to do.
Mm.
I might have heard, I'm not sure. People might be saying like stay in the child's place, but it wasn't like stay in the child's place because it was more like stay in the child. So it was like trying to be grown at 14. I can't wait till I turn 16. I can't wait till I turn 18. I can't wait till I turn 21. But me can't wait was always on things that I want to do, not nothing I need to do. I ain't say I can't wait till I turn 16 if I can get my driver's license,
right?
Or really start working and saving money to understand, what life can be for me as I practice doing these things. I can't wait till I turn 18. I couldn't wait till I turn 18 so I can really feel like an adult and do what I want to do. I couldn't wait till I turn 21 so I can go to the liquor store. Like, stuff that's not productive for me. That's what I couldn't wait to get older for. And the only thing that did was put me in the practice of doing nothing for 25 years. 25 years, you're going to hear that a lot because that's how much time I wasted on my life. 25 years of doing nothing. So that was the practice I practiced for a long time until I got here.
Wow. So in that, were there times where in that 25 years before you got here that you tried to get out of the addiction?
Of course. Yeah, glad you asked that.
Yeah.
I was clean for about 5 years.
Okay.
But not the behavior change.
Right.
That would have made the difference back then. You know what I mean? That difference didn't come until here. So I would stop, but the behaviors didn't stop. And nothing against any organization, NAAA, nothing against any of these things that are in place to help us. You know what I mean? But it wasn't me. It was me not wanting to deal with my behaviors because I didn't think I had to. When you think that you are right about everything, which I thought I was, you couldn't tell me. You couldn't tell me I wasn't. I don't care if this what it is, white, off white. It's blue to me. You know what I mean? You can't tell me it's not. You know what I mean? So that was my mindset.
Right.
You couldn't tell me nothing.
Right.
And through me not willing to learn, not willing to pay attention, not willing to do anything different, and thinking this is what I created, so this is what I got to live in. It was a different monster for me.
Right.
And it wasn't the addiction, because I learned now that the drug was never the problem. It was always me. Always. I didn't understand that until Christ started revealing stuff to me. And I paid attention, like I say to Mr. Shank, during the morning devotions. And when I started hearing things, one of the things I heard that curbed that for me was in James, when it say, be quick to listen, slow to speak, slow to anger. I needed that.
Yeah.
I needed that along with, I couldn't be a double-minded man. I needed that. So when I was being renewed and I was also empty, I was able to pay attention and learn for myself. Because for real, if truth be told, from my lips, is I was scared.
Yeah.
I was scared. I didn't want to go back and pick up where I left off at. And I didn't want to be here. Sorry, Rescue Mission. Love y'all to death. But I didn't want to be here either. But this is where I learned how to fight for my life in a different way. Mm-hmm. Was it peaches and roses up in here? No. But the focus on me was just that strong. That's what one of my first songs written I got from here. Keeping the focus on myself is like having all the wealth in the world to myself. And I paid attention. And I started learning, and I started getting better with some things. You know what's funny? Have a $60 a day habit, which is a job. People think it's a job, it's the hardest thing you'll ever put yourself through. It's a job, because you gotta get up, you gotta be conniving, you gotta be sneaky, you gotta be willing to do things that you normally wouldn't do. Like the disease of addiction is stronger than the individual. It was stronger than me. Mm-hmm. So when I learned that I can get a $5 stipend every week, and I didn't have to spend all of it. It was mind blowing. I was like, I can really save $3 out of $5. Only thing I had to do is wash my clothes. So once again, me being so empty when I got here, it was easy to help me to relearn.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that I thought I knew, and it's hard. As a 39-year-old man, I got here when I was 39. it's hard to tell myself that I didn't know what I thought I knew. You know what I mean? I didn't know nothing.
Right.
I wouldn't tell you that, but I would.
I know everything.
Yeah,
you don't know nothing.
Shut up. Listen sometimes, but that's what was.
Yeah.
That's what was. I was being saturated with. That's why I'm so thankful for Pastor Shank, because the few times that I did had to speak, and I look out there at them faces, and and like you might have one smiling face in there, then you I just slew of. I ain't gonna say people was miserable, but not really feeling what's going on.
Yeah.
And you can feel them vibes. I'm like, ooh, this is not easy. This not easy. And you, like, the only person you can control in that type of setting is yourself. But it's all difficultness out here. So I paid attention to a lot of stuff coming through this door. My biggest lessons though came from that kitchen.
You worked at, your assignment was the kitchen?
Well, in the beginning, not the beginning, but I ended up gravitating towards the kitchen because I cooked all my life, even before I got here. So cooking was not a problem to me. I actually enjoyed it. And it helped me to discipline myself with waking up in the morning, because I never thought I was a morning person. You know, being an active addiction, this is my time right here.
Right.
And I would sleep during the day for the most part, as much as I could, but nighttime was my time. So, yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a journey here. But that kitchen taught me how to deal with people as well as myself. And Miss A was a good teacher. Oh my God. Hi, Miss A. Miss A was an excellent teacher.
Yeah.
Of pointing certain things out to me, because she was the one that made me realize I'm not better than anybody. So be careful how I treat people. Mm-hmm. And I listened to her when she said it, because in a situation that was taking place between me and another resident, it could have went another direction, but by her stepping in and saying something and making me realize what it was I was being frustrated over wasn't even worth it. And she changed my way of looking at people.
Right.
So it was a lot of lessons I learned in that kitchen.
That's amazing how God uses things to teach us lessons and stuff. You know, you're saying the kitchen and him using Miss A and different things to bring you to some truths that God wants you to know. And I know Howard went through the program with you, and using the bailing room with Howard. You know, Howard had to be by himself so that he could have some loud conversations with Jesus, and no one hear him. You know, and had to get that out that way, and just the different areas that God can use, you know, outside of just normal type things. But He's always wanting to show us and teach us if we pay attention and allow Him. Yes. So, what was something that someone did that gave you hope in your time of need?
It was Howard. Funny you spoke about him. Howard and Derek, Smiles Deep. They don't remember it, but I always bring it up to them, trying to get them to cloud their memory before they can remember. But we used to go in a small library upstairs, and we'd go in there, peace and quiet, dark, and we would pray before we went to bed. And some of them prayers led to iron sharpening iron conversations. And then one of them conversations, probably when I was about to struggle but didn't see it coming, is one of them said, but they don't remember saying it, is think beyond, we say think beyond your normal thinker, for you could think beyond yourself. And that blew my mind. Like that really opened my mind up to challenging my old behaviors compared to what my behaviors and my habits and my practices could become now. And I started really digging down and paying attention to that, because there was still a lot of stuff going on around me, still a lot of negativity. People used to try to stop me from whistling. Even to this day, people try to stop me from whistling, but it's something that calms me and soothes me. So I can't worry about how people may perceive me whistling when I'm happy. You know what I mean? I could be stressed and just start whistling. It helps me to carry on, not to look at the time, not to say, oh my God, I'm at work again. It just helped me in so many ways. But people come against certain things. So when he said that, it helped me to start challenging my old way of thinking and trying to think about how to do things different than what I already knew. So that was a pivotal moment for me that they don't even remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, they helped me out a lot. After we got off that library that night, I laid down on my bed, and the first thing I started thinking is, all right, if I'm thinking this way, then I need to be thinking this way. And like I said during our earlier conversation, the truth is already in us. Jesus is going to ask you what you're going to do, and that's what I had to start paying attention to. So I would say Howard and Derek actually helped me in a time that I may have needed it and didn't even realize it.
Yeah, awesome. And they're learning themselves. You know, you all three are in the program together. You know, struggling with different things.
Pretty much.
And but still able to help each other and lift each other up. And that's what Christ calls us to in the church body, right? That's what the body of Christ is to do, is we're to bear one another's burdens and be there and lift each other up in a time of need. So what would be one thing that you want people to have an understanding or know about the Hope Center?
That would come personally from me, especially being in as many programs as I have been in before I came here, is stop trying to tell help how to help you. Like, it took for me to understand that I needed help, and I couldn't tell that help what to do. So it was up to me to understand what I needed to do, not the mission, because I would have came in here, the old me, and picked it apart.
Right.
You know what I mean? Trying to see how it can suit me, but not how I can help it. You know what I mean? Like I said, the mission never asked me for nothing. They didn't ask me for no insurance. They didn't ask me to go get on social service. They didn't tell me to go get EBT and money and pay. They asked me for absolutely nothing. The only thing they wanted me to do is get better with myself. So it took for me to really understand what help was. I took counsel. I got my GED here. I got my driver's license here. I was able to finally get bills in my own name, not going through somebody else, or you know, worrying about like, you go do it and let me do what it is I'm doing. So it was here that I didn't try to pick anything apart. It took a lot for me to get to that point, you know, because I can watch the dots be connected. I can tell you every dot that I paid attention to that got connected the time that I was here, and still to this day, is not, for myself, understanding that you need help. You know what I mean? Understand that sometimes it's okay to start over, but that behavior has to change. It's the behavior. For me, it was the behavior. And if I would have came through these doors and I wouldn't allow Christ to change my behaviors, I'd be still out there. And I know this. It's not nothing that I know I would be still out there if I didn't change my behaviors. So it's like, if God put you somewhere and give you, I was Muslim when I got here. I was practicing being a Muslim, and you know, not putting no footwork into anything for real until I put my stronghold here. Is like, it's so much that I could have just, I don't know, trying to make the world revolve around me. That's what that is.
Yeah.
And and like that saying that we like to use, fake the funk until you, or fake it until you make it, that type of stuff. It was time for me to put all that stuff down. I do believe that. It was time for me to put all that stuff down and finally allow help to help me. I went through the counsel of Pastor Lynn, Pastor Rick, and Pastor Brad that was here at the time. I allowed them to, as I went up in levels, I think it was blue, yellow, some colors, the color line went up, and each time I completed the color, I was happy. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say I was proud of myself. I was just happy because I was actually doing something. I wasn't laughing at them kids up there that was doing the right thing. This time I didn't want to miss out.
Right.
You know what I mean? I didn't want to miss out on what could be for me outside of the life that Christ took me from. It's so much. I can be here until 3 p.m. tomorrow, for real.
I will be, so.
But it's like, if you know you need the help, stop running. There's no bigger problem than you being a problem to yourself.
Yeah.
There's no bigger
We got to get out of our own way, right?
I had to.
Yeah.
I had to, and it took for me, like I say, back in Baltimore, it took for me to recognize the presence I felt of Christ, because I did yell out, "Dear Lord, help me," and I think it thundered out my mouth. It wasn't one of them little situations I put myself in and then I'd be like, "Oh God, help me, help me." No, I think this one, it thundered out so strongly. Jesus said, "All right, it's time. It's time." When I know that he faced me with God, God only gave me two options. Do you want to live or do you want to die? And I heard that before. It's gone with my eye. It was that same scenario where as though I heard a still voice say, "If you want to live, tilt your head." And as I tilt my head, the bullet just grazed straight off my face. It was that same type of thing, and I couldn't be hard-headed no more. I had to listen, and I chose life. That's why I'm still sitting here in front of you this day.
Wow.
Because I chose life.
Praise the Lord.
Oh.
I'm glad. I'm so glad. Yes. So, do you have any questions for me?
Yeah, I do. I got a question for the organization of the Hope Center.
Okay.
Rescue Mission. How often do y'all really reach out to past graduates, present graduates, and graduates that can be like alumni and actually do more proactive things here at the mission for a visual of hope and what can take place?
Not enough. So that is something that I actually have thought about, of having past graduates come in and, you know, just spending time with current men in the program. And, you know, because why not bring people who've been where they're at? You know, we can give them all the things, you know, and that worked, you know, for you too. You know, it's not that it doesn't work, but to know that they're not alone. And that there are others who've been where they're at, done the things that they're being asked to do. You know, yes, we might do it a little different than what Pastor Lynn, Pastor Rick did, but not that much different now. But I think it would be great to have alumni come back and just stay connected. I heard a statistic that said 5 years after someone gives up a drug addiction or alcohol addiction or whatever addiction, it takes 5 years after that for them to become 80% successful at staying out of it. You know, so I think, and I think we're working at it to not just, you come through the program, minimum 13 months. A lot of guys, it takes a little longer than that.
I was there for 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, some of us are a little, you know, more stubborn than others, right? You know, myself included. But, you know, and then just graduate them and say, okay, you know, we've invested and we love, you know, these men that are here, and I want them to know I'm still here for them. I know that the men in charge of the men's ministry are always still here for them. And so I think building that connection is good. And so now I have a question for you. You going to help me reach out to past graduates and maybe build up an alumni group that we can do something with?
I would love to, but like the ones I knew, besides Howard and Derek, some passed away and some I don't even know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know how to begin to look unless I know their name, because you know you can go
right.
on social media and find anybody for real. But mine was just like a thought, a question, you know, because I'm still here, and it takes a person to be willing. Like I know I graduated this program. If you look at my phone, I'm gonna show you something. We ain't gonna show the audience, right?
Okay.
Hold on. And don't use my phone. I just showed you.
You just showed me.
Just showed you, right? That's how. And this is what I see when I leave out my front door. When I got my first apartment, when I left from here, which I graduated the program in May, the graduation ceremony wasn't until October. I had my apartment that June.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed here, you know, out of uncertainties and fears of moving up on King Street. That was where my first apartment was at, right beside the methadone clinic. Figure that. Also, also into a smoker's apartment building, you know, and I have not smoked in almost 2 years.
Right.
That don't mean I was.
Right.
But I know me, so the reason I stayed until that graduation ceremony is because I wanted to be sure. You know what I mean, like I said, I had to start challenging my thinking on what I know I'm capable of doing if I'm by myself, left to my own devices and no eyes are on me.
Right.
You know, and if people put eyes on me, I would call you nosy, get out my business, stop worrying about what I'm doing. But this one, like that saying, think beyond my normal thinking. If I could think beyond myself, I had to challenge that. So I didn't leave here until after that, that graduation ceremony. And I put that, I don't know how I got the laminated picture. I probably got it from Miss Shank. God bless her. Hey, Miss Shank, Mr. Shank. But I think I probably got it from when I got it laminated, and I posted it on my apartment door before I actually moved in there, so I could be reminded, you know what I mean? And I learned through that I didn't have to fall. You know, everybody say, we're going to fall, you're going to fall, but I don't have to.
Right.
You know, the choices I make, you know, knowing that Christ is my salve, is the foundation under my feet. God give me the Holy Spirit to guide me. That's all I got to do is listen. You know what I mean? That's all I got to do is pay attention. I know what I don't want to do.
Right.
I don't want to fail. I don't want to go backwards. This is the first time in my life I'm going forward. You know, I completed a program, 13 months successfully. When I stopped smoking, my mind was still racing on how to sneak a cigarette without nobody saying me. I peeked out spots.
You had a plan.
Did I? Buy a couple of trees, you know, walk around with some Febreze, spray it on me. I had a plan, but I didn't execute any of them.
Yeah.
You know, so it was like times like that that keep me reminded of what I don't want to go back to.
Yeah.
And
I think that's so good, those truths that you know what you don't want to do. You just learned, you went through this program to learn the steps to do what you do want to do.
Yeah.
You know, and so if you can keep these, you know, down here and just stay focused here, you know, that's helpful. And you know, like I said, to have alumni or past graduates who are successful come back, yeah, I think that's something we need to, you know, yeah.
I ain't got no problem being a part of it. I would love to. You know what's weird when you was just talking? Is it in the book of James when my man say, I do what I don't want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do?
I don't think it's James, but
Is it in Romans?
It might be in Romans.
Yeah,
I do the things that I don't want to do, and I don't do the things that I need to do. Yeah.
That reminded me of that, though.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have no problem doing that. I would love to.
Awesome.
Because when Brother Tyree would call me to come down here and speak on Saturday, you know, about me graduating, and I know I don't know how long I got there, but it reminded me of going back to the dots. When I was in the kitchen, somehow I transferred over to the thrift store for a while. And while I was at the thrift store, something just told me to come over here, a little whisper, come over here and ask for an application, which I did. It didn't make sense to me, but I did it anyway, and it was Miss Sue that was at the desk at the time. And she's like, how can I help you, Calvin? I said, I need an application. And she say, would you come to fill out for the chaplain's job? I'm like, I guess so. And she was like, well, we'll see. And I filled out the application. There was so much negativity on it, though. Oh, this ain't going to happen. They don't let graduates do this. They don't do that. It was so much negative. But that wasn't my idea.
Right.
It wasn't something I thought or planned out to do. And I just watched it happen. I watched the administration that was here. They thought about it. They talked about it. They talked about it. They thought about the scenarios. At the time, I wasn't driving. I was walking back and forth to my own apartment. And he came up and said, yes. That's when I realized how God moves and not people.
Right.
That's when I realized that. And that helped me to learn how to deal with myself as well as other people.
Awesome.
In this mission.
Yeah.
I rarely had an argument. I did have some disagreements because of how we are as people. but I learned how to talk to I don't want to say that word. I want to say intoxicated person. I learned how to talk to a belligerent person. You know, I used to get in trouble because I would walk the trouble back to their door, and I was like, no, you can't do that. You working. You can't be leaving the property, walking people home. But when I paid attention to it, I was like, I'm really, like, it's different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can't talk to somebody that's, and I enjoy this place. So
Awesome.
I have no problem ever coming back here to speak, to do anything, volunteer, wouldn't matter. My schedule kind of
Yeah, I'm telling you. You might need to fill out another application.
Hey, if God moved me in that direction and I think about it too much and I'm like going to sleep on it, it is a move that I would have to pay attention to.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
God moved me in that direction.
Absolutely.
But it's good to be still connected, you know. It's good because the last time I was like really here, I had dreads in my head. And I remember Pastor Lennon used to say, somebody, you need to get a haircut. I was like, no, God ain't telling me to cut my hair. I don't know haircut. But this is nice though. I like this.
Good. Well, I'm glad you came, spent some time with me on a bench. And
I'm surprised. I don't know. We had a nice conversation before this.
Yeah.
We're still into conversation. But I'm thankful. I'm thankful to be here. Who asked me to be here though? Was it you or was it just somebody my name randomly popped up?
No, I think it was all of us. We were coming up with a list of people to actually ask to sit on the bench, and then we open it up. You know, some of the guests came out and sat with me and stuff. But yeah, okay, I love talking to you.
Was it like a list of past graduates?
No, I think it was just, let's call Kevin.
Sorry,
let's call Kevin.
Let's call Kevin.
No, I enjoy hearing your story, and you know, I know you, but getting to know you better through these conversations and stuff, and you know, it's just you bless my heart.
And it's cozy out here. Like Amy got it nice and cozy. We can sit out here for a minute. How many breaks do you get?
How many breaks?
Sitting out here for 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
gonna pray for you while I'm going to sleep.
Thank you.
But I'm not gonna lose no sleep.
No, don't lose no sleep over me.
Man, I was knocked out. But and look at the supporting cast over
I know. Look, I have the heaters. They don't have the heaters over there. So if they want to get warm, they have to have another conversation with me.
Everybody gotta come over here. Oh, look, this one ain't bothered. Look, he's just snagging.
Look, he's got his little beanie on his head.
Chilling.
Got his pizza. He's good to go.
Good evening.
So, well, sir, we'll let you get home and get to bed.
I ain't in no hurry. No, I'm comfortable.
You're good? Okay.
Kick me out. Shoot. Come up. Sit over here and chill. Spotlight. No mosquitoes.
No mosquitoes. Not.
I ain't gonna take.
Not in mid-October. I'm telling you.
This is nice though. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you doing this, being obedient to what was called. You know, because we can make a million excuses of why not to do something like this. But I appreciate you still being out in the front line, because that's what this is to me. You know what I mean? Like I say, the mission is the front line to what most people don't want to tackle. And to be out here like this is tremendous.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you.
Thank you. Well, I do consider it an honor to work for my Lord and Savior and do the work that we do. Yes, I'm in the office a lot. I'm not out amongst people as much as the others.
But you're still reachable.
But I'm still
talked to you for a couple of times when I needed to. So you still.
I am available. No, sir.
And I appreciate that.
Yep.
And you help me with projects. Oh, shoot. Awesome is what awesome does. You know what I mean?
All right. Awesome. But yeah. So when's your next work start?
I get up at 4:15 and go to row 4 by 6. Well, I get up at 4:15 and make sure I want to get up by 5 o'clock.
Okay. You start at 4:15 to make sure you're up at 5.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Well, that's snooze button. Catch the blues.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
I'll be sleepy, but it's the way my work schedule is to make sure I do actually get up and be responsible. 'Cause I keep that in my front of my head. Ain't nobody out here taking care of me. I gotta take care of myself. So I gotta be responsible for myself.
Right.
So I gotta get out there.
Yeah.
Got to. So it takes me 45 minutes
to get up.
to get up.
To get up.
Don't tell nobody that.
I won't tell. I won't tell.
Shh.
Facebook. It's our secret.
45 minutes. Get up out the bed. But I do. I stay responsible to it because God allowed me to start it. So I gotta see it through.
Wonderful. All right, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
I just get up and run.
You can get up and run. We'll have another conversation.
I want that professionally, like you did in the last one. You was professional.
I know, but I don't know where I'm going to next. Then I knew, I knew what was coming.
Right.
When it was planned. I don't have a plan after this. So maybe we'll. Where'd he go?
Your husband?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's staying warm in the trailer.
Staying warm in the trailer. We'll.
He said we was enjoying ourselves too much.
I know. We'll have Terry Iser come back and join us as we say goodbye to Mr. Kevin. You can bring it with you. As I sit here and suffer in the cold,
No, you
and
cold.
he's in there.
You is not cold. That's cold over there.
Yeah, I do have some.
Them off of camera.
Heater, yeah. Shh. Oh, goodness. Maybe next year, we're on the bench. You come and you sing us one of your songs.
That would be a privilege. That would be a privilege.
So maybe we can get Derek out here too.
Derek would love it. I still stay in touch with Derek on a regular basis, but
Yeah.
he stay busy too.
Yes, he does. I see him every once in a while in here, but yeah, that would be.
I remember man home used to sit over there on the little slab over there at the thrift store and just waste the day away just beatboxing and home rapping. Just wasting the day away on a nice calm day. Never thought that we'd actually be like him making music like he does because he is a rapper.
Yeah.
I'm more of an actor, of a rapper.
Hey.
I do it because I'm capable of doing it, and I was inspired to do it and not worry about what other people might think, and pay attention to what it is I'm doing. So I ain't never knew I could write or rap.
Yeah.
I was inspired to do so.
Nice.
So Derek Smiles, Deep Williams, and Pete, which had Fresh Academics at the time, they encouraged me to start. I started way back then, and then my nephews encouraged me to keep going. So yeah.
Hey.
I wouldn't have never thought I could do that. I would have been still hard.
What a God-given ability, right?
Still stubborn, still hard-headed, still doing what I want to do. They said you got to put away childish things in order to grow up and become an adult. That's a big part of it too. Man, I could have talked about this all day right here, the whole 24 hours. You should have got in touch with me
earlier. Kevin, next year will just be you. 24 hours with Kevin.
I don't think the world ready for that.
No, we got a year to get ready. Right?
That's
Watch
a
out.
whole year of experiences, boy.
Shoo.
Just
think what the Lord's going to teach you in a year.
I can imagine already, because some of the lessons I thought I learned, or I guess it's always awareness of it, I'm still learning.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
That's right.
Because I don't think 15 years equal up to 25 yet.
No.
I'll be 55. What's the day?
You're still young.
The 9th?
Today it's still the 9th, yes.
Yeah, so I'm going to be 55 in 10 days. Yeah, I'm still young. I'm fine with my age.
Yeah.
I'm good. Even somebody say, "Oh, you old head." Yep. Because you young head got to come through where I'm at. So I'm okay. Yep. I'm old head. That's me. And I'll be the one you won't come to for
help me, Kevin.
For some information.
I need help.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm thankful. Like I said, my oldest son, 36. I can imagine how my mother feels. I'm 55. I think my mother's 74, 75. Sorry, man, I don't know your age like that, but I know you're 70-something. Wife, boy.
Yeah. We're right there with you. My oldest is 32.
Yeah, we need to start an old people party.
Old people party. we're in our 50s and living our best lives, right?
Trying to.
Staying up for 24 hours on a bench.
You had fun with that.
He's going to bed so he can be up by 5.
I'll go out and fry me a steak and be out. Cause I get off at Cedar Ridge at 11 o'clock. By the time I get home, it's quarter to 12, 11:30, something like that. But by the time I go to sleep, it's almost 1. And my alarm clock goes off at that 4:15. Yeah, I gotta fight that one. Then I'm up at 5. Then I'm out the door. I'm at Rofold. So Wednesdays are the struggle. Waking up Thursday morning is a struggle. But once I'm woke and then I'm a little okay. So then on my Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Thursday and Friday I do the outlets too. But it's fun to me because back in Baltimore I would quit a job for no reason. You know, I would leave my wife struggling and strangling for ends because I decided to quit a job for no reason.
Yeah.
But the reason was for me to run outside and be wild and get high. She used to always say, how the heck can you, but this saying it mildly,
right.
How the heck can you quit a job knowing we got bills? And I would tell a responsible grown woman that been responsible for a long period of time, way before I became responsible. I would tell her she don't know what she's talking about. You focus on the wrong stuff. I know, I chuckle now, but the stupidity level of me telling her that she don't know what she's talking about and focused on the wrong things. And I'm the one that just quit a job. Stupid stuff.
The things we say, right?
And knowing I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Knowing I'm wrong. And I still go through the shenanigans of it because I'm not understanding how to get better with myself. That's why Christ had to come save my life. Because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have the understanding that I got today.
Yeah.
People say, I beg to differ for myself. People say what you've been through is what makes you. I beg to differ on that. It's what I listen to is what makes me. And I had to start listening to Christ in order for me to be who I was meant to be from the first place. Not back when my angel told me not to get high, because if I was listening, I wouldn't have did it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that didn't make me who I was. It made me total opposite. And there's some words around it that, but I'm not going to say it. But it was the total opposite of what I was meant to be.
Right.
So that didn't make me who I am today.
Yeah.
I understand that. Because people will argue that. They really do argue it.
Yeah. I mean, real life doesn't start until Christ, right?
For me, yes. Correct.
You know, that's when it all begins. That's when things are worthwhile, what you do for Christ.
How you live your life.
And how you live your life. Those things will last for eternity.
I'm still going to die, but how I die matters to me. It's still going to happen. None of us will stay life alive. I'm still going to die, but how I die matters to me. Christ plays a big part in that.
Awesome. Woohoo! Preach it, sir.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna attempt to get up.
You're gonna attempt.
I'm so
He's so
comfortable.
comfy and cozy. My bench is cozy.
I need somebody to say cut, but it ain't no cut because
There's no cut because we're live. We are live.
I feel so bad.
And
keep going.
I keep going. I keep trying to get Mr. Eisner back out here, but he's comfy and cozy in the trailer. He doesn't want to sit on the bench with me again.
That's all you heard with this teeny voice say, keep going.
Keep going.
You got 2 more hours.
He's got to get up at 4:45, 4:15.
I don't get to go to bed till 3.
Well,
I sit here until 9:30 because this is cool to me.
All right.
It ain't like you got a break. Who coming on next?
Who's coming on? I don't know. Malin, what's coming up next?
At 9:30 we have another national video.
Another national video?
Yep, so
awesome.
You want to talk till 9:30?
We can talk till 9:30. All right.
Talk about.
I don't know, Kevin. We had a whole conversation before.
We did.
Before you, during the other national conversation. So what's something you've been studying lately in the Bible that the Lord's been revealing to you?
The verse that's been within my heart for I'm gonna say the last couple of months. I want to say it's is it Philippians 2:14? Do all things without argument or complaint. That's a hard task for me now. Right now, while I'm in it, the struggle, because people from the outside looking in would think that I don't struggle with stuff because of what they see me do in my walk day by day, but that does come with a great struggle. And when I think about the complaining side that I can have, I know that's not productive for me. You know, so it's still a struggle to not complain about what I think my work schedule can allow me to rationalize to complain about. And my mind would have me thinking it's legit. So my complaints can be very strong because of the position I put myself in.
Right.
It's hard for me to even complain because I know God give me the strength to do it. He gives me the provisions to make sure I keep moving. Now, and I can't be an idiot about it. I can't overwhelm myself or really overbear myself on not getting the proper rest. I don't eat right, so I can't even say that. But the proper rest is needed for me. Believe it or not, this is rest for me because you help me to exercise my mind, get my thoughts out. So this is rest for me. It's something that this night right here would help me to get a quiet sleep from my own mind, if that makes sense. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
So, you work at Cedar Ridge.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about that because that's a resource in the community to young men. Just young men, or is there girls there too? Just young men. So, some old men, you know. So tell us a little bit about what Cedar Ridge offers to young men and what your part of your role is there.
Well, I think part of my role there is to be the best example that I can be without worrying about a lot of other things that take place. Once again, not arguing and complaining stuff. I was getting to that too as I was, well, that's the arguing and complaining, especially when things aren't going the way that I think they're capable of going, or the residents isn't acting in a certain manner that I think that they should be acting. It's showing up with the love of Christ on me every day and not changing or wavering on how I think things should be. So it's I don't know, because I really have to, I know I pay attention, I say I pay attention to a lot of stuff, but it's a lot of stuff that's so much out of my control that I only can sit back and wait for God control to take over on some situation, because I can't handle everything like people probably think I can.
Right.
I'm gonna say the foundation is underneath my feet. The truth is in me, but sometimes it's like my thinking or leaning on my own understanding wants to take control over stuff that I know I can't control.
Right.
So the mental gain, my bad, I don't want to say a gain, the mental strength it takes to be there is something I can't do on my own. So I do have to lean on the understanding of Christ to get through a lot of my work days. That's for any part of my life. You know what I mean? It could be here. It could be in Walmart. It could be driving. I really have to be self-conscious of myself more than anything else. And working at Cedar Ridge is such a joy, though, because I get to challenge the behaviors of myself through the young men there, or because I practice on people, period. But to get to challenge them on areas, not telling them they're wrong, because my past life wasn't wrong. It helped me to survive the environment that I was in. It helped me to, I guess, to be here. It helped me to be where I was at in that moment. No matter how bad somebody from the outside looking in may see it, you know, it puts me in a place of knowing that anybody is capable of changing depending on what they're paying attention to.
Right.
So when I go to work, I have to make sure I'm paying attention to me and what it is I'm doing, what it is I'm displaying, because I know for a fact that how a child is raised, it starts in the home. That's just my belief.
Right.
It starts home. And what they learn home, they come outside of their home and practice it on the people that's outside of their home.
Right.
And what type of results they get from that is going to determine how they behave or act. Because you can come outside as a 9-year-old and run off at your mouth, and somebody that don't know you or care about you will actually pow. Especially if you, and once you learn that lesson, you know not to speak to people in a certain manner or anybody in a certain manner. So I get to go to work at Cedar Ridge and be the best version of myself as possible on a daily basis, which is a daily challenge, which helped me to stay focused on myself more than I normally would have to.
Right.
So it gives me a hope and a purpose to be there, because I know for a fact without hope and purpose in my life, I'm going to be a nobody.
Right.
So that helps me in that manner.
Awesome. Awesome. Did you know that Jim Resch, who started the Hope Center, had a hand in starting Cedar Ridge Children's Ministry?
I did not. With some of Mr. Swasina friends.
So I think it was before Mr. Swasina, but Jim had a desire to see, a children's home, and so I think he was like in the part of the planning and stuff and helping them get a board of directors and all, but he had a hand in that ministry beginning.
Because that mindset, to help like that is tremendous. That's just God's giving gift to that individual.
Yeah.
And I know that, I don't know him personally.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I would have met him.
Yeah.
But I met Mr. Swasina.
Mm-hmm.
And on the journey of me doing what it was I needed to do, not what I wanted to do, but what I needed to do, I met Mr. Swasina on my last van run day for the Vocational Summer Bible School for Tri-State. That's the church I was attending at the time. I still rock with Tri-State though, but I was on my first van run like that ever.
Mm-hmm.
I never drove anybody's child back and forth to church, let alone my own. But it was on the last day before I switched out when my week was over with. Mr. Swasina got in the van. I didn't know who he was though. And there was some kids in the van too, but the kids was rowdy for some reason. They was old, they was all over the place. And instead of turning around saying, y'all saying, I just started talking to him, and we started laughing, we started joking. The van ride became so much smoother. We was in that, like we was having fun. Each kid that got dropped off with tears in their eyes from laughter. We had that much fun that Mr. Swasina looked at me and said, you need to go fill out the application at Cedar Ridge. It was that passion in him that helped me to get the job out Cedar Ridge.
Nice.
So I like Mr. Jimmy Rush. I can't say his name right to save my life. Say it again.
Rush.
Yeah, Rush. It was that passion. Them stories I used to hear about him going to the bars, getting people.
Yeah, dragging them out.
Yeah, dragging them out, bringing them back here. Like it's stuff like that I like. Like Mr. Swasina, I have a love for what it was he was doing.
Right.
Yeah. Not saying anybody else doesn't, but his presence was strong in that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I pick up on stuff like that for the most part.
Yeah. I just think it's cool that, you came here for the Lord to, deal with you, but then you ended up in another ministry that was touched by Mr. Resch. Yeah, that's awesome.
Because I thought I was going to end up in a training school somewhere. That's what I wanted to do, but that didn't happen.
In a training school?
Yeah, I wanted to be right, like how this is the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be a front lines. I thought I can, I don't know because I ain't make it there, but I thought my mental capacity would be strong enough to make an impact in the lockdown facility.
Okay.
But God said, no, you going to see the ridge. And that's
so there you go. So, but it's good you're there because like that probably is one of the last stops before they would go to a lockdown facility, right?
Well, they come from DJS, but Cedar Ridge is the middle ground between them going back to there or going home.
Okay.
We push and aim for them to re-certify back home with the family. That's what we pray that happens for them, but that don't mean it always does.
Yeah.
Because anything going to have their percentages of who make it and who don't. And one of the scariest things is everybody don't hear God's voice no matter what age you is, except for an unconscious baby growing up that don't know nobody yet.
Yeah.
That's the hurting part.
That is. Especially that's like on my mind a lot around here. You have the truth. You're able to present the truth to people, but you can't make them that's the Holy Spirit's job, right?
Correct.
He does the drawing and
Only
the
if
calling.
everybody
But
understand that, 'cause
yeah,
it most definitely is his job.
yeah. So, but it's hard to say. It's right here. It's right here.
Thank you. Well, I tell people, like, for real, because if you think about a time you was going to do something you know you ain't supposed to do, you got that time locked in your head.
Oh yeah.
Something pre-warned you not to do it first, and you overrid that and did it anyway, and you got your consequences. Whether you think you got away with it or not, but you learned how to do a bad habit. But if you'd have listened to that voice, that's when your rewards come from. And that's something I had to learn. I had to stop overriding the right thing that was told to me and do this.
Right.
Instead of doing that. That's how I really started growing, because I learned how to listen to what was telling me to do the right thing. And God is going to tell you to do the right thing. He has not once gave me wrong directions.
Right.
Ever. Ever. In this 15 years, he has not gave me the wrong direction. So that's my thing. I can listen to people all day long. I can comprehend, I can pay attention, I can be very attentive, but I'm still listening for the voice to say, stop.
Yeah.
And go this way. And I listen for that.
Yeah, because he's truth.
That's all
right.
it is.
He's truth, and there's times that we think that we have the truth, but truth is not in us.
The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? You know it.
You
And
know
God
it.
know it. That's how they go. But I do believe it's like, cause the common sense in me was activated, and I deal with that too. Just common sense stuff. It's nothing complicated. It's nothing rocket science. You ain't gotta know how many times the sun let off a solar flare. It's common sense. Do the right thing sometimes. Just do the right things. And especially if you do the right things for you, you're actually helping somebody else to do the right things for themselves.
Yeah, that's it reminds me of another graduate, Frank Short.
Yeah, Frank. I still be in touch with Frank every now and then. That's my dude, too.
He would always say, I'm just going to do the next right thing. I do this, and then, I'm going to just look for the next right thing. And so he just took, life one moment at a time. We can't worry about tomorrow, right? Scripture says, don't borrow tomorrow's worries. Today's full of its own.
So true.
Yeah, right? So we just got to do the next thing in front of us and listen for the Lord to give us,
which he always does, because he never leaves us.
Yeah.
I believe that wholeheartedly. He never leaves us. Because like now, I wouldn't even be outside right now. I'm dead serious. Like if I was in the house at 6:30, I'd be in
People
my
are crazy, sitting outside.
Sitting outside chilling. I'd be in my pajamas, wiggling my toes. Minding my business. But I enjoy this though. I just want to make sure you get to your next 9:30 and don't fall asleep.
I'm not going to fall asleep yet. I know.
Go,
I was telling Kevin, I think I told you this, I struggle with the time change, just an hour forward or back.
Hold up.
It sets me off.
Now?
No.
Shoo. Okay.
But,
when did that happen?
November.
That's right around the corner.
Yeah, but we gain an hour in November.
But
you get an extra hour.
That's the time of happiness.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the spring, you jump forward and you...
That's when you're paying attention to the time. Let it jump forward.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Time traveling.
Don't even supposed to be. I don't know how man started measuring time. Just out the blue. Put time on them. Put some time on them. What? 12 o'clock? Yeah, let's start there. 1, 2.
Oh, goodness.
Throw a little seconds in there somewhere. Call this minutes. Oh, my goodness. Put a long hand on there. Yeah, let it go in around a couple of times. Call that the hour.
Call that the hour.
All right. Oh my goodness. Now put that out there. Let them catch on. And we've been on time.
We've been on time ever since. Ever since the beginning.
Ever since the beginning.
Tell you.
You think the dinosaurs worried about time?
Probably not.
I don't even think
Probably
the
not. Oh, no.
Reading the stars. I don't think he was worrying about no time.
They were watching the stars and the moon. That's how they. Okay, the sun's up. Daylight.
Daylight, we can see.
Moon's out. It's nighttime. Time to go to bed.
The sun out, we can see. Moon out. Oh, everybody go to bed. There wasn't no time.
There was, yeah.
The sun was 12 o'clock and the moon was 12 o'clock. That's wild, though. But without structure, we'd be all over the place.
Right? Structure's good.
I don't think people want a chaotic world like they think they do.
No. It's too chaotic now.
Yeah.
People are all over the place, I'm telling you.
That's who we are, literally. And I don't think nobody want a
Crazy.
lawless world. And it's beyond Sodom and Gomorrah. It would be
Yeah.
no hospital. You in trouble. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Miss Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin.
Oh, I'm still ain't leaving until 9:30.
No, we still got 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Anybody have anything you want to add?
You're doing fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, he don't went and broke out the jacket.
He did. He's got like reflectors on him over there. The FedEx jacket.
He got reflectors over there.
He's got reflectors.
Look, okay.
So we can see him.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Did you pull that out?
Yeah, he did. They got 3 chairs over there. It ain't even cold out here for real. It feel good out here.
Come on, sit over here.
No, see, I'm a winter person, literally. Only thing I don't like is the snow and ice. You see, this is all I wear throughout the whole winter. I love winter time. And I sleep so much better during the winter. So I love it. That's the summertime. Summertime is beautiful, but I can't sleep like I want to in the summertime.
Well, you need better AC or something.
No, I got AC. It's just because I know I gotta go outside.
Oh.
You know, once you go
I
outside.
am a summer person. I like the summer way more than the winter. The cold hurts.
It wakes you up.
The cold makes me hurt.
Watch the hand movement. The cold allows you to know you're alive. When you come outside, as soon as it touches you, you stiffen right up.
Oh.
The sun can make you feel like too much vitamin D. You just be like.
There's no such thing. Whatever. Too much vitamin D.
You all sitting outside.
That makes you happy.
It does. I give you
Sunshine.
that. It does. Sunshine.
Sunshine in my soul
then
today.
That cold just touch your skin and you automatically up. You paying attention. You alert.
Is that how your mom woke you up when you were little?
Hey,
She'd
I
rip
wouldn't
the
be
covers
surprised.
off and say, "Time to get up."
The bed got dumped over too. The first thing you do is reach out for the cover and can't find it.
Give me my blankie back, Mom.
Yeah, that cold let you know that you're alive and moving. The sun don't do that for you. The sun don't do that. The sun make you stay still in one spot.
Well, that is
and
true.
relax.
I guess that, yeah. But
Well, let that 2 below 0 touch you.
no, thank you.
Yeah. Be ready for some chittering conversation.
Yes. No, thank you. Yeah.
But you can keep the snow and the ice though. I don't like driving in snow and not dislike the thought of like it's some ice that you can't see. They call it black
ice, yeah.
It's ice that you can't see and you just driving, minding your business and slip.
You're gone.
Your car just go over there. That ain't funny.
It's not, because it can hurt people.
Yeah, it really can.
But, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, you go
weather.
Make one left
that
turn. And the ice right there. You zip. That ain't funny, Miss Amy.
You're tired, Kevin. You were sleepy.
How did we get the black ice? Oh my goodness. Oh, what time is this over for you? 3 p.m.
3 p.m. tomorrow.
See, I'll have nothing to argue or complain about because I
There.
won't say your
So
situation
tomorrow,
is
yeah.
worse.
No, it's not.
Worse,
No.
but it's still time consuming, energy consuming, and you have to really. I ain't got you staying woke like that, but I pray that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see.
I might have to drive past there to look.
At 5 o'clock. Beep, beep.
Yeah.
It's me.
If I see your head like this,
You, wake up.
I'm going to beep the horn loud as
Okay.
beep, beep.
Wake her up.
But if you woke, I'm just gonna be like, hey, Miss.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's sad. I just want to come down here to disturb you. not
You can disturb me. So I think if I make it, till tomorrow morning, then I'll be golden. But it's that overnight time. There's not as many people wanting to come and have a conversation on a bench.
But see, I can't. You ain't got your phone with you, do you?
I have my phone.
I would most definitely keep conversation with you until I fall asleep.
There you go.
I don't know how much conversation it would be. Probably more laughter.
Because he is tired. You're going to go home, get in your pajamas, and
chill out for the rest of the night. Yeah,
and be in bed and be out.
Because I normally don't get off until 11 o'clock, so 9:30 is a good time.
Oh, it's an early night then for you, yeah.
Recording in progress.
Well, welcome to this next conversation as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend, Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate, and specifically the idea of Conversations on a Bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an often misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed, and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. That how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, you know, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, there's this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion. And the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ, or or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God. That became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you were slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. Yeah. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community, led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. Yeah. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless. Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Walter, very much, and I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists. So we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, and what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that.
Yes.
To marry those things together.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic, is this personal, how should the government be involved or not involved, or all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in city gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped this. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. I appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter. Great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend Gabe Salguro. And Gabe is the president of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition and the pastor of The Gathering with his wife Jeanette. And Gabe's been a good friend, I think, for almost 2 decades, Gabe. And it really is good to be able to journey together and to partner in ministry together. We had you at our annual conference this year as a speaker, and it was great as far as the impact that you had on our people, and they really appreciated it. So thanks for that, and thanks for taking time out to be part of this conversation as well.
Well, a big warm hug from sunny Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
A warm bench in Orlando, Florida, and always so honored to be a part of all the good work you all did and do. And it was great to be with all of you in Arizona to talk about the prodigal son and the forgiving father. So I'm part of the family if you'll have me.
Absolutely. And love that. And one of the stories you shared when you were with us that I thought might be good to maybe share as we kind of have this conversation and to get people to know you a little bit and even your background, that you're aware of what addiction looks like and homelessness looks like and how it's actually impacted you personally through your dad's story, and being able to even share kind of the hope of transformation that came out of that. Tell us a little bit about how this has impacted you personally, Gabe.
Look, like many people, I came up the rough side of the mountain. We were economically challenged. That might be a long form of saying we were very poor. And my father, as a teenager and a young adult, was struggled with substance abuse. He was addicted to heroin. And as you know, oftentimes substance abuse leads you to homelessness and a whole litany of other challenges that come from that. And so, you know, my dad lived under a bridge in Puerto Rico and then later also in New York. And that reality came from a dad who was addicted to alcohol. And my maternal grandfather suffered with alcoholism. And so those realities led them to a very challenging life. And so a lot of people don't make those ties, that living with substance abuse often leads people to homelessness, to joblessness, to a whole other group of social challenges. And so my dad has an 8th grade education. My dad has an 8th grade education. He was formerly incarcerated, and he belonged to, I like to call him, he was a nocturnal pharmacist. That means he used to deal drugs and he was part of a gang. But Christ found him. And so I don't just talk about second chances and about redemption and how people could turn their lives around. He had a radical conversion experience when Christ found him. He went to a program called Teen Challenge, graduated from there. There he went to Bible school, learned, and later he became a pastor. And so, but those challenges of my dad's early substance abuse into his young adulthood presented economic challenges for my family. We lived off the social safety net. You know, I know what WIC and SNAP mean, not just theoretically. You know, I was a beneficiary of that. And so I'm fortunate, I'm blessed that the community intervened and saw hope where people said, oh, there's no chance here. And my dad became a pastor, put me and my two brothers and sister through college, is now running a prison reentry program. He's running a drug rehab program. So he himself is paying back the opportunities he received. And so I've seen God's grace, and I've seen what ministry and intervention can do to change not just one man's life, but the trajectory of a whole family.
Yeah, yeah, that's powerful, Gabe, and to recognize that God is a God of transformation. And many of the conversations on the more than 70 benches around the country today are those stories of transformation, and they do offer hope, and they do show us the power of healing and the ability to turn our life around as we choose to follow Christ. So really appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks.
Look, I'm my whole life is paying it forward because somebody took a chance, a gospel chance on my father. Yeah. It changed his life, my mother's life, my two older brothers' life, my younger sister's life, and all the lives we've touched. My brothers are school teachers, my sister's a dean at a college, and so that has ripple effects. You touch one life, you don't know how many people. If you invest, if you take a risk of faith, if you say, hey, there's an opportunity to change a life. You don't know the ripple effects over decades that you can have on people.
Yeah, yeah, so true. And, you know, we kind of look at when we see the situation in the United States today, often it isn't as much about people as it is around policies, and especially with regard to how we respond to drugs and addiction or to homelessness. And how would you kind of see Christ followers really needing to lean into caring and compassion, really over rhetoric, over policies? What does that really look like as you begin to think about the Bible coming alive in the lives of Christ followers?
The heart of God is people.
Yeah.
God cares about people. Christ died for people. Now, of course, policies impact people. And so when people say to me, hey, Gabe, when you approach policies, how do you approach it? I say, well, I put people first because God put people first. You know, I'm a pastor, and you know, Scripture drives my engagement in every sphere of life: policy, family, education, and you know, John 3:16 is instructive and normative. For God so loved the world, and if you have love for people, you advocate for policies that help people, that lift people up, that heals people. Because at the end of the day, God is interested in the flourishing of people. Yeah. You know, God told the prophet Jeremiah, seek the welfare of the city wherever I plant you. Because in its welfare is your health, is your well-being. And so God told Jonah, hey, consider Nineveh that great city. It's a fascinating phrase from Jonah. He says, I have a lot of people there and cattle too. God was even interested in the cattle, which is economy, right? Which is also the economy of an agricultural society. And so, yeah. And he says to them, shall I not love that great city? But that's true whether it's cities, rural, urban, suburban. God loves people. And there are policies that help people flourish. And there are policies that create obstacles to flourishing. If we are Jesus people and gospel-centered people, we look for policies that help people flourish.
Yes. Yeah. I love that, and so true. And that's being challenged certainly in different ways. And you see that, I think, in your role at the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, where firsthand, there are people that are being marginalized. Our rescue missions are seeing numbers of people that are being dumped on our doorstep, ultimately as they're migrating from Latin America. And how does the church respond in having open doors for all people? How does that happen, Gabe?
Look, I think that we learn from Scripture and the heart of Jesus.
Mm.
Jesus gives us great teaching in Matthew 25.
Mm.
And what people may remember from Matthew 25, it's that it's not a text to an individual.
Mm.
It's a text to nations.
Mm.
It says that when the Son of Man comes and all his angels with him to judge the nations, in Greek, the ethnes, all the cultures, all the ethnicities, everybody, black, white, Asian, Latino, so forth. He says, he's going to say one thing to people: for I was hungry
Mm.
and you fed me, naked and you covered me, thirsty and you gave me to drink, in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And so I'm driven, gospel-centered people and Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus.
Mm.
The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality. Because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so good, well-meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us: to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that. And that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us. And then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God.
Mm.
You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity.
Mm.
I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches, English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born.
Mm.
We don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. There's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters.
Yeah.
And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. When people speak up for people who have challenges to access to power and access to goods and access to food and food deserts. And so God is moving. Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be on the move, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
Yeah, and being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to step out and do that. And certainly a lot of that comes out of seeing all people in the image of God and bringing a sense of dignity and respect to all people, which therefore then opens all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to welcome, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people just with regard to being able to see people as made in God's image, and so therefore it impacts how we interact together and even how we love one another?
Imago Dei is undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
It's undeniable. Look, when I run into people, our church has over 15 nationalities, right? And we have Haitians, and we have Colombians, and we have Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary protected status and DACA, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. But if you ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better future. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things that unite us into this common shared destiny of loving one another. And so when you look in the mirror, you say, hey, man, I love my kids. This person loves his or her kids. Hey, I want a better future for my family. So do they. But more importantly than that, Christ died for people. And cruciformity is not a suggestion. It's an invitation. And cruciformity is sacrificial. When you see the image and likeness of God in other people, you're willing to go that extra mile because you say, well, here's a person Christ died for. Here's a person God sent his son into the world for them. Look, I used to go to church when I was a little boy with holes in my shoes. I was poor. I was very poor. And my mother would always say, poverty does not mean you don't have dignity.
Wow.
Your economic status is not your spiritual, moral status. And so I wore hand-me-downs for my brothers. It was rough. I don't know if it's still called this, Tom, free lunch. It was called free lunch. They'd give you a card and they'd snap it. And there was a whole stigma around poverty. They've changed that somewhat so people don't notice it. But as a child, it was hard going to the supermarket. And now there's a card that looks like a debit card, an EBT card. But not then. You had to give the actual coupons. And people, there was stigma. And my mother would say, your economic status is not your status before God.
So true.
Man, that gave me courage. That gave me a sense of, I can stand up straight, even though I had holes in my shoes. And I don't know if you know this trick, Tom. It's called the coloring. What you do is you put a piece of cardboard in the shoe, right? And then you flip it over. And if the shoe is black on the bottom, you take shoe polish, that color, and you color it. Or if it's brown, right? So you color the cardboard, the color of the shoe. I lived like that. But my mother and my father would say, God has a future for you. When you see the image of God in people, you see that God has a divine design, a purpose for them, whether they have a lot of money or they have no money. And so I think that's what the image of God says. It does. Your economic status does not determine your value before God.
Yeah. Amen to that, Gabe. And really, I think that out of that, because we see people that way, as you were talking, I just think of the words in 1 John 3 that says, Christ sacrificed himself for us, so we ought to sacrifice ourselves for others ultimately. And that's the call. And I think I love being part of a movement and with leaders who are committed to do that. And certainly the CEOs that are having these conversations and the teams and staffs of our rescue missions and ministries are certainly doing ministry on the front line. What word of encouragement might you give to them? And for those maybe that are watching these video feeds or live streams that might be standing on the sidelines, what encouragement might you give to them to take a step onto the field and jump into the game?
Thank you. Because I'm a life that was changed.
Yeah.
Your work is not in vain.
Yeah.
Cast your bread upon the waters. After many days, it will return to you. I was in the White House and I flew on Air Force One. The president asked me, "What brought you here? What gave you access to this?" I said, "Oh, who, me? I'm the son of a homeless man. I'm the son of a homeless man whom Christ found, and through the community and the support, his life was changed." So my encouragement is, you never know whose son and daughter's future you're changing with the radical hospitality, generosity, and love. And so my encouragement is, I'm here because of you. I'm able to advocate in the halls of Congress. I'm able to speak with presidents of all parties. I'm able to speak to senators because somebody said, Hector's my father's name. There's dignity in Hector. So my encouragement is, look what God has done through your hands. And like me, thousands of other children and women and men, women who are running from abuse and have, domestic abuse shelters, and children who have a couple meals a day, and men who are learning English to returning and reintegrating into society after serving their time in the criminal justice system. My word of encouragement, gracias. Gracias. I would not be here if it weren't for rescue missions. I used to pastor in New York, right down a couple blocks from the Bowery mission. Seen the work. I know what it does. And so I encourage you with a word of gratitude on behalf of the thousands of people you may never hear from. They're anonymous. They're teachers now. They're principals. They're custodians. They're bus drivers. They're lawyers. But you help their mother, their father. You help them. My word of encouragement is your work yields transformative fruit that leads people to flourishing. God bless you for it. Thank you.
That's a great word to end on, Gabe, and really appreciate how sincere you are with that, and how it just comes out of your life and who God created you to be as well. And we just appreciate your support, your partnership, being able to journey and walk together. And I know this will bless many people who watch this conversation as part of the many conversations that'll be happening on benches today. Thanks so much, my brother. Grateful for you.
All those benches across America, that is gospel work. That is gospel work. So from Orlando, gracias.
Gracias. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
after surgery. And if we're put on bed rest, we get to go home. If they get sent home, and they need to go to bed rest, they don't have no place to go. Now we have a space to offer them that bed rest. And that's great to have some place to offer that, because we didn't have that before. So it's wonderful that we get to offer that space. And so that's another space that we have. Not only that, there's some people that are in the homeless camps and stuff like that who may not be comfortable coming into the homeless shelter right now. And so what we have is taste and see, and we offer a meal, a shower.
What should I call you, Pastor Josh?
You just call me Josh.
Just call you Josh. Okay. So, what is your connection with the Hope Center?
Well, I grew up in Hagerstown and was always aware of the Hope Center. I wasn't really involved with it as a kid, but fun fact, I was telling Terry about this, I think, a couple weeks ago or last week. My mom actually came to faith in Jesus at the mission here.
Awesome.
Her church was serving, and they were just playing around, running through the pews, and she heard the gospel. I guess it was in the Trinity Center, but heard the gospel and believed, turned from her sins and trusted in Christ. So pretty cool story. But
That is a cool story.
But I went to school in Florida and didn't come back for 12 years. And then we moved back to start a church in 2019. And as soon as we got back, we wanted to get plugged in and just be serving here at the Hope Center. So, yeah.
Awesome. I know your church is a tremendous asset to a lot of men in our program. They attend your church. It's very close, so walking distance, for them. So we appreciate your church for wrapping your arms around these men and caring for them like you do. So that's really important. So I have a couple questions. I'm going to skip around. Is that okay? I know you read them in order.
Sure.
But how can we encourage churches to be more involved outside of serving meals faithfully each month? I mean, that's important, but how can we encourage churches to be more involved here at the Hope Center?
To be more involved. Well, whenever I first heard about what you guys were doing here, and I understood the premise was sort of the pushback against the stigma of homelessness. Is that kind of the idea? I think that's probably the key place is to push back against that, to get more people involved, because I think for myself, it's when I think about homelessness, I think about a problem. I don't think about people.
Okay.
So I think about an issue. I don't think about a person with a name, with a history. And so, I think one way I would encourage pastors, churches to get involved is just to remember that, we have a problem here in Hagerstown. We have an issue in here in Hagerstown, but we have a lot of people here in Hagerstown. And I think about Jesus' words in Matthew 25, somewhere around like 35 and following. He talks about, when he was in need, a person, when he was in need, and so did this for him. He said, "You actually did that for me." And there's a lot of people in Hagerstown that have a lot of needs, various kinds, and I'm sure we'll get to talk about some of those. But just remembering that, we have a problem, but we have a lot of people, and that's really just leaning in and helping one person at a time. I don't know if that really makes sense or.
So let's talk about some of the men, in our program. We won't specifically name men, but how your church has, invested in their lives. Like what's that look like from your church's point of view?
Yeah. Well, when we think about the gospel, we think of it from a lot of aspects, but one is hospitality. We think the gospel is hospitality. It's an invitation in. It's a warm invitation in to the very presence of God. Hebrews says into the throne room. We're invited in by the finished work of Jesus. And because we've been invited into that, then he calls us to invite others and to extend that same invitation. And so, I just got off a pre-marriage training on FaceTime with a young couple in our church, and we were talking about forgiveness. Forgiveness is something that Christ has given to us, And now, Paul, under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, says, now you go and forgive.
Right.
Just the same way that Christ has forgiven you. And it's the same with hospitality. We've been given hospitality. We've been invited in. We've been welcomed, even though we were filthy, even though we were dirty and we were very needy, and we didn't actually fit in necessarily, but we were still invited in, and we need to do the same thing. And so that's what we aim to do. And we don't do it perfectly, but we're jealous and zealous to extend that same gospel hospitality that we've been given to other people. What I've found is people that are associated with the Hope Center, well, they're here because they need hope, and they know they do.
Yeah.
They know that they have needs, and so I really enjoy the transparency, the genuineness, the humility. One of the guys that's in the program here at the Hope Center sat at my dining room table with my family tonight, and we were studying Psalm 51, and we got to verse 17. I think it's verse 17, and he was so excited that it said that what does God require? What are the sacrifices that He requires? A contrite heart, a broken spirit. That's what He requires. And it was almost like He's like, well, that's all I got. That's literally all I have.
Right.
I don't have a car. I don't have a bed. That's my own. I don't have a family necessarily, but I do have a broken spirit. I do have a contrite heart, and man, that was just a joy. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Yeah.
I think just when I think about getting involved, I think of helping people out. I think about hospitality and then just inviting people into your life and inviting people into the hope that you have in Christ.
Right.
So
Well, I think that's what all of us want, right? Is just to feel invited,
Yeah.
to feel a part of something, to be included,
Yeah.
and welcomed. We all, from whatever walk of life,
Yeah.
whether you're homeless, have a drug addiction, have a mental health issue.
Sure.
We all just want to feel a part of something or belonging, or even feel wanted or needed.
Sure.
So that's great. So I'm going to go to the hard question.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I believe that this was a question because we asked people to give us some questions, what would
Okay.
you like to know? So this was the question, and it is it right for me to give my son, who struggles with substance abuse, a roof over his head instead of letting him be without? Some criticize me for doing that. What's your opinion?
Yeah. Well, my opinion is an opinion, I guess. But I'll just say right off the bat, we talked about it just a few seconds ago, just kicked it around for just a second. I think that's a really tough one. That's a really tough question. And, I mean, there's so much nuance. It'd be really tough for me to, and unwise, actually, I think, for me to give a specific answer, hard and fast. This is right, or this is right. Yeah, I think decisions like that, I would say right off the bat, they need to be made, obviously, prayerfully and in community. So, for myself, I don't have all the answers, but I love when a member of our church needs help, reaches out to the other pastors, other people in their life group, whatever you have, and just reaching out and just asking for help, asking for wisdom.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say too is the book of James commands us or invites us. If anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask of God. So I would say, if this isn't just a hypothetical question, just trying to pastor whoever would be in that situation, the scripture invites us and says, if you lack wisdom, if you don't know what to do in a particular situation, that you should ask God in faith, not holding back, not hedging your bets, not saying if I get this kind of answer, I'll listen. If I don't get that answer, then I'm going to do my own thing. But actually saying whatever He reveals to me, I'm asking in faith, I'm going to obey that. The scripture promises that He'll give us the wisdom that we need. So, so let me just say that at the get-go. Just talking about what should you do in that situation? Is that right or not? So I do think there's something called enabling. You guys know quite a bit about that. Yeah. You certainly can enable somebody. I read a book a few years ago. It's called When Helping Hurts, and it sort of opened up a category for me that I didn't know even existed. So I'm very much a bleeding heart. I mean, I'm a principled man, at least I like to think I am, but at the same time, I do have a bleeding heart, and I always want to just help and believe the best. But sometimes, and this book helped me to understand this, sometimes the thing that you think is most helpful is actually most hurtful.
Mhm.
And I think that could certainly be the case in situations like this,
Right.
where you think you're helping them, but you're not. You're actually just enabling them to continue to do the thing that hurts them.
Yeah, and I just it makes me think a little bit. I mean, it's not completely the same, but like the prodigal son, you
Yeah.
know, he said, "Give me what's owed to me, what you're going to give me," and the father let him go,
Yeah.
and the son had to go through all the things
Yeah.
that the son had to go through, but in the end, the father was still there waiting for that son to come back and,
Sure.
and you know, and turn back. So, yeah, I don't think it's a black and white. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes we just want answers. We want it to be black and white.
Sure,
And
yeah.
I think a lot of things in life, a lot of choices that our children make, or our brothers or sisters make, aren't black. You know, it's not
Yeah.
a black and white
No,
thing.
absolutely.
But wisdom, praying for that wisdom is so important.
And I think the Lord supernaturally gives us wisdom when we ask in faith. That's very true. But also, I would say, if this is a real person asking that question, I would encourage you to consider, not only is enablement an issue potentially, but also just being taken advantage. So a lot of times we sort of, if we're ignorant of certain situations, or we just believe the best about somebody, we can be taken advantage. We can open ourselves up and leave something available for somebody to hurt themselves and as well. And I think, I don't want to just say, hey, trust the professionals or leave it to the professionals, but I think that's a real thing.
Yeah.
If I've never dealt with somebody who's dealing with addiction or some particular mental health issue, if I've never dealt with them before, well, I'm sort of flying blind here, and I don't know the proclivities or the particular issues or the patterns that could be spotted. So I think walking with professionals, mental health counselors, therapists, but also folks like here at the mission of the Hope Center. I think you guys, what do they say? This isn't your first rodeo, right?
Right.
That same story that mom's hearing, with this child. You guys have seen it 1,000 times, and not to say that they're just a number, but you've seen a pattern, and you're able to kind of pick up on those things and really be helpful. So I think leaning into folks who not necessarily are professionals, but this is what they do.
Yeah.
Can help give wisdom.
So in your work as a pastor, maybe you have counseled with different things like addictions and mental health. Is there a difference between addiction and like mental illness, or is addiction a mental illness, or is it just like a sin? Is it just completely a sin issue? I think I'm not ready to write a book on that. I haven't figured all that out. I think mental illness is that's a pretty big term. Mm-hmm.
That's a large junk drawer, right? There's a lot of things in that drawer. I think you could put addiction in there. I do think there's studies that would show that addiction is a real thing. It's not just a sin. Now it's always, it certainly is a sin, but to be addicted in a way that would destroy your life or destroy the lives of other people, that's certainly sinful. I think that's pretty challenging. I think addiction would definitely fit underneath mental illness. I'm not sure if it would go the other way.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I don't want to get political, but
we're going to get political.
Not a little bit, maybe, just a little bit. So, here at the Hope Center, work with men to rebuild their lives and things. A lot of the people that come through our doors have been conditioned, maybe generationally or whatever, to live off government assistance.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that's wrong, that there's certainly a place and time
Sure,
for
sure.
government assistance. But, from a religious standpoint and, what Scripture says, we need to be, a man to do work. It's
Sure.
good to work. It's good to provide and things like that. So how can we help, break those cycles of, government, living off the government or being, self-sufficient?
Yeah. Well, I think you guys, from my vantage point, I think you guys are doing a really good job of that, providing people a place to stay, providing them, coaching, counseling, theological education, and a place to work, even learn skills that are useful. So all the while, encouraging them to get out into the world and, get involved in a local church, things like that. So I think those sorts of things are certainly really, really helpful. I also think about, so there's, what's that saying? You can teach somebody to fish, or you can give them a fish, right?
Yeah.
Well, obviously we don't want to be just about giving people their needs. You're getting what your question's getting at. How can we help people to sort of meet their own needs, which the Scripture teaches us to do that, right? But in the same breath, it says, that we're to help bear each other's burdens.
Right.
And one of the ways we can bear each other's burdens is by walking with them. So teaching somebody to fish, it requires you being present with them.
Right.
So I think that, like, apprenticing with people on a theological level, you guys do the mentor program. Happy to see some of the guys in our church be a part of that. I actually just got to be a part of it. Somebody asked me to be their mentor this week, so I agreed to do that. But yeah, just partnering people up, letting people walk together. I think not just saying, hey, go read a book, go watch a video, go read your Bible, but like, hey, let's do this together.
Right.
That's what discipleship is, right? It's walking with people, having a relationship with people, and seeing Christ formed in them. And I see you guys doing that, and I see you encouraging the guys here to get out and do that in local churches and in the community. So
yeah. Because and piggybacking on that, the Bible's full of teaching us to help the poor, help the widows, help the orphans, and things like that. So it's not necessarily the government's job to take care of people. It's the church's job to take care of people. And I think historically, the government has stepped in because the church has failed to do the job that the church is to do. So when we have churches that get involved, that's good to see because we aren't the church. The Hope Center is not a church. We're a parachurch organization, right? And so we're a place that a church can come to serve out the calling of the Lord in a safe, a contained atmosphere. So when we see churches get involved, it excites me because we're all working together to do the work of the Lord, and we really believe, Terry and I especially, and I know Carmel and Raph and others do as well, is that the local church is super important. And it's important for our men to be involved in a local church, to build that community and family, because God, number one, God calls us to do it, but how else do you live in a fallen world without that support of a local church community?
Absolutely. No, just kind of connecting the dots there, it's so beautiful whenever we see somebody that has that political position like you have, but you're not just saying, hey, those people aren't doing this. Their problem is they need to be doing this, but you're part of an organization. You're living your life out and encouraging others to live their lives to walk alongside these folks and encourage them and to teach them how to do that, like how to fish. How to be discipled and how to disciple others.
Right.
So it's beautiful.
Yeah. Well, what's one thing about the Hope Center that you want people to know from your involvement here with the Hope Center?
Well, I don't know if I want people to know this because I'm just enjoying it myself, but there really seems to be a movement of God. I don't know if I want to call it a revival, but just like an outpouring of God's Spirit on the men and even the staff. Right? It's really cool. That's
Give it a minute, yeah.
That's a really nice car. Welcome to Hagerstown.
Yeah.
Now it's been really cool to witness just the outpouring of God's Spirit in this unique place and season. Just seeing lives being transformed right now.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times when I think about like the Hope Center, like historically I would just think like, oh, that's the place that you where the problems never get fixed, lives never get changed, but the gospel is always preached. And that just kind of seems exhausting and tiring to me.
Yeah.
And there's something special happening right now where it's like lives are actually being changed.
Yeah.
People are actually being discipled. They're growing in their faith. They're being baptized. They're getting victory over sin. They're encouraging other people to experience those same things. That gospel hospitality that they've received, they're inviting other people to do it. One of my favorite things I've seen in the last 30 days was just kind of going over my sermon a couple weeks ago on a Sunday morning, and just finished putting some finishing touches on it. I'm right there at the window, and as I look out the window, I see a man that I had just baptized, I think the week before or 2 weeks before, and he's putting on a vest, and he's walking outside, and he puts a welcome sign out into a pot, and then he walks out to the corner of the street to welcome people in, flag people in, help them get parked. And it's like, man, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And I can't take credit for that.
No.
That's all the Lord. But man, He's certainly using the Hope Center. So for all of you guys that are behind the scenes, behind the doors, behind the serving lines, and the Lord is using you. And I really don't want you to be weary in doing good. You're already bearing fruit. You're already reaping right now, and that's super cool. And I just love being here to help sort of gather up some of the fruit that you guys have harvested, and see it continue to bear fruit.
Yeah, some seed, some water, but God gives that increase.
That's right. Yeah,
it's all by His hand, and we're just humbled and thankful to be a small part.
Sure. Same.
And that's what He calls us to be. Just be my hands, be my feet. Let me use you. You broken people that we are, and just vessels to do His work. And I just think it's a great opportunity. I thank you for coming, sitting with me, and answering some tough questions.
I don't know if I answered them.
Well, you gave some thought to them anyway, and help us maybe to put something into practice there. So it's not always easy. Lord never said it, things would be easy. So
that's true.
But He promised to never leave us.
Yeah.
So that's
Amen.
Great. So I'm going to have, we're going to switch places. Your son Riley is going to come talk with us. So we'll just have you hand the mic off. Yes. Okay. All right. We'll be right back with Riley. Did Malin give you questions?
She did, yes.
All right. Ooh, just